the Sena is not willing to concede at the moment, because his demand is such that you have to break ties with the NCP and Congress and go with the NDA and in fact go with the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is something that Uddhav Thackeray is not very keen about. Yesterday itself, when Uddhav Thackeray spoke to some MLAs, it is believed that he communicated that how can we go with the Bharatiya Janata Party? They have insulted us, they have humiliated in the past when they treated us as a junior partner, gave us not much, and how can we go back with that party? So Uddhav Thackeray, of course, has made it very clear that it's impossible for the Shiv Sena to go back with the Bharatiya Janata Party.
My apologies for interrupting, but big breaking news that's coming in. Sharad Pawar has spoken to Uddhav Thackeray to essentially review what's happening and find out where they stand as far as the numbers are concerned. And as per reports, Pawar has told his party men not to interfere, that this is an internal matter of Shiv Sena and that the NCP has absolutely nothing to do in this. So in a conversation between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, there was a discussion of what this means overall for the alliance, for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and whether they can stay in power despite all of this that's happening. And meanwhile, Sharad Pawar, in the slew of meetings that he's had with his own party men, has said, let Shiv Sena iron this out. This is their problem. This is an internal crisis. They will handle it. And that's clear. The message is clear here that the NCP is not going to intervene. If there was a hope that Sharad Pawar will kind of save Uddhav Thackeray from all of this embarrassment, it seems like that's not going to happen. And Paulami, there's been a conversation between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. There's been endless speculation about what Sharad Pawar will do here. He's saying this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena. We will not intervene. So it's up to Uddhav Thackeray now to completely sort this out.
Absolutely, it is up to Uddhav Thackeray, and that is something that Sharad Pawar has been saying since yesterday. This is not the first time that he's communicated this, even quite publicly. In that press conference that he held in Delhi yesterday, he of course communicated that this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena and it has got nothing to do with the NCP. The NCP's house is intact completely and there is absolutely no reason for the NCP to worry about any sort of defection from the NCP ranks. So Sharad Pawar has made it very clear. It appears, Akshita, that Sharad Pawar is very miffed with the fact that the ranks as far as the Shiv Sena are concerned seem to be the one that seem to be falling apart, and that is what is happening. Previously as well in the Rajya Sabha elections that happened on June 10th and then subsequently in the MLC elections, it is believed that it is the Shiv Sena ranks that broke down, as a result of which the BJP was successful in its bid to get all of its candidates elected, be it the 3 in the Rajya Sabha or the 5 in the MLC elections. So Sharad Pawar is extremely miffed about that fact, and hence now he's thrown the ball completely in Uddhav Thackeray's court and said, you get your house in order and ensure that this government doesn't fall. It is not for the NCP to try and meddle in your affairs and of course try and ensure that the government keeps afloat. So
Sharad Pawar making it very clear that I'm not going to come to your rescue. I'm not going to have to deal with this crisis that's broken out in the Shiv Sena. But it's also surprising because NCP's paid the price before for this kind of problems within the Shiv Sena. As Paul pointed out, in the Rajya Sabha elections, the Legislative Council elections as well, the NCP's also paid the price because of the alliance that they have with the Shiv Sena. And yet Sharad Pawar has said to his party workers, don't interfere, let Shiv Sena iron this out. He's put the onus on Uddhav Thackeray to deal with this and address this particular crisis that the Shiv Sena is dealing with. Ritvik Bhalekar is reporting live from Uddhav's residence. Ritvik, get us more details about this meeting. Was it a phone call that happened between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar? It's clear at this point that the NCP and the Congress are putting the onus on squarely Uddhav Thackeray, saying deal with this mess.
Yes, there's probably a phone call conversation between CM Uddhav and NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, because Sharad Pawar was not available in Mumbai yesterday. He flew back to Mumbai in the late in night yesterday. Then he is having meetings with his own party leaders. He's talking to them. He's trying to get a sense of what's happening in MVA. We also saw that there was a coordination meeting of MVA leaders. Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, Jayant Patil also met CM Uddhav Thackeray. Also Congress ministers Balasaheb Thorat and Ashok Chavan were present in the meeting, and this meeting lasted for nearly 1.5 hours. And after that, we saw that Shiv Sena's MLAs were shifted to one of the 5-star hotel in Mumbai in Worli, and they have been kept there. It has been told that there are only 17 MLAs right now with Uddhav, and rest of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, and some of the independent MLAs who were supporting Shiv Sena are not in touch, and they have not made their mind yet. So the efforts are being made that more numbers can be gathered, and in that situation, Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray's conversation is considered to be very important, because if they have the number, then only they can go ahead and claim that they are in majority and they can still continue with the government.
Okay, so Ritvik, even as we're tracking this update that's coming on Sharad Pawar making it clear Uddhav Thackeray has to deal with this fallout within the Shiv Sena, is this a stand that the Congress also echoes? Have they also shared a similar sentiment as Sharad Pawar, saying this is an internal issue of Shiv Sena, let them sort it out?
Congress has remained very indifferent. What they are trying to do is they are just trying to gather all their MLAs together, and they are trying to show that they are united in this situation. No one is talking about what's happening in Shiv Sena right now, because everyone has to save their ship, everyone has to secure their MLAs.
Yeah.
You can see the in charge, Kamal Nath, has landed, and he has also started a meeting with Congress leaders. He'll be meeting Uddhav Thackeray at 12:30 p.m. In the afternoon, and then he'll be talking to Sharad Pawar. The very important meeting today is the state cabinet meeting, which is happening at 1 p.m.
Okay, is there any chance of Uddhav Thackeray actually ironing out all of these issues? Years back, when there was a crisis that Uddhav Thackeray, that the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi faced, it was Sharad Pawar who rescued all of them, who ensured that there was embarrassment for the BJP, and thereby the Maha Vikas Aghadi came to power. Now, this time around, Sharad Pawar is saying very clearly this is an internal issue of the Shiv Sena. He's put the onus 100% on Uddhav Thackeray, saying Uddhav has to deal with this fallout of a rift within the Shiv Sena. But is the Shiv Sena close to brokering peace with Eknath Shinde? Doesn't look like it. Eknath Shinde just this morning was showing off, saying, I have 40 MLAs with me. I'm standing up for Balasaheb Thackeray's ideology of Hindutva. The Shiv Sena, on the other hand, is playing down this rebellion. They're saying that we've spoken to Shinde for an hour. He remains a Shiv Sainik. They're not willing to take any action or crack the whip against Eknath Shinde. And there's a clear, stark contrast in how Shinde is talking about this rebellion and how Shiv Sena is dealing with it.
शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष है, लड़नारा पक्ष है। हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे। ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी, और क्या होता है? ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है। सर, लेकिन प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है।
शिवसेना के 40 MLA अभी यहाँ मौजूद है, और सभी लोग जो है, हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है, इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है, उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
So when you hear that comment by Eknath Shinde, it's a clear taunt, a clear jibe at, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray, saying we will follow the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray of Hindutva. So that's a clear jibe at Uddhav Thackeray as well. Ritvik is still with us on this. Ritvik, is there a possibility that Uddhav Thackeray will again reach out to Eknath Shinde? You know, it's very surprising that the Shiv Sena is playing down this rebellion at a time when Shinde hasn't held back. He's taking on the Shiv Sena, he's taking on Uddhav Thackeray directly, and yet you have the Shiv Sena playing down this rebellion, saying zyada se zyada kya hoga, satta chali jayegi. Is there a possibility then, considering the party is doing everything it can to reach out to Eknath Shinde, of Uddhav again having a conversation with Eknath Shinde?
Yes, the efforts are continuously on from Shiv Sena's side, because horde of leaders from Shiv Sena. There's Sanjay Raut, there's Milind Narvekar, there's Ravi Phatak, then there's another MP from Thane who is very close aide of Eknath Shinde, who is not with Eknath Shinde right now, but he was at Varsha residence, CM's official residence. All of them are trying to contact Shinde and have a talk, have a discussion, but it doesn't seem that Eknath Shinde has any looking back, because the statements which he's making and the show of strength which he's showing through all the video clips which are viral, he has right now more than 34 MLAs with him, and they have been flown to Guwahati now. The path is clear, the stand is clear, and he has also made statements about Hindutva ideology, Bala Sahib's ideology, taking it forward, and there doesn't seem to be any looking back for Eknath Shinde now.
Very clear that Eknath Shinde is not going to reconsider his decision, but that's exactly what the Shiv Sena is banking on here. Polemy, there's information about more MLAs joining hands with Eknath Shinde. You'd think that that would have the Shiv Sena worried, but they're continuing to maintain that, we'll ensure the parties together, we're playing down this rebellion, we will take care of this, we'll reach out to Eknath Shinde. Shinde is very busy, clearly, reaching out to as many MLAs as he can. 35 MLAs were told from Surat who flew down to Guwahati. We're being told that there could be more who are joining him today.
That's right. Eknath Shinde obviously is constantly working in a direction where he wants to, of course, ensure that he has maximum strength and numbers on his side, so that this bid that he has launched against the Shiv Sena is successful. So he is working on that at the moment. 35 MLAs, of course, we said, who in fact have arrived from Surat in Guwahati. But like I said, there have been claims that have been made that more could be joining in terms of at least three more Shiv Sena MLAs and 7 more independents who could / smaller parties who could in fact join this camp over here. Yesterday itself we reported about how 2 MOSs in the government of Uddhav Thackeray had joined in fact the rebel camp over here. These MOSs are not from the Shiv Sena, they're independents. Of course there is Bachchu Kadu, who is of course the leader of a very small party. He's not independent per se, he's an MLA, he is an MOS in the Sena government, in the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. He in fact landed in Surat, and then there was of course another independent MLA, Rajendra Yedravkar, who in fact is also in the camp as well. He's an independent MLA. So we believe those are the 2 that are being counted when we say 33 plus 2 who have in fact come over here. But yes, Eknath Shinde is hoping to grow his ranks. Remember, if you try to of course draw an analogy of a similar kind, you could think of Sachin Pilot's gambit in Rajasthan, where he of course tried to defect away from the government at that point of time when he was Deputy Chief Minister in the Ashok Gehlot-led government, and he tried to of course show the numbers and the strength, and possibly was in touch with the BJP, was again hiding with some of his trusted lieutenants and MLAs inside a hotel outside, on the outskirts of Gurgaon in Manesar at that point of time. But unfortunately his bid was unsuccessful because he did not have the numbers. He couldn't come forth with as many numbers as was needed in order to in fact cause a coup in Rajasthan and have the Ashok Gehlot government fall. That didn't happen. The BJP had been in touch with Sachin Pilot at that point of time, even if they might deny it, and Pilot might deny it himself. But the fact is that was a failed attempt. So this is a similar analogy that we're talking about again, and of course Eknath Shinde would hope, and the BJP of course would hope, that this is a successful strategy at that. He is of course looking to grow his ranks at this point of time, so that the demands that he's making, the conditions so to say that he's laying, even though the Shiv Sena says he's not laying down any conditions, are in fact met with acceptance and are successful in their bid.
Right. So at this point, Eknath Shinde claims that he has the support of 40 MLAs with him. He's made that comment at the Guwahati airport. Now, we are at this point putting out the number of 35 because the picture that you see on your screens there shows 35 MLAs lined up together. This was at the resort in Surat. Shinde claims more are coming in from Maharashtra. But if 35 MLAs are right now rebelling against the Shiv Sena and have joined hands with Eknath Shinde, What do the numbers look like? You see that on your screens. Before the revolt, the BJP had 113. With the assumption that these rebels will in fact side with the BJP, BJP's number then goes up to a whopping 148, whereas the Shiv Sena loses hugely. From 64, they go down to 29. If in fact the 5 additional MLAs that Shinde is referring to are from the Shiv Sena, that will mean that Sena's number actually goes down to 24. The Congress, the NCP maintain that they haven't lost out any MLAs, that their MLAs are very much with them, so that number doesn't really change. But it's overall for the Maha Vikas Aghadi that suffers. Their numbers come down drastically while the BJP's shoots up, and that's where the real trouble begins for not just the Shiv Sena but for the NCP and the Congress as well. We're going to continue breaking down all the numbers for you. The latest reactions and much more coming your way with Preeti Chaudhary in just a few moments from now. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. You are...
If Robert Pattinson is the most attractive man in the world, Amber Heard has the world's most beautiful face. Well, if we go by science, Heard dominated headlines in recent past for her highly publicized defamation case against ex-husband Johnny Depp. Does she indeed have the most beautiful face in the world? A famous plastic surgeon thinks so, and here's why. According to London-based plastic surgeon Dr. Julian De Silva, Heard topped his list of world's most beautiful women back in 2016. The surgeon used the Greek golden ratio of beauty, phi, to support his claims. The phi ratio of 1.618 has long been thought to hold the secret for beauty. De Silva has facial scanning technology that allows him to map faces to deduce which faces have perfect proportions. He analyzed 12 key points of Heard's facial structure, including her eyes, lips, nose, chin, and overall face shape. Dr. De Silva discovered that Heard's face was 91.85% accurate to the Greek golden ratio of beauty, phi. This was even higher than other famous subjects he studied. Using the same algorithm, it was discovered that Scarlett Johansson has the most perfect eyes, Rihanna has the perfect face shape, model and actress Emily has the most beautiful lips, Kim Kardashian has the best eyebrows, Supermodel Kate Moss has the perfect forehead, and singer Selena Gomez was hot on her heels.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Puncher Guard Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
Welcome back, viewers. Let's cut across to the latest news break that we are getting in. It does seem that the Shiv Sena is fraying at its edges and the Maha Vikas Aghadi on its last legs right now. Maharashtra BJP MLAs, in light of all that's been going down, have been alerted to be at respective locations and be accessible and within mobile network. Those in Mumbai have been asked not to leave Mumbai and cancel all the scheduled tours. A call has been made, viewers, where the Bharatiya Janata Party MLAs are concerned. There are 106 in all. To give you the breakup, the BJP says it already has 113 MLAs, 106 of the BJP and other of smaller parties and independents. And each one of them has been told to be available within a call made. Clearly, the BJP reading the leaves where Maharashtra politics is concerned. Call has been made by the BJP top brass, understandably. Devendra Fadnavis, the man you see on your television screen on the left-hand side, he'd be watching all of this very, very closely. That expression pretty much befits how Devendra Fadnavis would be viewing the current political scenario in Maharashtra. Operation Lotus, launched by Devendra Fadnavis, had failed, but this is Operation Lotus 2.0 and he could be viewers, and that's the operative part, could be within kissing distance of coming back to power in Maharashtra. He was been cut up. Devendra Fadnavis is the man who felt slighted. As per the mandate belonged to the BJP and the Shiv Sena. He's always felt that power was stolen from him by the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and now time has come clearly to reclaim that. And this time around, unlike Operation Lotus, which he had launched the first time around with Ajit Pawar, this time around, it's not his doing. It is an insider who is making Shiv Sena bleed, and that insider is also on your television screens on the left-hand side. Eknath Shinde being mobbed by television reporters as he touches down with his badge of MLAs in Guwahati. Now, I'll tell you what all has gone up in the last 12-13 hours, viewers. Eknath Shinde from last night said to Uddhav Thackeray, I have 35 MLAs. He now says, I have 40 MLAs. If that is the question, then one thing is clear, viewers, that the Maha Vikas Aghadi is in deep, deep trouble. On the other hand, let's get you what's taking place in the NCP's camp. Sharad Pawar has told his MLAs. Now, the NCP is watertight. Sharad Pawar complete control over his band of MLAs. But he's made this one thing very clear. He's spoken with Uddhav Thackeray at length. He had a telephonic conversation this morning. Yesterday, his nephew, Ajit Pawar, had met, who's a deputy CM, had met Uddhav Thackeray. And this morning, Sharad Pawar had a conversation with
Uddhav Thackeray, and after that, the message that Sharad Pawar has given the NCP MLAs is rather clear, which he says is this is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena, let them sort it out. The fact, viewers, is that Sharad Pawar is not clearly coming to the rescue or trying to manage, with what is going down. He's deciding to stay away. He's left Uddhav Thackeray to his own devices, or maybe Uddhav Thackeray is asked to be left to his own devices. But the NCP right now maintains that this is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena. But, viewers, is it really the internal matter of the Shiv Sena? Because it has the gravest potential of taking the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi government down. This alliance that has been uneasy, that has been afloat, fighting against various attempts by Devendra Fadnavis to bring it down. But right now, the numbers are up on the wall. It does seem that the BJP, viewers, has the clear edge. Why do I say that? The total strength of the House is 285. The halfway mark is 144. Where does the BJP stand right now? 148. The Sena, if losing all the MLAs that Eknath Shinde says he has, will be brought down to a 29 MLAs. The Sena had, viewers, 56 MLAs. The NCP standing at 57, the Congress at 44. Congress also says that all of its MLAs are with it, and it is only the Shiv Sena which is now where the leak is coming from, and that leak, viewers, has come from an insider, Eknath Shinde. Meanwhile, the Maha political potboiler is only getting hotter by the minute. Sena Senior Minister Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs have landed in Guwahati. They were holed up in Surat, viewers, till about late last night. There were speculations. Will they be moved deeper into Gujarat, or will they be taken to Assam, Guwahati? The primary reason, Surat's very close from Mumbai, because, mind you, last evening the emissaries that were sent by Uddhav Thackeray were able to meet the MLAs who were in the resort in Surat and Eknath Shinde. Now, to avoid any more contact with the mothership of the Shiv Sena, headed by Uddhav Thackeray, the BJP moved them this morning all the way, viewers, to Assam, Guwahati. And when Eknath Shinde, with his band of MLAs, landed, understandably, he was asked a lot of questions by the press that was waiting out, and he chose to answer many of them. The biggest claim that he made to the press this morning as Eknath Shinde landed in Guwahati was the support of 40 MLAs, which is enough to dodge the bullet of the anti-defection law. That is, viewers, that out of the 40 that he claims, 37 MLAs come from the Shiv Sena. It's not about the figure 40. He needs 37 MLAs from his own party, the Shiv Sena, to dodge the anti-defection law, to possibly split the party, form his own party, or look at forming his own government. He says he's very close. As per him, he says he has 35 MLAs from the Shiv Sena, 5 from other parties. That means he's, as per his claims, requires only 2 more MLAs from the Shiv Sena. Before flying to Guwahati, rebel MLAs pledged support to Eknath Shinde and signed papers as well. The BJP, understandably, is in overdrive. They're going to be very careful this time. They've already had a failed Operation Lotus in Maharashtra. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has stepped into the Maha political dangal, and Himanta Biswa Sarma is known to be a troubleshooter of sorts when it comes down to political turmoil. And he's also stepped in. He visited the resort early morning before the arrival of the Sena rebel MLAs in Guwahati. Meanwhile, if Shinde decides to go with the BJP, then they have enough numbers to form a government in Maharashtra. The majority mark in the Maharashtra Assembly is 144. Shinde, with the help of 40 rebel MLAs and the BJP, are easily surpassing that magic number. In midst of all this political drama, senior Sena leaders and MP Sanjay Raut said he had a conversation with Eknath Shinde for an hour on Wednesday. Raut added that Shinde is a close friend and will remain a Shiv Sainik. But, if you hear Sanjay Raut, in his latest comment to the media, the tonality has changed, and I would reckon that's where the devil is usually in the detail. Sanjay Raut till yesterday said that there is no issue. Eknath Shinde is going to come back. There is no threat to the Maha Vikas Aghadi. This morning, Sanjay Raut told the press, "Agar satta jati hai, to kya hua?" Is this an admittance of defeat? Let's cut across to all the reactions that are coming in.
शिव सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
शिवसेना हा संघर्ष करणारा पक्ष है, लड़णारा पक्ष है। हम संघर्ष करते रहेंगे। ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है? ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है सर, लेकिन प्रतिष्ठा होती है पार्टी की, वो सबसे ऊपर है। एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं, उनको भी इतना आसान नहीं है पार्टी छोड़ना और हमको भी इतना आसान नहीं है उनको छोड़ना। हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है। आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी। आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है। यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है। कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है, वापस एक बार बात हो जाएगी। उनके साथ जो विधायक है उनसे भी हमारी बातचीत चल रही है। सभी शिवसेना में है, शिवसेना में रहेंगे।
सौदे की राजनीति है जिसका देश में आज उपयोग किया जा रहा है। झारखंड में देखें, मध्य प्रदेश का उदाहरण आप जानते हैं, पैसा और पोस्ट की राजनीति, ये हमारे संविधान के विपरीत है और ये राजनीति की शुरुआत आगे के लिए बहुत खतरे की बात है। हमें शिवसेना को अपने आप तय करना है, वो अपने विधायकों से कैसे बात करेंगे। जहाँ तक कांग्रेस का प्रश्न है, कांग्रेस में पूरी एकता है। कांग्रेस के विधायक दिखाऊ नहीं है, कांग्रेस के विधायक सब टिके रहेंगे।
एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ बागी विधायकों का दल इस वक्त गुवाहाटी में है। क्या रणनीति आगे की?
निर्दल नहीं है, हमारी तहार की पार्टी है। तहार और मैं और हमारे साथी एक और विधायक है और अभी तक 40 तो हो गए और बढ़ेंगे, 10 तक और बढ़ेंगे, 50 हो जाएंगे।
तो सर आप ये बड़ा दावा कर रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कल 20 से 34 से लेकर के आज 40 का दावा एकनाथ शिंदे ने खुद किया है और आप कह रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 भी हो सकती है।
हाँ, 50 तक हो जाए।
तो अब आगे की रणनीति क्या है सर, इसके बारे में भी अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकें।
अभी क्या, अभी बस अभी सत्ता प्रस्तावित करना है, सत्ता की तरफ जाना है।
तो बच्चों जी, गुवाहाटी में अब और कितने दिन?
गुवाहाटी में कितने दिन ये नहीं बता सकते हम, वो तो आज भी निकल सकते, कल भी जा सकते हैं।
लेकिन बगावत की वजह क्या है, ये भी दर्शक समझना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है, ओके, चलो और कुछ
जी, बगावत की वजह भी समझना चाहते हैं। आखिर एकनाथ शिंदे बगावत पर क्यों उतरे?
वो तो सब बताएंगे ना, अभी फोन पर क्यों इतने बताएंगे।
I'm going to take, all right viewers, I'm going to take you through the latest news break that is coming in, and this is huge. The Maharashtra Deputy Speaker Narhari Zirwal has spoken to India today. The Deputy Speaker has accepted Shiv Sena's recommendation for change of legislative party leader. What does this actually mean? Let's quickly listen in.
साहेब, ते काल जे आपल्याला पत्र दिलंय विधिमंडळ गटनेते पदाच्या बदलाचं, ते आपण स्वीकारलंय का? त्याच्यावर निर्णय घेतला? मग आता नवीन गटनेते म्हणून आपण मान्यता दिली आहे ना?
हो हो हो.
पण त्यांनी जो आक्षेप घेतला होता की 22 आमदारांच्या सह्या आहेत, त्याच्याबाबत काय साहेब?
नाही, त्याच्यात तशी तरतूद अशी आहे का गटनेता निवड ही पक्षनेत्यांनी केलेली असते.
अच्छा.
त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना बदलण्याचे अधिकार आहेत.
बरं बरं. आज आपली चर्चा झाली उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांसोबत, त्याच्याबाबत काय सांगू शकाल का?
कशाच्या?
आज आपण उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांना भेटलात, तर या परिस्थितीवर चर्चा झाली किंवा काय चर्चा झाली?
नाही, याच्या संदर्भात नाही काही चर्चा झाली.
बरं. आता पुढे काय, ह्या सगळ्या आमदारांच्या बाबत काय निर्णय आपल्याकडनं, तिकडच्या पक्षाकडनं काय, शिवसेनेकडनं काय आपल्याकडे विनंती आली आहे?
नाही, कुठल्याच प्रकारची काही विनंती आलेली नाही. फक्त गटनेते बदली तेवढंच आलं होतं.
Viewers, what you just saw was a conversation with the Deputy Speaker. It's in Marathi. Bear with us, a little patience has just come in. We're going to just translate it for our viewers, but, not as proficient in Marathi. So I'm going to bring in our Mumbai Bureau Chief, Sahil Joshi, in this conversation. But this was something, Sahil, which had happened yesterday as well, where the Shiv Sena leaders had met the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly, asking that the legislative party leader, who in this question is Eknath Shinde, be removed and Ajay Chaudhary be appointed.
This is Deputy Speaker Narhari Jirwal, with whom my colleague Kamlesh Sutar spoke just a while back. He, of course, speaks only in Marathi, Narhari Jirwal, and that's why he has given this phono in Marathi. But the content of this particular telephonic conversation clearly says that Narhari Jirwal has accepted Shiv Sena's letter to appoint Ajay Chaudhary as a leader of Shiv Sena's legislative party in Maharashtra Assembly, and he has been accepted as a leader of the group in Maharashtra Assembly of Shiv Sena, whereas Eknath Shinde was actually the leader of the group, and he has split the party and taken many MLAs to Guwahati. But despite that, Narhari Jirwal says it is the prerogative of the party leader, who is Uddhav Thackeray, to appoint a leader of the group in Maharashtra Assembly, and that is why if the leader of the group can be appointed by the leader of the party, that is Uddhav Thackeray, then he can also be sacked by the leader of the party, and that's why he has accepted that claim of Shiv Sena. So as per Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, there is no speaker in Maharashtra Assembly at this point of time. So obviously Deputy Speaker is performing duties of the Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly. So according to him, the new legislative party leader, the leader of the group of Maharashtra Assembly, is going to be...
All right, okay. Sahil, I'm coming in because we're getting in more news breaks coming, at this juncture. Sanjay Raut, after saying that kya hua satta chali jayegi to jaye, has now hinted at dissolving the state assembly. Breathless political developments as they are taking place. I'm going to pull in Sahil back into this conversation. Sahil, on what we were just talking about, it's interesting that the legislative leader will be removed. But on the other hand, Sahil, if Eknath Shinde says he has support of 40 MLAs, why can't he take a decision, sack the 16 loyalist MLAs to Uddhav and claim their faction is the original, because he has the majority support of 40 MLAs out of 56?
Well, interesting part is that Sanjay Raut tweeting this, it is kind of a threat to the MLAs who have gone to Guwahati. What it completely means is that Shiv Sena thinks that they can suggest, the Chief Minister can suggest that Assembly should be dissolved, as he has no mandate at this point of time. But it doesn't look like that a governor will accept that particular claim. Before that, the BJP can definitely move in. The cabinet meeting has not yet happened. And in that meeting, this has to happen, that, the Chief Minister can suggest, with the help of cabinet, that the assembly can be dissolved. But finally, it will be the prerogative of the governor to actually listen to it or not. So now the whole battle might go into the legal tangle at this point of time. What it looks like, the whole tweet clearly it's coming out as a threat to the MLAs who have gone to Guwahati, because no MLA would like to go for an election at this point of time, because it's just 2.5 years. Maharashtra Assembly has completed only 2.5 years. So, immediately going for an election within 2.5 years, no MLA wants that. So that is the reason why I think it looks like that he's threatening the MLAs who have gone to Guwahati with Eknath Shinde. But it seems very unlikely at this point of time, because it clearly can be seen that Eknath Shinde has more number of MLAs than that of Uddhav
But Sahil, it is a smoke and shadows game if you look at it. It's very interesting, because just an hour ago, Sanjay Raut had spoken with us, and he'd said, "Ke satta jaye to jaye." So somewhere down the line, there's an acceptance that there's a, scenario which is bigger than the others, that the Shiv Sena could lose power. But coming back to the original question, Sahil, if Eknath Shinde claims that he has the support of 40 MLAs from the Shiv Sena, what stops him from sacking the other 16 loyalists to Uddhav and claim that his faction is the original Shiv Sena?
At this point of time, he doesn't want to give an impression that he has broken Shiv Sena, whereas he wants, he has been saying since yesterday all the time that he wants to keep the party intact, and that is what he's trying to do. What it looks like at this point of time is that he is trying to push Uddhav Thackeray to accept that the MLAs has defied him. MLAs does not want to have a government with Congress and NCP. So he should just accept the mandate by the MLAs. He should accept what the MLAs are saying. And as a party, they should ally with the BJP. And that's what many of the BJP MLAs who met the party hierarchy, party high command, BJP high command in Delhi as well, they also were trying to give this message through these MLAs to Uddhav Thackeray that, accept that you have lost the majority of your MLAs. So it's better to keep the party intact, bring these MLAs back to the party, and then, ally with us, make BJP chief minister in Maharashtra. So that is what is the game at this point of time. He doesn't want to come ahead as a leader who has broken the party. He is still claiming that he is the original Shiv Sena in Maharashtra Legislative Assembly at this point of time. Please understand, he has not broken the party.
Right.
He has broken the group of party's legislative group. So that is what it clearly looks like at this point of time. But to tell you that yesterday when I spoke to him, they clearly told me that they have taken signatures of all the MLAs. The letter has been prepared. If Uddhav Thackeray doesn't accept this, they are going to submit this letter to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly to say that they are forming a separate group in Maharashtra Assembly and give them,
Sahil, what does separate group mean? Separate group will mean the mothership of the Shiv Sena if there are 40 MLAs.
Yes, of course. The separate group means this will be a separate party group within Maharashtra Legislative Party, the group of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. Please understand, the CLP, the Legislative Party, and the actual party are two different things. The party is not broken in middle, but the Legislative Party is definitely broken. Legislative Party has, the more number of MLAs are at this point of time with Eknath Shinde. So he can certainly form a separate group without attracting anti-defection law. Because if he has more than 37 MLAs, that means he has more than 2/3 MLAs who were elected on Shiv Sena symbol on 2019. So he can form a separate group and then go and claim that, give recognition to this separate group, and then that separate group can support BJP to form the government.
True. How much role, Sahil, I want to bring you in again, because how much role now will the speaker play if there is an attempt by the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, to dissolve the state assembly? Because the governor is already in hospital, Mr. Koshyari. He's tested positive for COVID. He has mild symptoms, but he's still in the hospital right now.
That is a new development at this point of time. The way these things happens, that nobody was expecting that Bhagat Singh Koshyari will be contacted with COVID at this point of time, and now he has been hospitalized. Almost 4-5 days he will be in the hospital. But it doesn't look like that there will be any hurry from the splinter group, because they are still gathering people around. Eknath Shinde is claiming that he has support of 40 MLAs, but not 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena, right? The MLAs who were elected on Shiv Sena symbol. Right now he has support of almost 35. He needs 2 more people. The moment he has those 2 more people, he will immediately send the letter to a Deputy Speaker first. Deputy Speaker, if accepts his claim, then it's fine. Otherwise, there is going to be a legal fight as well. Because just a while back, Kamlesh Sutar broke the story that how the Deputy Speaker has already accepted the claim made by the Shiv Sena. I mean, the original Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray. So, for the benefit of the viewers, we can call it Shiv Sena Uddhav group and Shiv Sena Eknath Shinde group. So, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray group has already claimed the new CLP leader, who is now Ajay Chaudhary, MLA from Lal Bagh. And this man, Eknath Shinde, will now send a separate letter once he gets those support of those 37 MLAs that make me a leader of the group. I'm splitting from the Legislative Party group, and our group will be recognized separately, and we don't want to support this government, and that kind of letter can be submitted to the governor later. So there are multiple technicalities still involved. We'll have to wait and see. What we can clearly see,
for somebody who's been watching the scenarios unfold, is it going as per the Karnataka plan? Do we see it go down with what happened in Karnataka, where ultimately the issue went to the courts and it hung fire for days at end?
Well, it may go to the court, but it will not go to the Karnataka way, because none of the MLAs will have to resign in this scenario, because
anti-defection law is
Eknath Shinde already has Yeah, because Eknath Shinde already seems to have numbers at this point of time. So that's why it doesn't look like that he will need to resign. I mean, no MLA will need to resign. And more importantly, what we can see at this here at this point of time is that the Congress and NCP have realized that there is a problem. Shiv Sena does not have the numbers. Uddhav Thackeray in the morning spoke to Sharad Pawar spoke to Uddhav Thackeray in the morning to understand that what exactly is the number game. Look at what happened in 2019. By evening, Sharad Pawar was confident that he has the numbers, but it's been a day, but yet Uddhav Thackeray is not confident whether he has the numbers or not. So playing with technicalities will just delay
Sahil,
the
is
things.
there a possibility right now, the way things are building up, is there a possibility that Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena will be able to pull the MLAs to less than 30 in terms of support to Eknath Shinde? Or do you think Eknath Shinde, in all probabilities, will reach the 37 mark quicker?
Well, I don't think that there is any rabbit left in the hat of Uddhav Thackeray. Whatever need to be pulled out were already pulled out in 2019. Now it's clearly a number game. If you have the numbers, why Devendra Fadnavis could not form the government despite he tried various tactics is because he did not have the numbers. And same thing goes with Uddhav Thackeray now in 2022. Right now he does not have the numbers. If he doesn't have the numbers, whatever tactics he play will not going to help him to save the government.
You know, there's a question that
More
has been,
importantly, what needs to be seen.
You know, Sahil, I want to bring you in because
now,
Sahil, I want to bring you in. Do answer this question. Now, Sanjay Raut has tweeted hinting at possible dissolution of the assembly. Till now, NCP's stake in all of this has been, this is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena, they'll sort it out. Without the consent of the NCP and the Congress, which are in alliance with the Shiv Sena, can dissolution actually take place? Because everybody would have to be on board.
Yeah, of course, everybody needs to be on the board, and not only because the Chief Minister has suggested the Governor will accept this, The central government is definitely looking at the situation very closely. As I said, the BJP top brass is involved in this Operation Lotus. They are monitoring the situation. They know every update what is happening. Devendra Fadnavis is of course in touch with the BJP top brass in Delhi at this point of time. They also know what is happening here. They are also keeping close watch on the situation. The way they intervened on 23rd of November 2019, to go ahead and had the swearing in of Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis early in the morning, they can still do that because finally the governor reports to the home ministry. So that is the reason why, even if Uddhav Thackeray wants that, that is going to be really difficult. It is going to go back into the legal tangles. As I said, if you don't have the numbers, using technicalities, you can just delay the things, but you can't avoid the fate. And that is what I think Uddhav Thackeray will eventually realize, that he just doesn't have the numbers at this point of time.
Sahil, before I'm going to let you go, I'm going to come, one very quick question. Let's talk about the other scenario in all of this. Is President's rule then imminent?
President's rule will only happen if the governor will come to the conclusion that there is nobody who can form the government. It doesn't look like at this point of time that the numbers are heavily now towards BJP. The BJP themselves have 113 MLAs with them, 106 of their own, and 7 others who are supporting the BJP, plus the splinter group of Eknath Shinde, who have almost crossed 45. Which includes some independent MLAs who were supporting Shiv Sena. So they already have the numbers. It's just a question of whether the governor will ask Uddhav Thackeray to prove his majority on the floor of the house and then can call the BJP to form the government. I think it's done deal at this point of time. We just have to wait and see that when actually this done deal comes into existence. That's
all right. So when does the BJP go for the final kill is what Sahil Joshi is suggesting, that the deal is pretty much done. And the admittance of that was with what Sanjay Raut said earlier to the press, because viewers just read the language there. Till yesterday, Sanjay Raut from the Shiv Sena would come out of Uddhav Thackeray's residence, and after the meeting of the MLAs and the MPs later on, saying that the government is intact. What did Sanjay Raut say this morning? Satta jati hai to jaye. Kya ho gaya? A lot to read into that statement. Now let's just shift focus, because it seems that the BJP is clearly pulling this deal through. They are waiting for the final kill, possibly for the MLA count of Eknath Shinde to increase from 35 to 37. Eknath Shinde claims he has the support of 40 MLAs right now. 35 of them are from the Shiv Sena, is what Eknath Shinde claims. Now, to skirt the anti-defection law and to avoid it from kicking in, Eknath Shinde will need 37 MLAs. He's just too short. So the odds right now in favor of Eknath Shinde, which also mean in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and hectic activity already beginning outside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Already word has gone to all the BJP MLAs in Maharashtra that they need to be in Maharashtra as of today, this morning, and should be available within a call. One call made and BJP MLAs should make themselves available. I want to cut across to my colleague Paras, who's standing outside Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Paras, suddenly from a studied silence in front of Mr. Fadnavis' house, hectic activity taking place. Take us through the drama.
Yeah, of course. So activities has been started over here. We are standing right outside Devendra Fadnavis' house, his residence, and we can see lot of MLAs, lot of Bharatiya Janata Party senior leaders entering this very residence, and it's very important because the situation which is building up in Maharashtra right now, it's very tense, and what will happen, everyone wants to know that. So right now inside some briefing will be happening. Praveen Darekar, the senior leader of Bharatiya Janata Party, just entered a few minutes ago. The most important name is Geeta Jain. Geeta Jain is the MLA, independent MLA. We had seen first few days back that she just landed her support to Shiv Sena, and she also went inside some time ago, and she had a talk with Devendra Fadnavis. So now the situation has been very tense for Shiv Sena and MVA government because it's an urge of perishing now. So the what will be the planning of Devendra Fadnavis will be very important. What is the planning of Bharatiya Janata Party is very important because the action has started right outside.
Paras, I'm going to go into a break now, but would you do us a favor? Can you ask your camera person just to pan and show us what's happening in front of Devendra Fadnavis on those visuals? We're going to cut into a quick break. Stay with us. Coming back to you after this break. Show us those visuals first. All right, okay, so that's Devendra Fadnavis' house. We're going to try and get in. Paras's camera is on the tripod there. He's going to try and get us, an indication of what we are seeing. So yes, a lot of cars pulling in. Paras, stay with us. Back with you in exactly 2 minutes. Stepping into a quick break. Viewers, our breathless coverage, hopefully not breathless, but our coverage of all that is going on in Maharashtra in terms of breathless news breaks. India Today will get you the ringside view, the vantage position on this developing story. It does seem that the Shiv Sena is fraying at its edges. The Maha Vikas Aghadi is on its last legs. Will the BJP go in for the kill? Well, trust India Today to get you the news first. A quick break. Stay with us.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Heavy rains are affecting India and Bangladesh. More than 30 people have lost their lives to the floods. Bangladesh has lost access to electricity and the internet, while millions are stranded. Monsoons and seasonal downpours occur in many parts of the world in the countries close to the equator. But the best-known monsoon, due to its intensity and impact on people's livelihoods, occurs each year in South Asia. It runs between May and September. Well, as the summer approaches, heat builds over the land in the Indian subcontinent. Sea temperatures around the landmass, meanwhile, are much cooler. Warm air is less dense than cold air, so when heat over the subcontinent rises, air rises too, creating a vast area of low pressure. Over India, this causes wind direction to swing dramatically from the northeast to the southwest. Wind from the southwest, generated by high pressure in the Indian Ocean, then rushes in and fills the void left by the low pressure area. As it's full of moisture, it unleashes relentless rain over the land. Climate change, global warming, changes in land use and pollution can all affect the rainy season. Even dust from North Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, which heats up the air, can play a major role, making it even more intense. Monsoon is vital to the lives of hundreds of millions of people. 2/3 of India's population of 1.2 billion live in rural areas. India gets 80% of its precipitation from the monsoon. More than half of India's farms lack irrigation, so they depend almost entirely on the annual rains. But monsoon rains can also bring devastation and misery to hundreds of thousands of people through flooding, mudslides, and collapsed buildings.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon, viewers. Not a very good afternoon for Uddhav Thackeray, and the reason which Shiv Sena is clearly fraying at its edges, viewers. The Maha Vikas Aghadi plunged into a massive political crisis on its last legs. Many would suggest that it's game over. Is the BJP going to go in for the kill? It all depends on the number of Shiv Sena MLAs that Eknath Shinde has in his hands. Cutting across to news break, just coming in. Uddhav government on tenterhooks. The Sena MP has hinted at a dissolution of assembly. BJP hits out after Sanjay Raut's tweet. BJP's leader says assembly will be dissolved because of you. BJP's Amit Malviya has also now kicked in, tweeting out, and I quote, "Looks like the longest work from home tenure in any office in the world is about to end in Maharashtra." Uddhav Amit Malviya, the BJP's IT cell head, taking a swipe at the governance and administration of Uddhav Thackeray as a chief minister. It does seem, viewers, as we speak, that the Maha Vikas Aghadi is on its last legs. One of the main reasons, number one, Sanjay Raut, till yesterday, extremely confident, at least posturing to the media, that the Maha Vikas Aghadi is safe and sound, nothing is going down. Eknath Shinde would be brought back into the mothership's party fold, which is the Shiv Sena. This morning, Eknath Shinde lands in Guwahati and says, not 35 anymore, I have the support of 40 MLAs, 35 of which are those of the Shiv Sena. All he needs is 2 more MLAs to avoid the anti-defection law from kicking in. Primarily, Eknath Shinde can then establish his own set of MLAs as the BJP, as the Shiv Sena's mother faction, can even sack the 16 loyalists to Uddhav Thackeray. Well, all of those are options. I want to cut across right now to Amit Malviya, BJP's IT cell head. He's on the phone line with us. Amit Malviya, is the BJP watching clearly the BJP waiting, watching, looking at the developments as they unfold in the state of Maharashtra? Your tweet playing out, Amit Malviya, clearly taking a swipe at Uddhav Thackeray's form of governance and administration.
Well, Uddhav Thackeray was in office, but he was never administering the state. We saw the abysmal handling of the COVID crisis, the governance. Every second minister has been indicted for corruption or worse. That is the kind of government that Uddhav Thackeray, along with the NCP and the Congress, ran. It's perhaps time that Maharashtra is liberated from the clutch of these unscrupulous, unprincipled politicians, and the mandate that the people gave is finally implemented.
Is the BJP going to go in for the kill sooner than later, Mr. Malviya? I know you wouldn't really want to comment, but as a journalist, it's my duty to ask you.
We should wait and watch how the situation unfolds.
The other thing is also, Mr. Malviya, that the Shiv Sena has once again said that it is the intimidation by central agencies like the ED, the reason which you see the likes of Eknath Shinde and the other 35 MLAs, if there are 35 as claimed by Mr. Shinde, that have decided to go in and join with the BJP.
2/3 of Shiv Sena MLAs have rebelled against the party and its leadership. Today, Uddhav Thackeray and his son are probably the only people standing with what was Balasaheb's Shiv Sena. Clearly, they must look within instead of blaming the BJP or the central agencies who've just been doing their job. Is it their argument that Anil Deshmukh is in the lockup because the courts haven't found anything and the agencies have been overbearing? The fact is that every minister in Uddhav Thackeray's government was acting as an extortionist, was the most corrupt politician to have occupied the offices. So clearly, people have decided that enough is enough, and the Shiv Sena legislators are not in sync with Uddhav's style of working, or perhaps his decision or understanding of Shiv Sena's own politics and the reason why it was formed in the first place. And that is why they have opted to move away from Uddhav Thackeray.
The Shiv Sena's argument, Mr. Malviya, last question before I let you go, sir, is also that the likes of Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab, very close to Uddhav Thackeray, as we speak, is being interrogated by the ED for the second day running.
Yes, why not? If he is indicted and is involved in a matter of corruption, why should he not be investigated? I don't know why the opposition leaders think that sitting in opposition means they have the privilege of not being interrogated or investigated for the crimes they have done. And it starts from Rahul Gandhi and all the way to Anil Parab.
The opposition leaders claim, Mr. Malviya, that, the minute you're not the opposition and a part of the BJP, all these trails with central agencies go cold.
That's not true. When we were in opposition, we ensured that Colgate was tracked till the end to a logical conclusion. And even if the agencies were beholden to the office or the ruling party, we went to the courts and we ensured that corruption was brought to light. If the opposition today thinks that the ruling establishment is shielding people in their own ranks, why don't they go and approach the court? Why don't they fight the battle like we did? Because the truth is that there is no corruption in the ruling establishment. And there is corruption in opposition-ruled states.
All right. Mr. Malviya, appreciate you for joining us. Thank you there. All right, viewers, let's cut across to the latest that is coming in, and to take our viewers through what the latest is. It does seem that Uddhav Thackeray is really not left with too many options. What we are given to understand that the numbers right now as we speak seem to lie with Eknath Shinde, who is right now in Guwahati. When he landed there, viewers, he was in Surat with his band of MLAs till late last night. He was moved to Guwahati primarily because Surat Gujarat, quite close to Maharashtra. The emissaries that were sent by Uddhav Thackeray were able to build contacts with the MLA and Eknath Shinde. So to avoid no further contact, understanding how precarious the political situation was, Eknath Shinde with his band of MLAs was moved to Guwahati. My colleague Polumi Saha joins us from Guwahati. Polumi, the minute Eknath Shinde landed, he chose to speak with the press, and from 35, which what he said, the numbers he had yesterday in terms of MLAs, he said, I have 40 MLAs, out of which 35 are from the Shiv Sena. That leaves only Eknath Shinde to get 2 more MLAs from the Shiv Sena. He needs to reach that figure of 37 so that the anti-defection law doesn't kick in. Is there strength in, or meat in his claims? What are you picking up? You're at the hotel where all of these MLAs are holed up.
Well, at the moment, Preeti, we've not been able to verify his claims, but we do know for a fact, indeed, we have in fact confirmed with various sources that when the bunch came in from Surat to Guwahati earlier this morning, they were 33 plus 2, 33 from the Shiv Sena and 1 from a smaller party possibly and 1 independent MLA. So that is the total figure. There's been a lot of talk about an MLA Rathod, Sanjay Rathod, and as well as Yogesh Kadam coming in over here, and there's been speculation that one of them is inside, no, both are inside or both are awaited, but we do not have a confirmation on that as of yet. Though from our sources last night when we were speaking to them as all of this was happening in Surat, we were told that the numbers of the Shiv Sena, at least that is what Eknath Shinde and company are claiming, are likely to go up from 33 to 36. If all goes well as per the book and as per their plan, then numbers of the Shiv Sena that they'd have on their side could go well from 33 to 36, and as far as others are concerned, it would go up from 2 to 9. So that would be the total figure. But again, if it is only 36 of the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde and company are still falling short of 1 because they need 37 in order to ensure that they have 2/3 majority for their grouping of within the Shiv Sena and the anti-defection law doesn't apply to them. So at the moment, of course, we're waiting to hear from inside Radisson Blu Hotel where I'm standing right now. That is in fact the hotel. Ajay, my camera person, will show you that hotel at the moment, and you can see the security that is present over here. There are a lot of cops, senior ranking cops who have gone inside this hotel. All of today, we're told the hotel is sold out, which we of course spoke to some of the people who are sitting inside the hotel. It is not exactly sold out in the real sense. It has been blocked in order to ensure that there is no sort of sabotage of this plan that happens. So the MLAs, of course, can of course stay over there. Nobody tries to reach them, and that's exactly why they've been brought all the way from Surat in the west to the far east in Guwahati, because it is further away. And in Gujarat, they were not very sure if they could keep them safe, so to say, quote unquote, from.
तुम्ही लोक दाखवतातच मी काय करायचं एवढी अस्वस्थता किंवा हिंदुत्वाची भूमिका ही शिवसैनिक आमदारांची होती का असा मुद्दा आहे होती का आमच्या माझ्या तर कानावर कधी आलं नव्हतं असं काय होतंय म्हणून I have not heard so far. I don't know anything about it. What Sanjay Raut? I do not know. I do not know. साहेबांना भेटतोय आम्ही काय तर आम्हाला काय म्हणतात त्याचा अंतर्गत प्रश्न शिवसेनेचा चाललेला आहे आम्ही ज्या इंटॅक्ट ठेवणार आहात पवार साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली देखेंगे क्या होता है.
भुजबळ साहेब, राष्ट्रवादीची स्थापना ज्यावेळेस झाली, प्रदेशाध्यक्ष आपण होतात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये, त्यावेळेस सरकारच्या विरोधातली भूमिका मांडत परत सरकार तुम्ही आणलं होतं. आता राष्ट्रवादीची परिस्थिती आता सरकारमध्ये आहे, पण फारशी हालचाली त्या पातळीवर
आता त्याच्यावर काही बोलणं जे आहे इमॅच्युअर ठरेल, फार अगोदरच होईल. काय काय होतं ते बघूया ना. बाकी सरकारमध्ये राहणं, सरकार पडणं, राजीनामा देणं, परत नवीन पद्धतीनं लढणं, परत सरकार निवडून आमचं मताधिक्य आम्ही आणणं.
Right, viewers. NCP leader Chhagan Bhujbal speaking to the media there. Interesting. Let's take you through where the NCP stands as of now. Sharad Pawar this morning, which is after his nephew, Deputy CM Ajit Pawar, went and met Uddhav Thackeray last evening. Sharad Pawar spoke to Uddhav Thackeray. After that, the message from Sharad Pawar to his band of MLAs.
शिवसेना के हम जिन्हें सर्वज्ञानी कहते हैं, उनको बहुत ज्ञान है.
वो संजय राउत जी इन्होंने एक ट्वीट किया और उस पर उन्होंने उसमें लिखा है कि ये सरकार जो है ये बर्खास्त होने जा रही है। तो ये जो मार्ग है, ये जो दिशा है, वो खुद उन्होंने ही दिखाई है इस सरकार को। यहाँ तक लाने में उनका सबसे बड़ा सहयोग है और उन्हीं की वजह से आज ये हालत उनके पार्टी पे या सरकार पे आई है।
ये जानना चाहूंगी कि अगर ये जो सूरत बन रही है कि वापस विधानसभा भंग हो जाएगी और चुनाव वापस होंगे, तो इस सूरत में क्या बीजेपी तैयार है?
नहीं, अभी इसका जवाब तो हमारे नेता देवेंद्र जी या चंद्रकांत दादा पाटिल यही दे सकते हैं। लेकिन हाँ, मैं ये जरूर कहूंगी कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कोई भी चुनाव हो, छोटे से छोटा चुनाव भी पुरजोर से लड़ती है और अगर ऐसी स्थिति आई तो हमारे नेता बिल्कुल वैसे डिसीजन ले लेंगे।
आंकड़े किस तरह से झुकाव कर रहे हैं? क्या भाजपा, मान लीजिए ये चुनाव नहीं होता, मान लीजिए आपकी जोड़ तोड़ की जो राजनीति फिलहाल चल रही है वो कामयाब होती है, तो क्या आंकड़े आपके पास हैं?
अभी देखिए कि जिस प्रकार से माहौल बना हुआ है, बहुत बड़ी तेजी से डेवलपमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। बिल्कुल एक 20 मिनट पहले संजय राउत जो है उनका वहाँ पे ट्वीट आया है, तो आने वाले दिनों में, आने वाले कुछ घंटों में जो पिक्चर है वो क्लियर हो जाएगी। क्या है, कितने विधायक हैं, किसके पास कौन है, और ये जो पूरी राजनीति है ये बिल्कुल जोर पकड़ेगी। लेकिन उसके लिए हमें थोड़ा और इंतजार करना पड़ेगा।
कौन से विधायक, कितने विधायक किसके पास है, यही तो नहीं पता चल रहा है कल से।
वही है, इसीलिए और थोड़ा इंतजार हम करेंगे। पूरा देश इस
नहीं, मुझे लगता है लेकिन आपके पास है। जिस तरह से आप मुस्कुरा रही हैं, लग रहा है कि आपको पता है।
नहीं, इस पूरे ये जो पूरा घटनाक्रम चल रहा है, इसमें मेरा रोल कुछ है ही नहीं, मैं आपको ये बता दूं। और हमारे नेता जो है देवेंद्र जी है और चंद्रकांत दादा पाटिल है, वो बैठे हुए हैं और बिल्कुल जो जैसी जैसी सिचुएशन आएगी, जिस प्रकार से निर्णय लेने होंगे वो जरूर लेंगे और जो निर्णय लेंगे वो महाराष्ट्र के हित में होंगे, ये बिल्कुल मैं आपसे कह।
लेकिन आंकड़ा देखिए, आपके पास 106 है बीजेपी के पास, साथ में आप कह रहे हैं कि 30 के आसपास अभी तक बताया जा रहा है कि शिवसेना वो एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ है। बाकी कहां से आएंगे यहाँ से?
पता नहीं। अभी शिंदे साहब का जो बयान आया था, उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारे पास 50 जो है विधायक वहां पे है, यानी निर्दलीय मिला के 50 विधायक है। तो अभी और मुझे लगता है थोड़ी देर हमें और रुकना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जिस तेजी से सारी डेवलपमेंट्स हो रही है, तो कुछ ही देर में हमें पता लग जाएगा किसके पास क्या है, किसके पास क्या है, किसमें कितना है दम। ये थोड़ी देर में।
एक सवाल अंजना जी पूछ रही हैं कि आप शिवसेना के पास कितने हैं, कुछ इसका आंकड़ा है क्या?
नहीं, जो बताई है, जो शिवसेना के पास जो विधायक है, शिंदे जी के पास जो विधायक है, उसकी जानकारी जो है वो खुद दे रहे हैं। और अभी थोड़ी देर पहले उन्होंने कहा है, जो आपको पता है वही मुझे भी पता है, जो हम भी आप ही के टीवी से देख रहे हैं और इसी से पता चल रहा है कि उनके पास, उन्होंने कहा है कि 40 विधायक अभी उनके पास है
शिवसेना के
और हाँ, शिवसेना के पकड़ के,
यानी उद्धव ठाकरे वाली
बिल्कुल उद्धव ठाकरे जी के शिवसेना के जो विधायक है, वो उन्होंने कहा है कि हमारे पास लगभग 40 है और 50 होने की आशंकाएं है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि हमें थोड़ी देर और रुकना पड़ेगा। थोड़ी देर यानी कैबिनेट की मीटिंग लग तो ऐसे ही रहा है कि जिस तेजी से, जिस रफ्तार से सारे आंकड़े जो है हम देख रहे हैं, अप डाउन हो रहे हैं, तो थोड़ी देर में पिक्चर क्लियर हो जाएगी।
देखिए अंजना जी, यही कहना है कि पिक्चर क्लियर होने में जो थोड़ा समय लगेगा, मतलब पिक्चर अभी बाकी है। पूरा जो है इस पूरे मामले में हल जो है वो थोड़े समय बाद ही समय ही बताएगा, ऐसा सारे बीजेपी के लोग कह रहे हैं। लेकिन हल इनके पक्ष में जाएगा, ये एक बार बोल जाते हैं जरूर।
That's the big news that's coming in right now. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray might be stepping down. India Today getting you that first news break. It's come quick on the heels of what Sanjay Rawat hinted at when he tweeted asking that the dissolution of the assembly is going to be a possibility. That means Shiv Sena has admitted the reason why even Sanjay Rawat is accepting the dissolution of the assembly suggests that Shiv Sena, which is the Uddhav faction here, doesn't have the numbers to go on. The NCP, the Congress, will have to be on board with that. But the strong buzz now coming in from Maharashtra is that a huge development is about to happen, and that development, viewers, that I'm talking about would seem to suggest the stepping down of Uddhav Thackeray. He may resign after consulting with all party MPs, MLAs, his alliance partners. All eyes on the cabinet meeting, which is happening at 1 p.m. Heavy-paced, fast-paced developments taking place as I speak. 1 p.m. it seems that Uddhav Thackeray might just step down. This comes in, viewers, quick on the heels of Sanjay Raut admitting on Twitter, hinting at Twitter, that the Shiv Sena is going to move for the dissolution of the assembly, admitting by that tweet that Uddhav Thackeray has absolutely no rabbits to pull out of his hat anymore. He doesn't have the numbers. The numbers are in favor with Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde, viewers, says he has 40 MLAs, out of which 35 are MLAs from the Shiv Sena. And there's always, the MLAs in particular in every state, if you go by political history as it stands, usually seem to flow towards or go towards or be attracted towards the side which seems to be forming government. And it seems right now, even with the kind of political commentary now suddenly coming in from Maharashtra with studied silence, complete lull from the BJP, local BJP leaders, senior BJP leaders now coming out and making statements of what is going down in Maharashtra is testimony that possibly the end of the Maha Vikas Aghadi is near. What we are being given to understand, and there's a huge buzz that is emanating from the political circles close to the Shiv Sena, that the Shiv Sena has run out of options. When I say Shiv Sena, it is the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray, viewers, because if you look at it right now, the mothership is primarily, if you don't look at the leadership, lies with Eknath Shinde. He enjoys the support of way more MPs, MLAs, I beg your pardon, than Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray has 16 loyalists who've stuck with him. They have requested, which is Uddhav Thackeray, which the Deputy Speaker has agreed to, the change of the Legislative Party leader from Eknath Shinde to Mr. Chaudhary. That has been admitted too. But on the other side, 35 MLAs and counting is what Eknath Shinde claims of the Shiv Sena are in support of Eknath Shinde. But Eknath Shinde, with these numbers, can clearly avoid the anti-defection law from kicking in. All right, these are visuals coming in. Shiv Senics out on the streets, in support of Uddhav Thackeray. Even yesterday, there was a show of strength from the cadre of Shiv Sena, from the cadre of the Shiv Sena. Shiv Senics taking to the street in support of Uddhav Thackeray and the current ongoing crisis. Let's try and dip in and get in a sense of what we are witnessing.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की उद्धव साहब तुम संघर्ष करो, तुम्हारे साथ है उद्धव साहब संघर्ष करो, शिवसेना से जो टकराएगा मिट्टी में मिल जाएगा.
Okay, viewers, what you hear are Shiv Senics cheering, sloganeering in support of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav, tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai. Is there a turn of events where Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, viewers? Right now, even the kind of language that is coming in from the men closest to him, Sanjay Raut, where he also said that satta hi chali jayegi, party sangathan bachana hai. Kamlesh Sutar joining us live from the Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence. Kamlesh, word coming in. What can you add to it? No rabbits to pull out of Uddhav's hat. He's all set to resign. Is there an acceptance now, Kamlesh, that Satta is actually going to go, that there is going to be no power? Now all hands on deck to actually save the Shiv Sena from splitting.
Preeti, let me just give a small correction. My location, I am at the Mantralaya, the state headquarters, where the cabinet meeting is likely to be held in some time from now. This is where the Mantralaya of Maharashtra Assembly is. Here, the Chief Minister would be chairing the meeting in some point from now. And from here, if you can just see, that is the Vidhan Bhavan, the Maharashtra legislature. Here, the Chief Minister, this is where the entire drama is expected to end now. At the meeting that is to be held, what we are learning and going by the cryptic tweet or the hint rather than thrown by Sanjay Raut, senior Shiv Sena leader, he says that it is just a matter of saving the party. The government may go, and early in the morning he said that the Maharashtra government is walking towards a dissolution. So is that the decision that Uddhav Thackeray is contemplating, whether he'll come at the meeting? And the most crucial, the most important decision of dissolving the Maharashtra Assembly will be taken at this cabinet meeting that is scheduled to start in another 45 minutes. Uddhav Thackeray will reach here at the cabinet meeting, and that decision is likely to be taken. The decision that will be taken is going to be important, and that is going to decide the next course of action for Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray clearly left with no options at this point in time, with majority of his party MLAs, more than 75 to 80% of his party MLAs with Eknath Shinde not willing to budge. It's a battle of who blinks first between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. Both the parties are not willing to budge. Eknath Shinde has kept his options before Uddhav Thackeray through his messengers. Uddhav Thackeray sent his message to him. Going with the BJP is not an option, and that is where Eknath Shinde's demand is stuck. So at this point, if Eknath Shinde doesn't have that exact figure of number of more than 37, and Uddhav Thackeray seems he also doesn't have the number, in that case the only golden center that he could at this point achieve seems to be the fact that he might have to dissolve the assembly and call in for fresh elections. We'll have to wait and watch another 40 to 45 minutes before the Maharashtra cabinet meeting starts.
Dissolution of Assembly A will not happen without the consent of the NCP and the Congress, or are they on board? Number two, will the governor give consent to dissolve the assembly? Why should the governor do that?
Well, exactly, that is where the crucial question ends, and that is a big question mark, because the governor, B.S. Koshari, has been tested with COVID and he is hospitalized. He has tweeted some time back that he's tested positive for COVID and he is hospitalized. He said that he has mild symptoms. Where will Uddhav Thackeray go? But we are learning that the charge has been given to, the additional charge has been given to Goa governor. So might as well, the action that we've seen happening in Mumbai, Surat, Guwahati, and now the action might just shift to Goa as well. They'll have to go and approach the governor in Goa, where he might have to go and speak to the governor. Whether the governor accepts the dissolution, whether he has strong grounds out for doing that, that is the question. But experts believe that it's the prerogative of the chief minister. Whether the governor will approve to that is the big question at this point.
Kamlesh, what are your sources telling you within the NCP and the Congress? Is this now a joint decision because there is no option, move for dissolution of assembly?
See, the rebel is of the Shiv Sena, but the problem is faced by the MVA government. So, even if the Shiv Sena takes decision as a party, the decision is ultimately going to affect the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. So, even if the Shiv Sena takes any decision, whether it is to bring back and win back its MLAs like it did in 2019, where NCP MLAs had gone with the BJP, but then Sharad Pawar took the mantle in his own hand and quelled the rebellion. This time, Uddhav Thackeray has to do it, but this time, it seems that all the MLAs and Eknath Shinde camp is out of his reach. That doesn't seem to be happening at this point. So the only option that Uddhav Thackeray has is to convince his party allies, because in any case, it's not just the Shiv Sena, but the government faces that imminent danger. If Eknath Shinde succeeds and going to the governor, there is a possibility that there might be a new, all the possibilities and the probabilities that we are checking. In that scenario, what happens is the Eknath Shinde group and BJP might just join hands, which the MVA doesn't want. If they want
what does it hinge on?
They seem is something which is new, because that would also send.
Kamlesh, what does it hinge on right now?
Preeti, just last point that I would do.
Sure, but I'm going to keep you, Kamlesh. You're not going anywhere.
Because, all the 37... the thing is, most of the MLAs, they should send a message down to the MLAs, because most of them would fear that going for a fresh mandate is not going to be something that these MLAs would accept. Going for fresh polls against a Shiv Sena candidate, because these candidates will have to fight for on a different party symbol, because they would obviously not be given party tickets, all the rebels. So they'll have to fight freshly these elections. Most of these MLAs would not be in a position or may not be very keen on fighting a fresh election. That is how they either would like to save the government or want to send across a message to the party MLAs that we have options open for the elections, and in that case, we'll have to fight fresh elections.
Right.
How many of these would get re-elected? That again is the big question. So that it's that trick somewhere Shiv Sena feels that might work for them. Shiv Sena might take the decision, but as I said earlier, Preeti, the governor will have to take a call on this. Whether he'll accept that is what remains to be seen.
Well, Mr. Koshari right now is in the hospital. He's suffering from COVID. It is Mr. P.S. Sridharan Pillai from Goa, the current governor of Goa, where the spotlight will be on. But I'll come back to that question. Kamlesh, nobody really, political history stands testimony. No political party, especially the MLAs that have rebelled, want a mid-term election, especially when you're just 1.5 years away from the full term. But the question Kamlesh, which is being asked if Eknath Shinde really has the kind of strength to skirt the anti-defection law, then what stops him to establishing himself as the mothership of the Shiv Sena and kick out those 16 loyalists to Uddhav Thackeray and say he is the original Shiv Sena?
See, what has to happen? We'll have to go a couple of steps back. Eknath Shinde gets the number, but till yesterday, there were 33 MLAs that had signed for him. Remember, the picture that is being circulated with Eknath Shinde and Shiv Sena MLAs is not just coming down to the number of 37. Some of the MLAs present there are independent MLAs and from different parties. Say, for example, Bachchu Kadu himself and Rajkumar Patel, two MLAs from the Prahar Jan Shakti Party. They are not Shiv Sena members. So it has to be Shiv Sena MLAs, MLAs who have been elected on Shiv Sena symbol. That number has to come down to 37 for Eknath Shinde to form a separate group and then approach the governor saying that we don't support this government, and then BJP might approach, or Eknath Shinde himself might approach saying that this government has lost its majority, this is a minority government. In that case, the government would fall. In this case, that doesn't seem to be. Sorry, Preeti?
Is that what the BJP is waiting for? That those who fought from the Shiv Sena symbol, that goes over 37 with Eknath Shinde, then BJP goes for the kill with Shinde.
Exactly. Exactly, because see, last time the BJP, when it tried to form the government in Maharashtra in 2019, they did it with Ajit Pawar. Ajit Pawar had promised them or shown them a picture that most of the party MLAs, 2/3 of the party is with him, but that never happened. Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis were shown in that infamous early morning swearing in, but Ajit Pawar could not garner the numbers and the government had fallen in just 78 hours. That is something which the BJP doesn't want. They don't want a repeat of 2019, going with somebody who doesn't have the number. This time they were waiting for Eknath Shinde to garner that number. When Eknath Shinde and all the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs were taken to Surat, they thought that numbers would come with them. Even at this point, they are there's an exercise to get the other MLAs on their side as well. If they don't come with Eknath Shinde, the number doesn't go beyond 37. 37 is the number, and more than 37 perhaps, because Eknath Shinde, to prove that he has a separate group of his own, and they would not like to invite the wrath of anti-defection law. To avoid that, they'll have to cross that number of 37. They don't have that number at this point in time. Maybe a couple of MLAs lesser than that. They are trying in and out to get those MLAs with them. But if that doesn't happen, the BJP would not go for the final kill. They want the numbers with Eknath Shinde, numbers properly in their hand. If that doesn't happen, even Eknath Shinde has little option to do so. Now it is who makes the first move, whether Uddhav Thackeray dissolves the assembly at this cabinet meeting that is going to take place in some time. He dissolves the cabinet and approaches the governor, whether the governor accepts, that is one option. And if Eknath Shinde approaches the governor fast and says that we have the numbers, if he can manage the signatures of MLAs who are in his support and tries to send across that message, that is what we are waiting for. But it is about who approaches and whose request as a governor at this point in time approves.
Well, let's just say, Kamlesh, the way, we've seen politics unfold where governors are involved. Usually governor is to be a post which is not politically inclined, but unfortunately over time we haven't seen that quite happen. Whatever the reasons that might be, I will bring in Kamlesh back into this conversation. What if after this particular meeting, which is going to take place of the cabinet, Kamlesh, it is decided that Uddhav Thackeray will step down, move for dissolution of assembly, which is admitting I don't have the numbers and nobody has the numbers. It's time to dissolve the assembly. What could go down if the governor is not convinced? And this time around, it seems the governor is going to be Mr. Sridharan Parle from Goa, because the current incumbent governor of Maharashtra, Mr. Koshyari, is in hospital with COVID. Then what, Kamlesh?
We've seen in the past as well, whenever there's such political drama in Maharashtra, it all goes down to the Raj Bhavan, where the governor has a crucial role to play. Even in this case, we've seen
agencies like money power and all that, everything happened. We had to look into it.
Stay with me, Kamlesh. Listen it.
Whether actually 7 MLAs who did not vote for our official candidate went to BJP, or whether they voted for the other Congress candidate. We'll have to, I think some inquiry will happen, internal inquiry.
So Eknath Shinde claimed he has 40 MLAs support. How big a threat do you think this is to Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi?
No, I say, look, listen, if he is able to create a 2/3 split, then the government is gone. There is nothing, there's no thinking about it. It's gone because it requires 37 Shiv Sena MLAs to be with Mr. Shinde. Whether he has Shiv Sena has 37 MLAs, we don't know. He says he has got some number, but I don't think he has the magic number of 37 or 38 to create a 2/3 split as per the anti-defection law. He has some independence also. He has shown them on television. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the Shiv Sena camp.
Now with the governor turning COVID positive, do you think that this will delay the procedure?
No, that is not. Once the split happens, then they can take donkey's ears to do the next step. Then they've got the majority. But we want to see that they are not able to carry out a 2/3 split. Our leaders are meeting Shiv Sena and NCP. With that level also, discussions are going on.
सर मराठीत सांगू शकलात तर की काय अजेंडा आहे कमलनाथ जी इथे आलेले आहेत?
आमचे अजेंडा दोन आहेत की एक तर आमचे जे 44 आमदार आहेत ते सगळे आमच्या सोबत आहेत. काल आमची मीटिंग झाली, त्यात सर्वच्या सर्व आमदार उपस्थित होते. एक मंत्री महोदय परदेशी गेले, ते पण आज सकाळी परत आलेले आहेत. त्यामुळे आमच्यामधलं कोणी बाहेर गेलेलं नाही. पण आता सरकार कसं वाजवता येईल याचा विचार करणार आहे.
थँक्यू सर.
Raj Chavan from the Congress. Well, the Congress still seemingly sure that Eknath Shinde doesn't have that figure, or rather the magic figure at this point of time of 37, where it stops the anti-defection law from kicking in. The Congress, strangely, with what is going down, still very sure that the Maha Vikas Aghadi
टोटल 44 आए हैं. और उद्धव ठाकरे, क्या आप लोग को आशंका है कि कैबिनेट की बैठक में मंत्रिमंडल भंग करने की बात कर सकते हैं?
उस पर टिप्पणी मैं नहीं कर सकता. मुझे ऐसा लगता है आज बैठक है, वहाँ बैठक के लिए हम जा रहे हैं.
आप लोग सख्ते में है. शिवसेना के भीतर क्या चला कांग्रेस को पता ही नहीं चला.
I cannot comment. I am heading to the meeting now.
शुक्रिया सर हमसे बात करने के लिए. तो अंजना, यहाँ पे कमलनाथ अभी नहीं निकले हैं. खबर ये है कमलनाथ को मिलने जाना था उद्धव ठाकरे से, वो नहीं गए हैं कैबिनेट की बैठक के लिए.
So a lot going on in the Congress camp as well. I'm going to bring in Kamlesh Sutar back into this conversation because it's interesting. Because, you know, where MLAs are concerned, not just the Shiv Sena, usually political history stands testimony in states that MLAs tend to gravitate towards the side which seems to be the one which is at the precipice of forming government. Here it does seem Eknath Shinde. There will be MLAs that will be vulnerable. Till now, the Congress party says that it has all of its MLAs. They have 44 yesterday, 42 of them attended their meeting when they were called in. The Congress says it has all its MLAs intact. But if the numbers start building up in consensus with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde faction, can the Congress keep its tight house together? Will it be the most vulnerable? Lots of questions that are coming to the fore. I want to bring in Kamlesh Sutar back into this conversation. Kamlesh, all eyes on that cabinet meeting which is going to be taking place. But the question, Kamlesh, is also, will it be post the cabinet meeting that Uddhav Thackeray will propose the dissolution of assembly? Or do you think, you know, there will be a bit of grandstanding, a floor test will be called, and maybe Uddhav Thackeray will make an emotional speech and step down? We've known that to happen earlier.
Preeti, the options, these are just speculations at this point in time, going by the tweet that Sanjay Raut made some time back. Sanjay Raut says that this is moving towards the dissolution of Maharashtra Assembly. That is one option before Uddhav Thackeray. Second, that is building up to that is the cabinet meeting, all-important cabinet meeting that was called yesterday evening by Uddhav Thackeray. Now, whether the decision is taken, whether the decision is not taken, Uddhav Thackeray is left with little options. If this is the option that is happening, Uddhav Thackeray wanting to dissolve the assembly and going for fresh polls, that also would, as I said earlier, and I repeat that, it would send down a message to all the supporter MLAs of Eknath Shinde, the rebels who are there. Some of them might fear that they might not be able to make it again, because it's an election and then you have to fight and go for a fresh mandate, go to the people, ask for votes, and then Shiv Sena in that case might just think that might work in their favor. Remember, like cities like Aurangabad, where we have seen massive protests at this point in time, the visuals that our viewers saw. All 6 MLAs from Aurangabad, including 2 ministers, have gone with Eknath Shinde. Aurangabad, not just you know, it's an important city for Shiv Sena, but it also goes for municipal polls in another few days. Also same with Eknath Shinde's Thane, where he hails from and where he's a strong man. There are cities like Mumbai that goes to poll. The BMC is considered to be you know, the soul of Shiv Sena, where the Shiv Sena has grown and has created all its power center in and around Mumbai through the power in BMC. But that question now is for Uddhav Thackeray. He'll have to take his allies into confidence. But what options do the allies have? In any case, they see the government coming down if Eknath Shinde garners that number, approaches the government and says that government is in minority. Eknath Shinde's condition is that go with the BJP. That would certainly not be acceptable to the Congress and NCP, who would be left in the lurch. The NCP has done in the past and had a failed government with Devendra Fadnavis for 78 hours. The Congress obviously cannot go with the BJP and form a government. In that case, the only option that has been given by Eknath Shinde is to go with the BJP, which Uddhav Thackeray is not keen on. So at this point, the only possible option that Uddhav Thackeray sees now is to dissolve the party, dissolve the assembly and call in for fresh election. But whether this is not going to be an easy decision for Uddhav Thackeray as well, he'll have to consult the two allies. If they are also on the same page, then that is the option. But Uddhav Thackeray will have to come, take a few steps back by dissolving the assembly just to find a way out in this problem. Because as I've been saying since yesterday, Preeti, this is not just the question of saving the government. It is also the question of saving the party. In a scenario, if the government fails, Uddhav Thackeray, all 40 MLAs, as I said, 70 to 80% of the MLAs are not with him. This raises a question, it puts a big question mark on the future of the party called Shiv Sena that has ruled Mumbai for more than 50 years. This would pose a question on Uddhav Thackeray's leadership yet again, because this is the third big revolt against Uddhav Thackeray since he has taken over the mantle of the party. Narayan Rane, Raj Thackeray and now Eknath Shinde, his trusted lieutenant, who is quitting the party. That would pose a question on Uddhav Thackeray and also on the future of a young and budding leader like Aditya Thackeray for future. If this rebellion is successful, it would pose a big question mark on Aditya Thackeray's political future as well. So this question ultimately is not just about saving the government. They'll have to sacrifice the government to save the party. That is what Sanjay Raut says in his tweet, and that is, if going by Sanjay Raut's earlier statements, the way he's been speaking his mind for the Shiv Sena chief at this point, to save the party, they'll have to sacrifice the government.
Well, he said that in that statement as well, Kamlesh.
They'll have to take both the allies, the Congress and NCP, into confidence.
Well, he said that in that statement also, Kamlesh, which he made to the press this morning. Satta jati hai to jaye, satta hi hai, party ekjut rehni chahiye. So is Uddhav Thackeray going to now look at focusing on keeping his flock together in terms of the Shiv Sena banner and sacrifice the government in exchange of that, because ultimately it will come down to saving the foundation of the party that he comes from. But I want to bring in Kamlesh back into this conversation. Kamlesh, is there any indication that a floor test could also be asked for, and with a fair amount of grandstanding, Uddhav could make an emotional pitch and then step down instead of asking for the dissolution of the cabinet directly post the cabinet meet? Is that also an option?
Of course, we've seen sporadic protests in several parts of Mumbai and now in other parts of Maharashtra where the Shiv Sena has its stronghold. So this protest would be held, but yesterday when the protests were happening, the protests were of course were not of any big meaning for the party, because these are party workers on the ground, and till yesterday it was just about number game, and even at this point it is about the number games. Who has the numbers? If Eknath Shinde manages to cross that figure of 37, 38 MLAs with him, then these protests would hardly matter. Even if thousands of Shiv Sainik gather on the road.
की मीटिंग करी है, हमारी 44 में से 41 MLAs यहाँ थे, इसमें से 3 रास्ते में हैं। कांग्रेस पार्टी में पूरी एकता है और कांग्रेस MBA सरकार को जो सपोर्ट कर रही है, हम सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे। मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फ़ोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि कांग्रेस MBA गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जिस प्रकार की राजनीति भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू करी थी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, उन्होंने प्रयास किया झारखंड में, उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश में की, पैसा और पोस्ट की राजनीति, ये हमारे संविधान के खिलवाड़ है। और सब जो आज विरोध कर रहे हैं, मैं उनको एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि कल के बाद परसों भी आता है। मैंने ये सब बहुत देखा हुआ है और मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी के नेतृत्व में शिव सेना में फिर से एकता बनी रहेगी।
रिपीट टेलीकास्ट हो रहा है सर, रिपीट टेलीकास्ट हो रहा है मध्य प्रदेश का रिपीट टेलीकास्ट हो गया क्या?
हमारे 44 में से 41 MLA अभी यहाँ थे, 3 रास्ते में हैं, क्योंकि मुझे एक दूसरी मीटिंग में शरद पवार जी के यहाँ जाना है, इसीलिए मैं जा रहा हूँ। उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मीटिंग थी, पर उनको कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गया, इसलिए मैं उनसे नहीं मिलने जा रहा।
संजय राउत ने जो ट्वीट किया है सरकार बर्खास्त की ओर जा रही है।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि कैबिनेट ऐसा डिसीजन लेगी जो सबके हित में है, जो आज विधायकों के हित में है, विधायकों से सलाह करके ये फैसला किया जाएगा। पर मेरे जो नॉलेज में कोई ऐसी बात भंग करने की नहीं हो रही।
Seems Kamal Nath has given the breaking news right now. He said that Uddhav Thackeray is also tested COVID positive. Well, in one day, we've had the governor of Maharashtra test COVID positive, and the latest, Kamal Nath, speaking to the viewers, said, I was to go and meet Uddhav Thackeray, but Uddhav Thackeray has tested COVID positive. What does that mean? Will he be chairing that cabinet meeting? Clearly not. Where will he be chairing that cabinet meeting from? Interesting developments as they take place, viewers. Yes, there is a wave in Maharashtra where COVID is concerned, but it's a peculiar coincidence that both the governor and the chief minister, who's embattling his government to be displaced right now, have tested COVID positive. Kamal Nath confirming to India today that Uddhav Thackeray has tested COVID positive. He had to go and meet him, but he could not meet him because Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. Kamlesh, do we have that news with us? Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. How is he going to chair that cabinet meeting?
Since last 2.5 years, Uddhav Thackeray has chaired most of the cabinet meets through video conferencing, and that's one of the options that he has. That is what one of the complaints was against Uddhav Thackeray, that he never comes to Mantralaya and attends any meeting. He has been addressing all the meetings through video conferencing. So that complaint against Uddhav Thackeray by his party MLAs and other party MLAs, that perhaps is again yet is at play yet again. But Uddhav Thackeray, now we'll have to wait and check whether Uddhav Thackeray is going to attend that meeting via video conferencing, whether he'll address that through video conferencing, because the 7th floor where the cabinet meeting is scheduled to take place has video conferencing facilities, and Uddhav Thackeray is his
Kamlesh, we're having a problem with your audio link. Re-establish that, coming right back to you. Re-establish that audio link, Kamlesh. So clearly one thing is established, that there is not going to be any time in the future any grandstanding speech by Uddhav Thackeray on the floor of the assembly facing a floor test, at least as of now, because what's really happened is it hasn't come from the Shiv Sena, but Kamal Nath himself has, while speaking to the press, let the cat out of the bag. Well, it would be public knowledge soon that he was to meet Uddhav Thackeray, but the meeting couldn't take place this morning because Uddhav Thackeray has now tested COVID positive. It's interesting. The governor tested COVID positive. Mr. Koshari has been admitted to the hospital right now. We have no word on the current health condition of Uddhav Thackeray, but what we are getting a word of is, and it's been confirmed by none else but Kamal Nath, who is now the overseer of he's overseeing all the developments of the Congress Maharashtra unit. He says his entire flock, 44 of 44 MLAs, are with him. For how long remains to be seen, because the Congress viewers, anybody would reckon in this current scenario after the Shiv Sena, if MLAs start gravitating towards Eknath Shinde and the BJP, many of Congress MLAs would be very, very vulnerable. The Congress would be a worried lot right now. Listen in to Kamal Nath confirming the COVID positive status of the Maharashtra Chief Minister.
मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फ़ोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि कांग्रेस एमवीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी। कांग्रेस पार्टी में पूरी एकता है और कांग्रेस एमवीए सरकार को जो सपोर्ट कर रही है, हम सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे। मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फ़ोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि कांग्रेस एमवीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी। मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फ़ोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया कि कांग्रेस एमवीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी।
All right, viewers, hectic political developments and other developments as well. After the governor of Maharashtra the fresh twist to the Maharashtra pot boiler is that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, has tested COVID positive. What does that mean? Will it have any implications on the current ongoing political scenario in the state of Maharashtra? Well, we'll only know shortly, but what we are given to understand, there's going to be a cabinet meeting. Now, there is no other option. Uddhav Thackeray would be addressing this cabinet meeting through teleconference, through video conference, and he would not be joining in because the Chief Minister is COVID positive. What could be the outcome of that? Well, the ground has been laid by one of Uddhav Thackeray's closest aide, who is Sanjay Raut, who indicated in a tweet that the Maharashtra state is moving towards dissolving its assembly. That means that at least it's an admittance that Shiv Sena doesn't have the numbers to carry on with the government in Maharashtra. That means the Maha Vikas Aghadi is on its last legs. The other question, does Eknath Shinde have the numbers, viewers? Because Eknath Shinde has 35 MLAs with him of the Shiv Sena, is what he says, 40 collectively of other parties and other independents. He needs just 2 more. 37 is, in his case, the magic figure. He needs 37 Shiv Sena MLAs out of 57 that Shiv Sena has for the anti-defection law not to kick in. If that is the question, that he, along with the BJP, can approach the governor, and the BJP and Eknath Shinde can form the government on its own. They don't need the Uddhav Shiv Sena faction. Uddhav has only 16 loyalists right now in his fold. The BJP is watching things, it's studied silence. They've been burnt before. They've gone in for the kill. They came back with nothing in Operation Lotus Point 1. Well, it's point 2, and they are seemingly close, breathtaking distance of getting the power back. Devendra Fadnavis would be a rather nervous man right now, watching things develop, hoping that the political developments reach fruition as per the BJP's want, because this time around, the BJP is not going to take any action until it's dot on shore that it has the numbers to form government. So what does it mean? 2 options right now, viewers. Let's just lay both options down for our viewers. Option 1, Uddhav Thackeray steps down, approaches the governor for the dissolution of assembly. Option 2, Eknath Shinde manages to get that 37 magic figure, approaches the governor, says that he has the mandate, there is no anti-defection law. He's moving in with his group and forming governments, taking claim. Which one of them will do it first is the question that needs answering, because if it is the latter, then the BJP is going to go all in with Eknath Shinde. And of it all, it will be the prerogative of the governor to decide whether or not it sees merit in both the claims. And this time around, there is no governor for Maharashtra because the governor is also down with COVID, along with the Chief Minister. The prerogative now will lie with Mr. P.S. Sridharan Pillai, who is the governor of the state of Goa. And in all probabilities, one would think that emissaries from Uddhav's government will go to the Goa governor, asking him to dissolve the assembly as they don't have the numbers to carry on anymore. What's going to happen next? Multiple option scenarios playing out. Sources, viewers, have now told India Today that the governor will not accept if dissolution of assembly suggested by Uddhav Thackeray as majority of Uddhav government in question at this point. In that case, governor may ask to prove majority first. There could be a floor test. Secondly, NCP will not accept it as its MLAs do not want new elections at this point of time. Because, viewers, if the Shiv Sena wants to go in for a dissolution, it needs both. It needs Congress and the NCP on board. NCP doesn't want to play ball. What does it leave the Shiv Sena in terms of options? What could be the other options? I want to bring in Kamlesh Sutar back into this conversation. Kamlesh, you know, what is interesting right now is that indications coming in, sources suggesting that the governor, we don't know if it is Mr. Koshyari, who is speaking from a private hospital, you know, where he's been admitted for COVID, or it is the governor of Goa, Sridharan Pillai, who will be the de facto governor if Mr. Koshyari is compromised. But the indication is the governor is not going to accept the demand of dissolution because the majority doesn't lie with Uddhav Thackeray. Having said that, he might want a floor test in question, majority to be proved. More or less, NCP is not in favor of dissolution. What could it mean? We're going to try and connect to my colleague Kamlesh, who's joining us with the very latest. He's right outside the Mantralaya where the cabinet meet is going to take place very shortly. 1 p.m. is what we are being told. The sources now, India Today's highly placed sources have confirmed to our channel that the governor is unlikely, which was indicated earlier as well, viewers, unlikely to accept dissolution demand of the Uddhav Thackeray's emissaries who would be asking the governor to dissolve the state assembly. More so, NCP leaders will not want the assembly to be dissolved. Now, where does that leave Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray? I want to bring in Kamlesh Sutar back into this conversation. Kamlesh, indications suggest that the governor in question, be it the Maharashtra governor or the Goa governor who kicks in if Mr. Koshari is compromised, will not accept the dissolution demand by the Shiv Sena on the pretext that the Shiv Sena in particular doesn't have majority. Will he go for a floor test? And along with that, indication also coming in, NCP in question doesn't want the dissolution of the House. What are the options now?
As I said earlier, Preeti, if the dissolution has to happen, all three parties have to be on the same page. We've seen Congress ministers attending the meeting in full quorum. Almost all the top Congress ministers have just entered this building of Mantralaya. NCP ministers have already started reaching. Ajit Pawar is in Mantralaya since early morning, and if the dissolution, if such a big decision has to happen, the dissolution of assembly has to happen, it has to be taken, the decision has to be taken in unison, and all parties will have to agree to that. Now, a section in the NCP is against it, but if that doesn't happen, then there is a little choice that is left for Uddhav Thackeray. He'll ultimately have to give in to the demands of Eknath Shinde. But Uddhav Thackeray is in no mood to do that. He is not going to bow down before the pressure of the rebels. The only option he sees that in any case, what has been proposed by the Shiv Sena is that in any case, the government is going to come down. It will be the BJP that will have the last laugh in that scenario, in both the scenario. So the only option for us now as Maha Vikas Aghadi is to dissolve the government, and that is what has been proposed, and that is why this cabinet meeting in another 10 minutes is going to be crucial. There might be some heated arguments, especially from the NCP against it. They will not, a large section in the NCP is not in favor of that. But Uddhav Thackeray, who is likely to participate in the meeting via video conferencing, will have to wait and watch what decision is to be taken. I'll have to move in for the cabinet meeting. That is just to begin in another 10 minutes. And I will be giving you all the updates on what happens.
Okay, before I let you go, what options does the NCP have? They might not want early elections. They might not want the House to be dissolved, but there's zero option. The other option is that Shiv Sena goes with the BJP. Is that more favorable to the NCP?
Well, a hint was given by Sharad Pawar yesterday. If you remember Sharad Pawar's press conference just 24 hours before, he said that while saying that it's an internal matter of the Shiv Sena, Sharad Pawar had said that in that scenario, we would prefer to sit in the opposition. That is what Sharad Pawar had said. If going by that, if Sharad Pawar is of that opinion, we can just pull out that particular portion from Sharad Pawar's press conference yesterday, where he said that in that scenario, we would prefer to sit in the opposition. If that is the option with the NCP, is what now we'll have to wait and see. But is the NCP agreeing to Uddhav Thackeray's proposal is the key question at this point, and perhaps that is going to be the in another half an hour.
All right, Kamlesh, I'm going to let you go. Grudgingly at that, my colleague Kamlesh has to go inside. He's tracking the cabinet. What you see on your television screen, viewers, right on the right-hand side is Kamal Nath speaking to his MLAs. All right, more developments coming in as I speak. The fastest Maha rebellion updates only on India Today. Yes, can vouch for that. Maharashtra's cabinet meet to begin shortly. Chief Minister Uddhav likely to step down. That is what sources say. Governor may not accept dissolution proposal. In midst of the rebellion, Uddhav tests COVID positive. But there's also another, and we're going to ask our producers to pull out that reaction of Sharad Pawar yesterday, because viewers, it's interesting how things and how, the tea leaves of the current political context of Maharashtra are being read. Sharad Pawar late last night had said that if they can't prove majority, he'd rather sit in the opposition. What does that mean, viewers? That means that the NCP might not be on board with dissolution. That means that Uddhav Thackeray, who's staunchly against going with the BJP, might have little choice but to go with the BJP. It needs the NCP on board. It needs the Congress on board, the Shiv Sena, to ask for dissolution of the House. You know, hectic developments taking place. We're going to cut across to all our reporters, getting you the latest, but what we are given to understand, next 10 minutes, the cabinet...
Arjun
Kharge.
Permanent invitees, special...
Play that reaction again. Kamal Nath is on his way to meet Sharad Pawar. You heard Malik Arjun Kharge from the Congress as well. Multiple developments, because it's a development a minute that is taking place as I speak. Interesting at that. So let's once again, for those who are just joining us. All right, okay. Let's listen in to Mr. Sharad Pawar, who spoke about the Shiv Sena's current crisis, which involves clearly his party and his government in alliance with the Congress and the Shiv Sena. Listen in.
बिल्कुल हम विजय कांग्रेस विजय एनसीपी विजय शिवसेना हम तीनों ही साथ मगर जब तक एग्जैक्टली क्या इशू है और कैसे रिजॉल्व करना इसमें शिवसेना की गाइडलाइन हमें मिलती नहीं तब तक इस पर हम कुछ कदम उठाना ठीक नहीं.
So that's the operative part. Yesterday, Sharad Pawar spoke to the media. And it's interesting because the Shiv Sena might be facing trouble not just where the BJP is concerned, not just where its insider Eknath Shinde is concerned, but also from its own alliance with NCP. The NCP is not clearly on board with dissolution. What goes down in that cabinet meeting is interesting to say the least, because there will now be a move by the Shiv Sena to try and get its alliance partner NCP on board with asking the governor for dissolution, who in any case is not keen, because that governor might ask for the Maha Vikas Aghadi to prove majority on the floor of the House. But having said that, the NCP might not be on board, because yesterday NCP Supreme Leader Sharad Pawar spoke to the press and said that the Shiv Sena should have its lot together, but if it doesn't, then the NCP would rather sit in the opposition. What does that mean? That the NCP doesn't want to look at midterm elections. The NCP doesn't want the dissolution of the House. It's going to put a fair amount of pressure on Uddhav Thackeray, because what's now going to be Uddhav Thackeray's option? If NCP is not on board, can his party actually move for dissolution? Or on the other account, will he now have little option but be forced to go with Eknath Shinde's demand, which is joining hand with the BJP that Uddhav Thackeray doesn't want to go with? Meanwhile, Uddhav Thackeray is COVID positive. He will attend the meeting virtually and address the cabinet virtually. He's been doing so. It's not the first time that Uddhav Thackeray has addressed his cabinet meetings virtually through teleconferencing. It's something which a lot of MLAs, especially from his own party, didn't quite like, because many of them who right now have sided with Eknath Shinde believe that Uddhav Thackeray really lost touch with his MLAs, and the current political context really goes down to show the same. The fact that Eknath Shinde is sitting tight and cozy with 35 of the 56 MLAs that Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena has, leaving the minority of them, just 16 loyalists with Uddhav Thackeray's side, shows that Uddhav Thackeray clearly did not have his grip correct where his party MLAs were concerned. And that prompts me, viewers, to the other big talking point that we've been tracking very closely, and that is, as much this is a mandate on or a documentary on where the Maha Vikas Aghadi lies in terms of the alliance in Maharashtra, it also is documentary and testimony to the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray where the Shiv Sena is concerned. Will Uddhav Thackeray sacrifice power to save his party and his leadership? Well, that's the indication right now that is coming in. We're going to continue getting our viewers the latest. What I can also tell you is that The governor of Maharashtra tested COVID positive, so has Uddhav Thackeray. The cabinet meet is going to start in the next 5 minutes, is what we are being told. Uddhav Thackeray will virtually address the cabinet meeting. He is going to moot for resignation, his resignation. He is going to moot for asking the governor to dissolve the assembly, and he will be opposed. He will be opposed by maybe some of his own party personnel, we don't know that, but possibly the NCP. There is a huge chunk of the NCP who or which doesn't want midterm elections. They don't want dissolution of the House, which was also made clear by Sharad Pawar. I'd rather sit in the opposition. But we're going to still give out the current context of numbers. Of course, a lot of that is speculation because there is no clear figure in terms of how many numbers of the Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. Shinde has claimed he has 35. That means he's just too short, too short of 37, which will make the Shinde faction buck the anti-defection law. And the minute he has that 37, he and the BJP can go to the governor, stake claim, say that we have the numbers to form government. Big questions that we are posing as well. Can Eknath Shinde keep his band of rebel MLAs united? Well, of course, right now it does seem so. History, political history does stand testimony that MLAs usually tend to gravitate towards the side that they see standing at the precipice of forming government. And here, the odds lie in favor of Eknath Shinde. He says he has 35 MLAs. A lot of journalists who've been tracking Eknath Shinde and his lot of MLAs in Guwahati who were moved from Surat this morning confirmed that he at least has 33 and could have more, and the numbers may rise in days to come. There's a lot of posturing as well. There's a lot of psychological warfare, to say the least, in all of this. Because if there's constant posturing that we have the numbers, we are just, we have 35 Shiv Sena MLAs, we have 40 MLAs in all. The message going down to the other MLAs is that we are forming government. You know which side is buttered. You might as well come to the side which will be in power. And right now, that's the message that is filtering down, not just to the 16 Shiv Sena loyalists, but because also to the 44 MLAs of the Congress Party. In all of this, the other lot which would be highly vulnerable if Eknath Shinde and BJP have the numbers to go ahead form government are the Congress MLAs. On the other hand, the NCP says it's going to sit tight with its 57, happy to sit in the opposition. Paras Dama from Devendra Fadnavis's house joins us. Paras, what are you picking up from outside Devendra Fadnavis's house? Any movement till yesterday? There was studied silence, but I believe Devendra Fadnavis has sent out a message to all of his MLAs to be available within a call and be in Mumbai.
Priti, the message is loud and clear. Be available, switch on your phones and be available in every situation. That what a message has been given by Devendra Fadnavis to all the MLAs of Bharatiya Janata Party. We are at Devendra Fadnavis residence. It's Sagar, and over here there is an important meeting which is going inside. There were particularly some big BJP leader who has entered sometime before, and the main thing of this meeting, we can say that it's very important right now to make a plan of action, and that's what it's going inside the Sagar Bungalow. It's a residence of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, the leader of opposition, and the prominent leaders of BJP are inside. And there was one face which I just want to tell you. It's Geeta Jain. She is an independent MLA, but she landed her support to Shiv Sena some time ago. But now we saw her coming over here at Devendra Fadnavis residence, and there were some meeting going around over here, and after that she left after 20-25 minutes. So we can just imagine and we can just see if there will be another MLA supporting BJP or Eknath Shinde. So this we can just imagine. Right now the situation is very tense in Maharashtra. The political conditions are very tense, but MVA is in trouble. We can see Congress, NCP and Shiv Sena are struggling, but right now Devendra Fadnavis and the senior leaders of BJP are inside this very residence, and they are making a plan of action, how to go ahead in this situation and what to plan next.
the situation and what to plan next is the latest that is going on. My colleague Paras reporting from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. And you know what we were talking about just a while earlier, and I'll bring in Paras to that, into that conversation. You know, viewers, independent MLAs that had pledged allegiance to the Shiv Sena alliance earlier, just days ago, till days ago was with the Shiv Sena, are today filtering in, knocking on Devendra Fadnavis's residence, giving credence to the fact that most MLAs, especially the ones independent, the ones vulnerable, even the ones with political parties, tend to gravitate towards where they see the lot which is looking at forming government. And right now, these visuals talk more than what is actually taking place in terms of rhetoric posturing. The fact that MLAs are gravitating towards a certain side seems to suggest the side which is heavier. All right, the cabinet. My colleague Ritik on phone line is joining us from Mantralaya. We're going to get him live very quickly. Ritik, quickly take us through the latest. Has the cabinet meeting started at the Mantralaya? We do understand Uddhav Thackeray, who's COVID positive this morning, is addressing that meeting through teleconferencing. What's going on?
समर्थन दिया था एनडीए सरकार का, ये कायम रहेगा। हम एनडीए सरकार की सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे। मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए अभी सुबह, पर मेरी लंबी बात उनसे फ़ोन पर हुई है और मैंने आश्वस्त किया कि कांग्रेस के सब विधायक एमबीए सरकार को सपोर्ट करेंगे। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो प्रलोभन की राजनीति है, पैसे और पोस्ट की, जो उन्होंने शुरुआत करी थी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, इन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश में किया, झारखंड में प्रयास किया, अब इसका उपयोग महाराष्ट्र में किया जा रहा है। बहुत सारी बातें हुई, वो कॉन्फिडेंट है, उन्हें विश्वास है कि शिवसेना के विधायक उनका साथ देंगे। जो चले भी गए हैं, बहुत सारे लोग गलतफहमी में गए हैं, उनका ये विश्वास है।
यानी आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि कोई विधानसभा बर्खास्त होने की नौबत अभी तक नहीं आई? शिवसेना के नेता कह रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा बर्खास्त की दिशा में है। वो मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से इस पर भी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि विधानसभा बर्खास्त करने का कोई अभी प्रस्ताव नहीं है। तो ये साथ खड़ी रहेगी।
हमने एमबीए सरकार के समर्थन किया, हम समर्थन करते रहेंगे।
Well, an important question that needed to be asked of Kamal Nath: does the Congress support the dissolution of the House? Is it ready to call it quits and go in for elections? Well, on the other hand, the fact is that the governor is not very keen to entertain that the demand by the Shiv Sena. But where does the Congress stand in all of this? Cutting across right now to Ritik, who's joining us from the Mantralaya, where the cabinet meeting is taking place. Given to understand that Uddhav Thackeray, who's tested COVID positive this morning, is chairing the meeting virtually. In all probability, he will step down. The Shiv Sena will moot that there is agreement, consensus, quorum that is reached in the dissolution of the House. But it seems it's not going to quite happen because some of the NCP leaders are dead against it. But cutting across to Ritik, what are you picking up? What's going on inside the House?
Speculations arrive that Uddhav is going to step down and he's going to give his resignation. But a series of meetings before the cabinet meeting was happening. Kamal Nath, who is in charge of Congress, who after addressing his own party leaders and MLAs, wanted to meet CM Uddhav, but he couldn't. As he said, he's found COVID positive. Now, they'll be talking over phone, and even from Varsha residence, which is the official residence of CM, a message has been given to all of them that no one should come to Varsha to meet CM, and not CM is going to go anywhere. He's found COVID positive by antigen. So he's obviously not going to attend meeting. But we can see in the cabinet meeting, which is about to start at any moment, only Congress ministers have reached the meeting. We are awaiting. None of these Sena ministers have reached Mantralaya yet because most of them are with Eknath Shinde or they have been camped in a five-star hotel in Mumbai. So we have to see that are Sena ministers, if not Uddhav, are attending this cabinet meeting, and also NCP ministers and leaders were having meeting with Sharad Pawar at YB Chauhan Center. Even they are expected to reach here anytime soon.
All right, Ritik, what indications are you picking up? Is the NCP and the Congress going to be on board with the demand of dissolution of the House?
The demand is not made, but yes, a very important tweet made by Sanjay Raut. He is hinting that the assembly would be dissolved.
Right.
The way Maharashtra's politics is unraveling, so he is expecting that there might be some chances, and for that, CM Uddhav has to submit his resignation in front of...
Right, but it's also important at this point of time, viewers, will NCP and the Congress play game? Because, you know, you can't emphasize less on what Sharad Pawar had said yesterday, where he said Shiv Sena should have numbers, but if it doesn't, NCP chooses to sit in the opposition. What does that mean? That the NCP might not be on board with dissolution of the House. But having said that, I want to cut across to Mustafa, my colleague. Mustafa has been tracking all the protests that have been taking place by the Shiv Seniks on the street protesting. Mustafa, what's the latest that you have?
We are at YB Chauhan Center, where Sharad Pawar is present since this morning. Just now, Kamal Nath has reached here, and also Nirhari Jirwal, who is the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, has also reached here. Remember, he is an important person, the Deputy Speaker, because yesterday Shiv Sena had changed their CLP leader from Eknath Shinde to Ajay Chaudhary, and that has been approved by the Deputy Speaker. Now, as we are hearing that some action can take place during the cabinet meeting, and there is dissolution of assembly which can take place, the Deputy Speaker will be playing a very important role. Remember, for last 1.5 years, Maharashtra Assembly doesn't have a speaker, so the Deputy Speaker will be playing a crucial role in case the MLAs want to resign or any other such thing has to take place. He is meeting Sharad Pawar, same as Kamal Nath, who is also present here. Sharad Pawar is trying to strategize till the last moment to somehow salvage the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. What we were seeing when the NCP ministers like Chhagan Bhujbal and others were leaving here, there was, they looked sad, and it looked like there is some decision which is going to take place in the cabinet meeting which will put everybody to work. So we'll have to wait and see what happens next. But yes, there is a development every minute happening in Maharashtra politics. All eyes are now at the cabinet meeting, which Uddhav Thackeray, we are told, is attending via video conferencing, because he has tested positive in an antigen test. So he'll be via video conferencing, he'll be attending the cabinet. We'll have to see what issues come up in the cabinet meeting and what decisions are made. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, I'm going to come right back to you. I want to go across to Kamlesh Sutar, who's joining us. And viewers, in a very short while, we're going to get a very, very important person on the phone line that we'd be talking to. We're waiting for that. But while we wait for that person to join us, because a lot of clarity would be given by him, I want to connect to Kamlesh Sutar, who is joining us right now from right outside the Mantralaya, where the cabinet meeting is taking place. Kamlesh, the question is, there might be a decision by the Shiv Sena to go for dissolution of the House. Will the NCP and the Congress play ball? Will they be on board?
Well, it's just a matter of a few minutes now. This all crucial cabinet meeting has just started right here next to me. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is attending the meeting via video conferencing. The Chief Minister's office has just informed has informed that the CM would be attending the meeting via video conferencing. The meeting has begun. NCP leaders, Congress leaders have all, ministers have all reached the venue of the cabinet meeting. The meeting has started, and as I said, in another few minutes, the proposal is likely to be moved, whether the Shiv Sena goes in for the resolution or it proposes that. But a section from the NCP is certainly not keen on dissolving the resolution of assembly. So the NCP's opposition here would also play a crucial role. Right opposite the Mantralaya, where the cabinet meeting is taking place, there's another important meeting that is taking place just a few meters away from here. That is at the YB Chauhan Center, where NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar is meeting Kamal Nath. So the decision would be communicated to them from the meeting. In fact, we just saw one of the ministers coming out, speaking on the phone, giving some update. Now, whether it was related to that meeting and proposal is what we'll let you know in some time. But Sharad Pawar and Kamal Nath will be kept in the loop, because this decision is not to be taken by Shiv Sena alone. It has to be taken unanimously. All three parties have to be on the same page, because this is a coalition government. For Shiv Sena, it is not just a matter of saving government, it is also a matter of party. But for the other two parties, it is about the government as well. They have been into this, what the BJP is calling an unnatural coalition, a coalition of...
All right, Kamlesh, I'm going to cut across the man of the moment, due to which the entire political theatrics of Maharashtra are rife. Eknath Shinde joins us from Guwahati. Shinde साहब, बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमसे बात कर रहे हैं. पहले एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं. शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है.
सर, 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं. इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं.
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है.
तो सर, फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा.
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं. बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास.
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना. अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है, आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास.
बिल्कुल.
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है. अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है.
सर, अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा.
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की. उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की. शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं. तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है, उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी. और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे. यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया. ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है. और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे.
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ. मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है.
सर, फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है.
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते.
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही है, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं.
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं. और यहाँ पर
जी बोलिए शिंदे साहब. शिंदे साहब, आवाज आ रही है आपको? All right, we seem to have lost our phone connection with Eknath Shinde. Well, you know, viewers, that's the news break, and that's the big news break. We're going to try and reconnect with him. We're going to try and reconnect with him right now. But the news break is that Eknath Shinde says he has more than 37 MLAs. Well, if he has more than 37 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, what is stopping Eknath Shinde from going to the governor and staking claim? We're going to try and reconnect with Eknath Shinde, but I will quickly encapsulate what Eknath Shinde says. He says that they are sitting down, they are calibrating whether or not to go to the governor. They're speaking to the MLAs. But what he has disclosed to India Today viewers is that he has the support of over 47 MLAs. Now the count from 40 viewers, which was in the morning, he says has gone to 47 cumulatively. Where the Shiv Sena is concerned, he says he has over 37 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, which means, viewers, as per the claims of Eknath Shinde, he has the numbers which will buck the anti-defection law. That means he can approach the governor anytime. On the other hand, when asked that Uddhav Thackeray in all probability is going to step down, is going to move for dissolution of the House, should he not move first and approach the governor? Well, he said that he is calibrating and rethinking with his people on what's the best option here. He says he wants to carry forward the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray and what true Hindutva meant, but he also said he's really not in touch with any political party, that he is in Guwahati because he wanted to go there. It's interesting that big Eknath Shinde exclusively speaking to India Today, where he says that he has 37 and over MLAs of the Shiv Sena. That's the operative part, viewers, because if he says he has 46 plus MLAs and 36 of them over 37 of them are from the Shiv Sena, then what's the point of waiting? He can go immediately and stake claim where the governor is concerned. He has the numbers with him. We're going to play that important interview for our viewers in just a short while from now, but I want to take our viewers to the latest news break. Eknath Shinde speaking exclusively to India Today, lays it bare, says he has the numbers, says he has 46 MLAs from all across parties, but the operative part, viewers, that he says he has 37 is the number he says he has from the Shiv Sena, enough to buck the anti-defection law. I want to bring in right now into this conversation, as things keep getting more interesting, our national affairs editor Rahul Srivastav, who's joining us live. Rahul, we just spoke to Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment in more than one ways. He says he has the numbers. He says he has over 37. Clearly, there's a bit of posturing behind this, because if he really had over 37 from the Shiv Sena, he says he has 46 overall. The operative part is, which he says he has over 37 from the Shiv Sena. By now, he should have been at the governor's doorstep asking to stake claim.
Preeti, that is why I will come back to the same point that I mentioned yesterday, that this is not a number game. This is a game in which an ideological rift is being created, and the BJP is pushing the Shiv Sena and its leader Uddhav Thackeray in a different direction. What it wants is that Shiv Sena should agree to being a second fiddle. This alliance should eventually break. Now, if we talk about what numbers does Mr. Eknath Shinde have, see, he actually does not need to go to the governor straight away. He needs to go to the state assembly speaker. Now, we are in a very, the Maharashtra turmoil has erupted at a time, which is, I will call a very piquant time. The state governor, Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshyari, is indisposed, and there is no full-time speaker of the state assembly. The assembly is being directed right now by a deputy speaker who was elected with great amount of tussle between the government and the state governor, Mr. N.S. Zariwal. Now, interestingly, the deputy speaker can perform the same duties as the speaker can. Now, Mr. Eknath Shinde needs to go to the speaker and tell him that I have XYZ number of people, and then please recognize us as a separate group. That's the key element of creating a break in the Shiv Sena if he has the numbers. Second, he has to go to the governor and tell him that we have parted, this government is in minority. And that is where lies the catch. That will he go and do that and eventually push the cart to the brink. The important element is that the cabinet meeting which is going on, there is a buzz that the state government, just to threaten the MLAs, cabinet may recommend dissolution.
Right.
Now,
Rahul, may I interrupt you? We are going to play, I'm just interrupting you. The reason I'm coming in is we're going to just play across once again Eknath Shinde speaking exclusively to India Today. See what he says, viewers. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना। अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है, आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं। और यहाँ पर
I'm going to take you across back to our national affairs editor who's going to break down this conversation that Eknath Shinde had with India today. Rahul, sorry I interrupted you earlier. What do you make of where Eknath Shinde stands right now? Do you think it's more posturing, more rhetoric?
See, the numbers have to be tested on the floor, Preeti. I think what is very critical is that if they have the numbers, what are they going to do? What is the political aim that the Eknath Shinde group, which claims to have over 40 MLAs with him? Now, given the fact that if he has the numbers, adequate numbers, 37 or more from the Shiv Sena, he can go to the assembly speaker, and there is no speaker for that matter, the deputy speaker, Mr. Zariwal, and say that we should be recognized as a separate group, maybe even state claim that we are the larger group, we are the Shiv Sena in the assembly, and the other one is not. And it is up to the speaker, who is an NCP man, and that is where I say again, I will add that one needs to watch what the NCP is going to do in this crisis. Is it going to bail out the Shiv Sena, its alliance partner in the MVA, or it's going to throw a surprise at everybody? That what Mr. Zariwal, the deputy speaker, is going to do is he can either recognize them as a group or maybe keep it pending. The second element is what Mr. Shinde can do is he can go to the state governor. Again, there is no governor right now because he is indisposed, and the Goa governor is likely to get the additional charge, and he may be dealing with the situation, that he can go and tell the governor, acting governor, that we have the larger numbers. This government is short of numbers. Now, what the governor can do is, the governor can call the chief minister, ask him about the numbers. He has the option of either asking him to prove his strength on the floor of the house. The government faces a crisis. The other side story unfolding is that the chief minister holding a cabinet meeting. Now, in that, if he recommends a dissolution of the house, perhaps as a threat to the MLAs who have left him and rebelled against him, are sitting in Guwahati, that see, there might be midterm elections and you may not win, and try to win them over through that specter of that threat. These are the political equations which can be unfolding in the next few hours in Maharashtra. But I think everything will depend on which way Mr. Shinde is going and what Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will do, whether he will accept what Mr. Shinde is telling him in terms and condition of coming back to the Shiv Sena, or Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is ready for a bloodbath.
You know, what's also interesting, Rahul, in midst of all of this is because earlier on it seemed to suggest that, okay, the Shiv Sena along with the NCP and the Congress will move for dissolution of the House. Let's hark back to what happened last evening. You had Sharad Pawar who said the Shiv Sena has numbers. If it doesn't have the numbers, we'd rather sit in the opposition. Even now, indications coming in, NCP is not on board with asking for dissolution. What's also important, Rahul, isn't it, that Mr. Zarwal, who is the Deputy Speaker, comes from the NCP and not the Shiv Sena?
Yes, Vijay, that's what I said, that NCP is known to throw surprises. Now, what the NCP is going to do, it is one fact which we have stated, is that it does not want midterm elections. Now, what does that mean? If it does not want midterm elections, it had wrested control of the Deputy Speaker's post after Mr. Nana Patel of the Congress had abdicated the post and resigned from it in 2020 when he became the Congress chief. Now, in that scenario, what Mr. Zarwal is going to do, what trick Sharad Pawar, the NCP sees as up his sleeve? He can bail out the Shiv Sena is alive. His Deputy Speaker can tell the Shiv Sena rebels that I will consider a request for recognition or whatever, and then perhaps stave off the crisis for the Shiv Sena. But then, if he actually rejects, accepts the demand, then this is game open. It is a possibility now that the governor, in case there is a dissolution request, will reject it and will say that I will explore possibilities and options for government formation. And that means Mr. Eknath Shinde, aided and abetted by the NCP's Deputy Speaker, could well be in the reckoning to becoming the Chief Minister with the assistance of the BJP. These are the possibilities which are opening. One will have to wait and see what Mr. Uddhav Thackeray does in his cabinet and what Mr. Eknath Shinde does with his numbers.
You know, Rahul, I'm coming right back to you. What we're going to do is we're going to go back and play for our viewers that exclusive conversation that we had with Eknath Shinde and operative part, viewers. Eknath Shinde claims to India Today that he has not just 46 plus MLAs with him, that he has 37 plus MLAs of the Shiv Sena, which will make him buck the anti-defection law. Listen in. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर, अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है, उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी, और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे, यही हमारा जो कहना था। मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है, और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर, फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी, कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही है, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं, और यहाँ पर
All right, viewers, there was one question that could have been asked before he kept the phone down, is what the Shiv Sena saying that these MLAs, along with Mr. Shinde, is being intimidated by the ED. Is that the question? By the ED raids, is that the question? Well, if we do get him again, we're going to ask him that question. I'm going to go into a quick break. Stay with us. Back with our rolling coverage as it develops the entire political chaos in the state of Maharashtra. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Karan Johar's upcoming film Jug Jug Jio has been creating a lot of buzz. A writer named Vishal A. Singh claimed that Karan Johar's Dharma Productions copied his script titled Bani Rani. In a series of tweets, the writer shared his email copy sent to Dharma Productions. One of his tweets read, and I quote, "Had registered a story Bani Rani with SwaIndia.org in January 2020. I had officially mailed Dharma Movies in February 2020 for an opportunity to co-produce with them. I even got a reply from them. And then they have taken my story and made Jug Jug Jio. Not fair, Karan Johar."
The film has been sued for copyright infringement by Ranchi-based writer Vishal Singh. A court in Ranchi has now ordered the screening of the film ahead of its release. After the screening, it will be decided whether the film violates the Copyright Act or not. Karan Johar and his team have not reacted to this yet. Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is slated to release in theatres on June 24th, with film stars Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Kiara Advani and Neetu Kapoor.
You are what?
All right, we have the latest news break right now coming in. More trouble coming in for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Indications suggesting that more Aghadi rebels are headed to Guwahati. Sources say total 89 people are staying inside Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Expected 37 rebels plus Sena members, volunteers, plus some family members too. The rebel camp has requested some rooms as they are expecting another group to come today to Guwahati. Interesting developments as they take place, viewers. We're going to continue to get our viewers the latest but indications suggesting that trouble is only mounting for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Will there be cracks in the ranks of the alliance? Well, rumblings already coming through. The NCP is what is being indicated is not completely on board with asking for dissolution of the House, and that's a big question, viewers. Will the Congress be on board? Because what is going to take place in the cabinet meeting, as per our sources, is that Uddhav Thackeray, who's tested COVID positive, in all probability will offer his resignation, and the Shiv Sena will moot the point that they approach the governor for the dissolution of the House. Indications suggest that many leaders from the NCP are dead against dissolution. They don't want re-election so quickly, especially when there is still a year and a half left for the term of the Maharashtra government. Many of them will pretty much take a leaf from what their leader Sharad Pawar said yesterday. A lot to read between the lines of Sharad Pawar's statement, saying this is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena has promised us they will have their house in order, otherwise we would rather sit on the opposition. Meanwhile, the man of many moments right now, Eknath Shinde, holed up in Guwahati with his band of MLAs, rebels, spoke exclusively to India Today a short while ago. Listen in. एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास?
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे, और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं, उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं, तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी। और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है, और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे, यही हमारा जो कहना था। मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है। और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर, फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर, एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
Let's listen in to Sanjay Raut speaking to the press right now.
जब इस प्रकार की स्थिति किसी राज्य में निर्माण होती है तो मैंने देखा है, ये इतिहास है राजनीति कि विधानसभा भंग की जाती है। महाराष्ट्र की स्थिति कुछ ऐसी बनी हुई है, जिस प्रकार से विधायकों को पकड़कर किडनैप करके बाहर के राज्य में लेकर जाने का जो प्रयास चल रहा है, आपने देखा होगा एक विधायक नितिन देशमुख जो अकोला से नागपुर पहुंचे हैं, उसके लिए उसको क्या क्या करना पड़ा आपने देखा। उसने अपनी पूरी आपबीती सुनाई, कैसे उसके साथ मारपीट हुई, कैसे उसको गलत तरीके से अस्पताल में भर्ती किया, गलत तरीके से उसका ऊपर इलाज किया, गलत तरीके से उसको इंजेक्शन दिया गया। वो तो बोल रहा है कि मुझे मारने की ही साजिश थी।
लेकिन शिंदे साहब ने कुछ देर पहले हमसे बात करते हुए साफ कहा कि उनको किसी भी तरह से किडनैप नहीं किया गया, जबकि किडनैप अगर किया होता तो उनके 2 लोग उन्हें नागपुर एयरपोर्ट पर छोड़ने नहीं आते।
ठीक है, बात ऐसी है कि मेरी भी सुबह एकनाथ जी से बात हो गई है, बार बार होती है, लेकिन जो नितिन देशमुख ने कहा वो बयान में आपके सामने लाया, और ऐसे बहुत से एमएलए वहाँ हो सकते हैं। और मुझे आज भी पूरा विश्वास है कि जो एमएलए गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं शिवसेना के, वो सोचेंगे और सोच रहे हैं। खुद एकनाथ शिंदे साहब भी सोचेंगे, हमारे मित्र, हमारे साथी, और वापस वो हमारे परिवार में दाखिल हो।
क्या है, ऐसे बताया जा रहा है कि सीएम शाम तक अपना इस्तीफा देंगे।
46 विधायक उनके साथ एक नया दावा एकनाथ शिंदे साहब की तरफ से किया गया है। कुछ लोग अभी एयरपोर्ट से भी जा रहे थे, वहाँ पे भी शिवसैनिकों ने उन्हें एमएलए को रोका है, इस तरह की भी खबर सामने निकल कर आ रही है।
हो सकता है, अब तक शिवसैनिकों का गुस्सा फूट नहीं पड़ा है। उद्धव जी ने और पार्टी के सभी नेताओं ने जो संदेश दिया है कि संयम रखिए, लोग वापस आ जाएंगे।
राउत साहब, ऐसे बताया जा रहा है कि आज शाम तक उद्धव ठाकरे अपना सीएम पद का इस्तीफा देंगे।
मैं अभी वर्षा बंगले पर जा रहा हूँ, मुख्यमंत्री निवास पर जा रहा हूँ। ज़रूर मैं सीएम साहब से मेरी मुलाकात होगी, उनके साथ मैं बैठूंगा, लेकिन जो करना है वो महाविकास आघाड़ी एक साथ बैठकर निर्णय लेगी। जब तक विधायक मुंबई में नहीं आते तब तक कोई निर्णय नाही होगा।
इतक्या मोठ्या प्रमाणात आमदार जे शिवसेनेचे आमदार हे बाहेर जातात, इतकी मोठी प्लॅनिंग होते आणि दुसऱ्या पद्धतीची नक्की प्लॅनिंग आहे, तर मग शिवसेनेच्या नेतृत्वाचे लक्ष नव्हतं।
याच्यावरती नक्कीच चिंतन आणि मंथन करू।
पण असं काय आहे की शिंदे समर्थक आमदारांची संख्या वाढत चाललेली आहे, एकामागोमाग एक आमदार हे गुवाहाटीला जात आहेत, त्यांच्या संपर्कात आहे।
गुवाहाटीचं काजीरंगा नावाचं जे अभयारण्य आहे ते फिरण्यासाठी उत्तम जागा आहे, आणि सध्या गुवाहाटीला चांगला पाऊस पडतो आहे, त्याच्यामुळे कोणाला निसर्ग दर्शनाला जायचं असेल तर ते जाऊ शकतात।
Speaking to India Today, interesting, there's been various changes of stance where Sanjay Raut, who's pretty much speaking right now for the Shiv Sena, from in the morning, Satta Jati Hai Tu Jai, Then on Twitter indicating that they would be moving towards dissolution of the House, still sticking by the stand where dissolution of the House is concerned. But when asked if Uddhav Thackeray is going to step down, inconclusive, saying that it will be a joint decision that would be taken by the Maha Vikas Aghadi. More news coming in. The crucial cabinet meeting for 45 minutes is over. 8 Sena ministers not present for the cabinet meeting. That's the latest that is coming in. The Maharashtra cabinet meeting in midst of the rebellion. What went down? Did Uddhav Thackeray put forth the fact that he needed to step down? Let's listen in to Kamal Nath from the Congress.
मेरी अभी शरद पवार जी से बात हुई है और उन्होंने भी मुझे कहा कि एनसीपी एमबीए को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी, उनका किसी तरह का और इरादा नहीं है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि शिवसेना में जो बागी हैं ये शिवाजी महाराज का प्रदेश है, शिवाजी महाराज के प्रदेश को कलंकित नहीं करेंगे। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास जो ये प्रलोभन की राजनीति अरुणाचल प्रदेश से शुरू किया था, मध्य प्रदेश में प्रलोभन पैसा पोस्ट की ये राजनीति है, ये अपने देश के भविष्य को खतरे में डाल रही है।
शरद पवार जी से क्या बात हुई?
शरद पवार जी से
सरकार बच पाएगी क्या?
वो देखिए, वो शिवसेना कितना सम्मिलित हो सकते हैं, वापस आ सकते हैं। उद्धव ठाकरे जी को पूरा विश्वास था कि विधायक जो हैं कुछ के अलावा वो उनका साथ देंगे।
चाइना का लग रहा है ऐसा 40 से 45 जो विधायक है शिवसेना।
देखिए, कहने के लिए तो ये 50 भी कह सकते हैं, कहने के लिए ये 50 भी कह सकते हैं उनके साथ है। अंत में तो प्रश्न है, ये कल के बाद परसों भी तो आएगा।
तक लड़ेंगे ऐसा बोल रहे हैं एमबीए गवर्नमेंट और कांग्रेस पूरा।
एमबीए गवर्नमेंट का कांग्रेस और एनसीपी पूरा सपोर्ट करेगी।
नहीं, लेकिन 46 एमएलए उनके साथ है ऐसा दावा किया है एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने। कांग्रेस एनसीपी जो है एमबीए को बचाए रखने के लिए।
देखिए, अगर हम एमबीए को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, हम एमबीए की मदद करने के लिए हम पूरी तरह जो सपोर्ट चाहिए हम करेंगे।
46 एमएलए उनके साथ में है।
उद्धव ठाकरे जी बता सकते हैं, मैं कैसे बता सकता हूँ?
अभी उनके पास 46 एमएलए हैं।
All right, viewers, the cabinet has come to an end is what we're getting an indication of, and I'm going to take you quickly through the news breaks that are right now filtering in. The chief minister was calm, composed is what senior leaders are saying. Important operative part, no proposal of assembly dissolution in Maharashtra Assembly. No proposal of dissolution of the House in Maharashtra Assembly. It was not mooted, viewers. What was expected is that Uddhav Thackeray is going to go ahead, moot the proposal of assembly dissolution in Maharashtra Assembly. He didn't do so. Uddhav believes Sena MLAs will come back. That's what he gave. He gave an assurance. There's still a last-ditch effort. It seems that is being made by Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray. All right, viewers, that's the latest. On the other front, what's interesting, you just heard Kamal Nath. Kamal Nath has pledged support to the Shiv Sena and is now going to make his way back to Delhi. He's not staying in Delhi anymore. Interesting. All right, viewers, so that's the latest that is coming in. The cabinet is over. One was expecting Uddhav Thackeray to make the announcement that he is stepping down, but he did not make that announcement. Neither did he moot the point to go ahead of dissolution of the House. None of that. Senior ministers who were in said he addressed the cabinet through teleconferencing, through video conferencing. He was calm, composed, and he said that the rebel MLAs will come back to the party fold. Is there an attempt by Uddhav Thackeray to once again reach out to the MLAs pulled up with Eknath Shinde, who now says to India Today he has 46 plus MLAs, 46 plus MLAs in with him, out of which 37 plus are solely of the Shiv Sena, which means he avoids the anti-defection law. Interesting developments as they take place. Viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. You stay with me.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Climate change threatens our planet and our future. In 2021, the global temperature grew by 0.13 degrees Celsius. Amid the rising global warming concerns, green hydrogen seems like a formidable solution. But what is green hydrogen and how can it reduce carbon footprint? Presented as a solution to help curb global warming, green hydrogen could play a key role in reducing the major carbon footprint of some sectors such as heavy industry and transport. Hydrogen is the most abundant chemical element in the universe, but it does not exist in pure state. It must be extracted. It is already produced, but almost all of it comes from a chemical process using natural gas, and this generates a lot of carbon dioxide. Green hydrogen, by contrast, can be produced by electricity, generated by renewable energies such as wind power. Another low-carbon hydrogen would be based on electricity from nuclear power plants. In both cases, it is produced by electrolysis, which uses an electrical current to separate the hydrogen from oxygen in water. The hydrogen
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. We're on top of the story, the kind of rebellion that we're seeing in Maharashtra within the Maha Aghadi, never seen before. Clearly, it seems like the situation slowly slipping away from the hands of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. More details right after the top headlines. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs. Shinde claims he is not in touch with Sena or BJP leaders as yet. Suspense grows over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Uddhav tests COVID positive amid rebellion. Sources suggest that Maharashtra Chief Minister is all set to resign. Sena hints at moving for a dissolution of the assembly. Sharad Pawar refuses to come to Uddhav Thackeray's rescue. NCP Supremo washes his hands off, tells his partymen not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantageous to the BJP. Fadnavis holds a meeting with party leaders in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma to survey resort even before the rebels could arrive in Guwahati. And Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says that he will continue to fight ED potentially with the support of Congress workers. All right, within the latest development of the political crisis in Maharashtra now, big news coming in that the Shiv Sena has issued a whip to MLAs to attend a meeting at Warsha, the residence of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, at 5 p.m. today. And the whip says, and I quote, if you don't attend the meeting, it will be considered that you want to leave the party from its primary membership, and as a result, there will be action of disqualification initiated against you as per provisions of the law. This is what the Chief Whip has said clearly. Digging its heels in is the Shiv Sena at this point, not sparing anyone rebelling within the party. At this point, it seems like they want to stand stern. They don't care if they stay in power or not, but they're not going to tolerate anti-party activities. That's the statement that they're somehow trying to project through the Chief Whip, who's issued a direction to all its legislators to be part of this high-level meet at Warsha, the Chief Minister's residence, at 5 p.m. The letter issued by Chief Whip Sunil Prabhu clearly directs all of the legislators of the Shiv Sena to be in full attendance. And if you don't, then the party will take strict action. We will assume that you want to leave the party. As a result, there will be action of disqualification initiated against you as per provisions of the law. These are precise words said by Chief Whip Sunil Prabhu in his letter issued to Shiv Sena MLAs. Remember, at least 36 odd MLAs currently stand with rebel leader, the Shiv Sena minister, who's broken away and in a late night chartered flight taken all his rebel MLAs to Guwahati. He's currently stationed there. In the last meeting that happened yesterday, though, in Mumbai at Warsha, Uddhav Thackeray's residence, barely 17 MLAs attended. Today, what's going to be the head count? Will there be more MLAs who will be coming in or showing up? Do they not want to disappoint Uddhav Thackeray at this point? We know in the latest that a couple of rebel MLAs have come back to the fold of the Shiv Sena. Will there be numbers for the Shiv Sena now to boast of, or is the situation slowly slipping away from the hands of the Shiv Sena? Of course, time will tell. In just about a bit, about 5 p.m. is when a key meeting is called for. To all the Shiv Sena MLAs, a Chief Whip has sent out a letter directing them to be in attendance. Let's cut across to reaction on this. Right, so here what we see in our visuals on our screens on the left-hand side, you see most of the rebel MLAs who are currently lodged at a resort in Guwahati. They've taken a chartered flight late last night, not taking any chance, not being close to Maharashtra in any way, not allowing even a chance for any Shiv Sena leader to come by and try and pacify any of the rebellion camp or the members, the dissidents who are with Eknath Shinde. In an attempt to completely separate them from the Maharashtra leadership, Eknath Shinde has taken his entire battalion, shifted base to Guwahati, another BJP-ruled state of Assam. And then you have Hemanta Biswa Sharma, the BJP High Command strong man. They have reposed faith in him time and again. He ensured security, visited that resort in Guwahati and ensured that things were arranged much in advance before these dissidents from the Maha Vikas Aghadi government arrived into his state. It seems like the stage is set. So far, the BJP has denied any communication with the Shiv Sena dissidents. But it seems like with the way the script is playing out, all the way from the rebels arriving in Surat, Gujarat, which is a BJP-ruled state, and then moving from Gujarat to Assam, Guwahati, another BJP-ruled state. So far, it appears that there is a BJP stamp all over this script that's now playing out. Of course, the BJP allowing for the Shiv Sena to implode in itself before taking its move. They've already, it's a case of once bitten, twice shy. Clearly, the BJP not jumping its gun, not wanting to arrive at a conclusion as yet. They're waiting for the numbers, they're waiting for a real implosion to build up to a point when they'll possibly react. So far, what's all the more detrimental at this point for the Shiv Sena is that Uddhav Thackeray is said to be positive for COVID-19. The Governor Koshyari is also positive of COVID-19. Will this stall all these political developments? Will this be a blessing in disguise, or will this come as quite detrimental for the Shiv Sena at the moment? Looking at the crisis only building up, it seems like solution so far is nowhere in sight for the Shiv Sena, for Uddhav Thackeray. It appears that the situation is clearly slowly slipping away from his hands. Enough and more political analysts concluding that this possibly could spell doomsday for the Shiv Sena. With over 35 MLAs joining the rebel camp with Eknath Shinde, it seems like there is no solution in sight as yet for Uddhav Thackeray. The only way out possibly is if a bunch of the rebellions or the dissidents come back to the Shiv Sena's fold, which is under Uddhav Thackeray, or if at all the governor agrees for a dissolution of the assembly. Of course, the options are open, but by all means it looks like the end is closing in for Uddhav Thackeray and his government at this point. And what's very interesting to note also at the moment is that the NCP as well as the Congress Party, both of them not on board when it comes to a decision to dissolve the assembly, which it appears Shiv Sena has been increasingly pushing for. They're still toying with the idea on dissolving the assembly, but will that be allowed or not? That remains to be seen. But clearly the NCP and the Congress not on board with those plans. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar has very clearly stated that he'd rather sit in the opposition, wait for this tenure to complete before they fight back again in measure the next assembly elections. But doesn't seem like Uddhav Thackeray at this point wants to give in so easy. Sena MLAs now, most of them who have been called in to Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. We're going to wait and see if they're going to be appearing and will they come in numbers. This today, the meeting at 5 p.m. will really define exactly what would be the situation for the Shiv Sena and the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. The status, what will be the real status? Will they be able to continue? Do they have the numbers or not? Today's meeting at 5 p.m. will really define the fate and the destiny for the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. So far, so long, there have been allegations that this is an unlikely alliance, unholy alliance. The Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress, all of them having absolute stark differences in ideology. And despite that, they did come together to form a government of Maharashtra, which now Eknath Shinde calls an attempt by Uddhav Thackeray only to grab power. And that, it appears, seems to be his primary reason to pull off from his own party, the Shiv Sena. Let me cut across to Kamlesh Sutar, who has been on top of this story, bringing us precise updates. Kamlesh, what we see is panning out through the day is almost evident that the end is closing in on Uddhav Thackeray and the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. Right now, what the latest we've heard is that Shiv Sena has issued, the chief whip has issued a mandate saying that all Shiv Sena MLAs have got to be present in Uddhav Thackeray's residence 5 p.m. this evening. If you don't, then disciplinary action will be taken against you. It's almost like Shiv Sena now digging its heels. They're not giving up so easy.
Well, indeed, the Shiv Sena is not going to go down to the demand. That's what we've said. Since yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray has been combative, and this letter that is issued by the party, it's a clear-cut warning to party rebel MLAs. The letter clearly says that if you don't attend the meeting, it will be considered that you want to leave the party's primary membership, and as a result, there will be disciplinary action against you. That would mean the disqualification can be initiated against you as per the provisions of the law. This the letter is issued by the chief whip of the party, Anil Parab, and it has been given to all party leaders. The one which we have is being issued to the MOS home of Uddhav Thackeray's present government, Shambhuraj Desai, and this is in a way signals to the party rebel MLAs that the party is contemplating action. Now this has to be given to the speaker. If all these MLAs are disqualified, it can be challenged later, but whenever it is challenged, that will take some time and give some time to Uddhav Thackeray they are trying to buy out at the time what you are expecting, what was created, the scenario that was created here, that Uddhav Thackeray's government would propose this dissolution of the assembly, but that never happened. That in fact wasn't even discussed in this cabinet meet. On the contrary, there was a whip issued by the party, by the chief whip, saying that you have to attend the meeting at 5 o'clock. Now we all know, and even the party is aware, that the MLAs are at this point in Guwahati. Even if they decide to reach by now, they will not be able to make it to the meeting. So the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray's stand here is very clear. They want to send across a strong message to these rebel MLAs that the party will take strictest action against them, saying that they might seek disqualification of these MLAs. What happens next will be seen, but this meeting Uddhav Thackeray was very clear, calm and composed. That is what the ministers attending the meeting told me. Some ministers, including Aditya Thackeray, Subhai Desai, was physically present for the meeting. Other leaders joined in through video conferencing.
Right, Kamlesh Siddhar, I'm going to put you on hold immediately. We have some big breaking news coming in. Uddhav Thackeray's first reaction right after the cabinet meet. Uddhav Thackeray tells the cabinet, and I quote, "We'll see what happens next." This is Uddhav Thackeray's words. Maharashtra's suspense on Uddhav Thackeray's resignation there. We're looking at this thriller unfolding in ways that one can't tell what could be the real conclusion. Uddhav Thackeray, of course, almost seems like he's giving up at this point because he's left this to fate and destiny. He says, "We'll see what happens next." Kamlesh Siddhar, if you're joining me, here is Uddhav Thackeray who speaks right after the cabinet meet and says, "We'll see what happens." That's precisely what he said. There is no solution that it appears he's given to his own party members or the entire cabinet. It seems like he's left the situation to fate and destiny. Does that mean the situation is slowly slipping out of his hands? Evidently.
Nabila, it could be either ways. You know, a senior minister whom I spoke to and who said that this is the same sentence on which the meeting ended. In fact, as I said earlier, the issue of dissolution of assembly wasn't discussed at all. And when the meeting ended, Uddhav Thackeray ended the meeting by saying "Baki putcha pude bagu," which in Marathi means that we'll see what happens next. So he also said that the CM appeared very calm and composed during the meeting, and he ended saying that we'll see what happens next. Now this could be in a way also seen as somewhere he's giving up on it, or maybe he's ready with something, some ammunition on his arm and waiting for going take the next step. And at the same time, as I said, when this meeting was about to get over, there was a letter issued by Shiv Sena's chief whip saying that they will initiate disqualification process against this MLA. So it's all an open game for now. Uddhav Thackeray, whatever options he has, very little option that we know up his sleeves. What will he do? Whether he will continue with his combative mood. Yesterday he removed Eknath Shinde from the legislative party legislative party leader's post. Today he has sent across a message, clear message. And also, let me add to it, Nabila, I forgot to add this. The letter has been sent to the rebel MLAs through email, through WhatsApp. Because they will not be able to serve this notice in purpose. It has been mentioned that this notice would be given to them not in person, but it has been sent via email as well as via WhatsApp. So they are leaving no stone unturned to reach them, to send across the message that this is what we are planning to do. You have to attend this meeting, come back to the fold, or face a disciplinary action.
No, when the chief whip says or threatens that you will face disciplinary action, how do they really define that? What exactly can the chief whip do at this point in terms of action or punishment if they don't appear for this high-level 5 p.m. meet at Varsha?
Well, see, this letter is issued by the whip, and the powers given to the whip. What does the power given to whip means? That they can petition to the deputy speaker at this point in time, because there's no speaker in Maharashtra. We all know the speaker resigned and there has been no election for the new speaker. So in charge is Narhari Jirwal from the NCP. So they can petition to the speaker, request them to disqualify this MLA. Now bringing down that, disqualifying them would bring down the strength of the house. Now whose way will it go? We'll have to just do some number crunching there. Whether when the strength comes down, who will benefit from that? But the Shiv Sena would want to send across a message to these MLAs, whether this is just a veiled threat, come back or face action, because they'll have to seek re-election, and that's not going to be easy. Is it just a threat to the MLAs to come back to the fold, or the Shiv Sena wanting to give them another chance to return to the party fold, is what remains to be seen. Or after 5 p.m, whether the Shiv Sena goes ahead and disqualifies all these MLAs, goes and petitions the deputy speaker that we want to disqualify these MLA for not obeying to the party orders, not being in line with the party orders that issued them. The chief whip has those powers. So in the powers conferred upon him by the constitution, the chief whip has issued this notice, come to the meeting at 5 p.m. or face action. 5 p.m. is the time we'll have to watch out for. In between, in next 3 hours, what does Eknath Shinde do? Whether he'll approach the speaker with the numbers that he has, whether he has crossed, he spoke to India Today just a while before, whether he has all the numbers and approach the speaker with that, we'll have to wait and watch. In fact, we just saw...
a quick word of clarity that I need from you right now is that Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is said to be COVID positive. Is that possible that he is going to be meeting them directly, one-on-one? All right, here's some big news coming in on the rebellion front. Eknath Shinde all set to hold a key meeting with all the rebels. he's going to be discussing strategy on what next. Clearly, on both ends, it appears there seems to be some difficulty in deciding what's going to be the next course of action. Doesn't seem like on both ends there is a clear road ahead, even for the dissidents, neither for Uddhav Thackeray and his camp either. It seems like Eknath Shinde now trying to decide the strategy next. What's the next course of action for the rebellion camp? Should they be approaching the governor at this point? What should be their next course? Doesn't seem like Uddhav Thackeray really reacted or responded the way Eknath Shinde expected him to respond. He really hoped that Uddhav Thackeray would give in so easy because he has the numbers. Undoubtedly, Eknath Shinde at this point is able to flex only because he has the numbers, overwhelming numbers. At least 36 of them are said to be with him. If it's 37, that's the mark that one needs not to attract the anti-defection law. And it appears that Eknath Shinde is very well close to that. He could possibly reach out to the governor and say that the government at this point does not have the numbers. He wants to break away. There could be a possibility for a floor test that will also be called in. Right now, Eknath Shinde has called in for a key meeting, a huddle within that Guwahati resort of those rebels who are with him. He said very clearly there are 36 MLAs who are with him. At least out of them, 34 of them are from the Shiv Sena and 2 of them are said to be independents who are currently with Eknath Shinde. This is certainly a big blow that's come in the way of the Maha Vikas Aghadi union. Never did they expect for a situation like this overnight. In the last 24 hours, it's been almost a nightmare for Uddhav Thackeray and the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi coalition, because what happens to one party clearly will be a ripple effect across the board for the Maha Vikas Aghadi partners. It's detrimental for both the NCP as well as the Congress. And surprisingly, it appears usually the Congress, which is the weakling, is putting up a united brave front. NCP, which already had shown glimpses of dissent even before the elections began in 2019, also now poses a united front. It's the Shiv Sena, who all along showed that they were solid, united, has now literally bickered, fallen apart with its main man Friday of the Chief Minister, as one called Eknath Shinde, parting ways, taking away a huge faction of the Shiv Sena MLAs along with him, camping in Guwahati, refusing to come back. It doesn't seem like Eknath Shinde will return at this point without a decision. Eknath Shinde will be having a meeting with all his MLAs in this evening to decide further strategy. So it's not just Uddhav Thackeray who's coming out with a key huddle. It's also Eknath Shinde who's now going to be holding a key meet with his dissidents who are all currently with him. They're all in the same resort, but they will be huddling up to try and decide the future strategy. This, of course, is a situation unfolding in Maharashtra. Never expected overnight coup, it appears, that Eknath Shinde pulled off. Let me cut across to Kamlesh joining us live. Kamlesh, a lot of talk about what the BJP is doing at this point. We're seeing Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, who are planning a key huddle. Eknath Shinde, on the other hand, with his dissidents, planning a huddle this evening as well. Where does the BJP stand in all of this?
Since yesterday the BJP is in a wait and watch, but of course the BJP is in touch with the rebel MLAs. We saw it on camera. Several BJP leaders and those associated with the BJP seen in the hotel in Surat yesterday. It was India Today that ran those exclusive visuals of a senior BJP leader from Maharashtra, former minister and Devendra Fadnavis's close aide Sanjay Kute sitting with Shiv Sena leaders in the hotel yesterday. Also one of the not BJP leaders, so I should say he's not with the BJP, that was BJP claims, Mohit Kamboj, associated with the BJP, was also seen in the same hotel. And now yesterday they were taken from Surat to Guwahati, where India Today again ran some exclusive visuals of Assam Chief Minister taking a recce of the hotel. So the BJP is in a wait and watch. They are waiting for Eknath Shinde to garner those numbers. Once Eknath Shinde has those numbers, they will certainly come into the picture after that. But as I've been saying this, last time the BJP tried a coup in Maharashtra where Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar took an oath, but Ajit Pawar could not garner those numbers and the government had to go in just 78 hours, perhaps the shortest government in Maharashtra, shortest tenure ever any government had in Maharashtra. And now they don't want a similar risk. They want numbers to be with Eknath Shinde unless and until they're very sure of 2/3 of Shiv Sena MLAs with Eknath Shinde, they are not going to take one step ahead. Once that number is confirmed, we will see more action in this, and then we might see, though not officially on camera, on record, on the surface, BJP leaders might just start coming into the picture after Eknath Shinde gathers those numbers. We'll have to wait and watch till then.
Yeah, Kamlesh, stay with us. I'm going to cut across to Sahil Joshi as well, who's tracking those developments. By the minute, Sahil, look at the crisis unfolding in Maharashtra within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Little did they even imagine that a coup like this will be pulled off second consecutive day. Over the last 24 hours, this has come as a nightmare for Uddhav Thackeray, who hoped that things would settle, possibly in a couple of hours, as he sent his emissaries to pacify Eknath Shinde and the team. But all of that failed. Instead of actually maybe having a conversation with Uddhav Thackeray as he may have hoped, it seems like Eknath Shinde pulled in more rebels and moved away from Gujarat, Maharashtra, far away to Guwahati in Assam. So all attempts for any of the Shiv Sena MLAs or leaders to...
बिल्कुल नहीं. चर्चा बाकी राजकीय चर्चा झालेली नाही. राजकीय चर्चा नाही. सरकार अस्थिर नाही.
46 आमदारांचा दावा जर त्यांचा आहे तर सर फक्त बसवण्यात आलंय का सरकार?
सुनो सब लोग लाइन से एक दूसरे पे गिरो.
All right, Balasaheb Thorat, Congress leader there. Of course, quite but natural that they're going to be putting up a brave front. The Congress there, as it appears, seemingly has been pushed to the corner. It seems like all the action and discussion is happening within the NCP and the Shiv Sena. The Congress so far, which was viewed as the weakling in the scheme of things within the Maha Vikas Aghadi, so far has put up a brave front.
कैबिनेट के मुद्दे के ऊपर चर्चा हुई, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं. आता मी कॅबिनेटनं बाहेर आलोय, आता जाऊन तुमचा चॅनल बघतोय, त्यामध्ये मला कळेल कोणाकडे किती आहेत.
सर क्या सरकार को भी खतरा है क्या 5 से सरकार चल पाएगी?
अभी ये सब तो मुझे पता नहीं किसके पास कौन से नंबर्स हैं, और आप लोग तो सारी चीजें चला ही रहे हैं, तो आप मेरे से क्या
कुछ तो डिस्कशन हुआ होगा ना?
डिस्कशन सिर्फ ऐसा है कि संजय राव जी खुद जो है एक संपादक हैं, जैसे आप लोग अपने चैनल वाले हो, आप भी अपने हिसाब से जो चलाते हैं, उन्होंने भी अपनी बात रखी है. जब तक का कोई कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर या सरकार का कोई वरिष्ठ नेता इस पे कोई चर्चा नहीं करता, उस पर बात करना.
मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से क्या रिप्लाई किया गया सर? मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से
शिवसेनाचे मंत्री होते ना, सुभाष देसाई साहेब होते, गडक साहेब होते, ऑनलाईन वरती सीएम साहेब होते, आदित्य जी होते, परब जी होते, सगळे वीसी वरती होते ना.
मुख्यमंत्री की तरफ से क्या रिप्लाई सर?
एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के लगभग सारे लोग. शिवसेनाचे जेवढे मंत्री उपस्थित होते तुम्ही बघितलंय, जाणे आणि येण्याचा मार्ग एकच आहे, इथे तुमचा चॅनल लागतोय.
और आज कैबिनेट.
All right, the leaders of course who are reacting are expressing hope, and it's no surprises at this point. It's a helpless situation, and that's what we see. Even though they do not want to admit it, the Shiv Sena right now appears rather helpless. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray now calling on all his MLAs to be in attendance at 5 p.m. this evening at his residence Varsha. And remember, this comes at a time when Uddhav Thackeray himself is tested COVID-19 positive. He's expected to be discussing with them virtually, but yet has called all of them to his house only to get a grip and hold of things at this point.
MLA जो है इंटैक्ट है और जो भी
अनेक मंत्री कॅबिनेटला उपस्थित नव्हते.
आज शिवसेनेचे कोण मंत्री उपस्थित होते?
सगळेच मंत्री उपस्थित होते. इथे जे होते ते राज्यात जे आहे हजर ते सगळे होते.
नावं सांगू शकाल सर? प्लीज नावं सांगा.
जे काही 3-4 मंत्री त्यांचे होते तेवढे आहेत. सुभाष देशत्र होते. सीएम साहेब होते, आदित्य ठाकरे होते, नंतर अनिल परबजी होते, सगळेच होते.
आताची राजकीय परिस्थिती
काही चर्चा नाही आणि हा
राजकीय परिस्थिती काय चर्चा झाली का?
नाही, काही नाही. रेग्युलर बजेटचे सगळे विषय मंजूर केले.
निर्णय झाले
नाही, काही नाही, काही नाही. तो विषय काही विषय नाही. रेग्युलर बजेट मंजूर केलं. आपलं बजेट म्हणतोय रेग्युलर कॅबिनेटचे विषय मंजूर केले आणि झालं. गरीब माणसाला कशाला
We cut across to Pallavi Saha from Guwahati. She's joining us right outside that resort where we're seeing the dissidents who are hauled up together. It's the second day straight and doesn't seem like they're willing to budge. It appears on both ends these leaders are digging in their heels. Pallavi, a quick word from you on what's the sentiment right there within that resort while those leaders with Eknath Shinde are currently in a key huddle. They're planning a meet this evening to decide on the strategy up next. If I can cut across to Pallavi, please.
Standing outside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. Nabila, if you can hear me, we're standing outside the hotel right now, Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati right now, where basically all of the rebel MLAs are present. They, of course, landed here in the wee hours of this morning from Surat, from where they were shifted out. And we believe, from what we learned from the establishment over here, which is literally, quite literally standing guard over here, we believe that there are 37 rebel MLAs that are present inside the Radisson Blu Hotel. This includes the Shiv Sena and Independence as well. So the total figure of rebel MLAs is about 37. Also, there are members of their families. Some of them have family members present over here, as well as Shiv Sena supporters, members, volunteers, part of their troop and camp, so to say. A total of 89 people are in fact present inside the hotel right now, is what we've been told. And what they're saying is that they're expecting another group, so to say, to arrive over here in Guwahati to join them as well. So they have, in fact, we're learning from our sources, asked for more room bookings inside Radisson Blu Hotel. So they clearly are digging their heels in. They look like they're in it for the long haul and they're not going to move anytime soon. Even though there was a little bit of, movement over here just a couple of hours ago when two empty buses did go in, and we, in fact, speculated that maybe they're planning to leave because that was in anticipation of that cabinet meeting that was to happen in Mumbai. And then, of course, the news coming in that there was no proposal to dissolve the Legislative Assembly, which was kept in that cabinet meeting. So Eknath Shinde, of course, has been meeting with these MLAs, and they seem very steadfast. From those we're speaking to, they seem apparently very in a very leisurely mood. They know they're in for the long haul over here, and they don't seem to be, in any sort of stress. They seem to be very adamant about their conditions and demands, and they look like they're not going to waver from it in any way.
Absolutely, Pallavi. It looks very clearly that this was a well thought out move by Eknath Shinde. He's planned this so strategically well, knowing very well that he has overwhelming support. He's moved away so comfortably with a large chunk of the party leaders. And that itself shows how not in the moment Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister, was, how little he knew about the dissent brewing within his own party. Very unlikely of him, but clearly it seems like he doesn't have game at this point. Clearly, this is a classic example for him at this point. Sahil Joshi also joining us on that. Sahil, with support of 36 MLAs, possibly one or two more, which doesn't seem very difficult for Eknath Shinde at this point, they could be recognized as a separate party altogether within the assembly.
Well, Nabila, if you can repeat your question,
Eknath Shinde and the overwhelming support he's got, all those dissidents together, now it appears are 36 in number. That's what he claims. If he gets one or two more, basically 2/3 of the party, he could be, the camp itself, the breakaway faction could be recognized as a separate party altogether within the assembly. If he has the numbers, well, Nabila, and he's not far away from it.
Yes, Nabila, I think if Eknath Shinde have had 37 MLAs at this point of time, and 37 MLAs who have got elected on Shiv Sena's symbol in 2019, he wouldn't have waited to send a letter to Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly that he should be given permission to form a separate group along with these 37 MLAs because there will not be, he will not attract sections of anti-defection law. Now, Uddhav Thackeray calling a meeting today evening, he's trying to guess the situation. Right now, Eknath Shinde is making claim that he will be getting 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena and 12 MLAs who are supporting Shiv Sena from outside, which are the smaller parties like people like Bachchu Kadu and all these people. But right now, it doesn't seem that Eknath Shinde has all the required numbers, to break the party as two-third, to form a separate group with a two-third capacity, which shows, which will not attract anti-defection law. He's waiting for some time because what I heard is that some MLAs, more MLAs are being flown to Guwahati at this point of time. These MLAs, if added, comes to 37, then definitely Eknath Shinde in the evening, will send another letter or by tomorrow send another letter to the Deputy Speaker claiming that he should be given permission to form the separate group. Now that is something which is going to be really interesting. It's going to be a damn technical game. At this point of time, both the sides are trying to assess the situation. It's very clear that Eknath Shinde has more MLAs than that of the MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray, but he does not have that required number to show that he can form a breakaway group with the two-third capacity at this point of time, and that is where the matter is stuck. Otherwise, what I was told that a lot of MLAs have already signed on a letter. The letter says that they are forming a separate group and Eknath Shinde is their leader. But that letter is not yet sent because the signatures on that letter has not add up to 37 yet. The moment the 37th signature will be made on that letter, the letter will be sent. So I think right now both the sides are seeing what exactly is going to happen. If Eknath Shinde doesn't get the required number, even if the government falls, even if the government does not have the required number, there is a possibility because no one wants elections. None of the MLA wants to resign and go for the bypoll. If the number would have been 4 to 5, then this would have happened. But the number is bigger. So
Sahil, bypolls is a very risky situation for these leaders, undoubtedly.
Yes,
we saw a situation on similar lines panning out in Karnataka. Most of those leaders who wanted who in fact had a rerun of the elections lost. So it's very likely that they could lose out on their seats. So they are holding to their constituency as tight as possible at this point. I'm very sure at this point none of those leaders want a re-election.
Yes, of course, and none of the MLAs, that is the reason why when Sanjay Raut was trying to claim that, he's seeing that the assembly go for dissolution and all that stuff, no MLA will be ready to go for a full-fledged election immediately after 2.5 years. It takes a lot of efforts to get elected, first of all. First to get ticket, then to campaign, and then to get elected. After that, immediately after 2.5 years, if you have to go through the same cycle again, nobody's ready to do that. It's like going for appraisal within a 2.5 years time when you already have 5 years of time. So nobody would be ready to do that. So that is the same thing with MLAs. And here it's a high stake game. You have to spend a lot of money. So rather than that, why not form another government and save yourself for 5 years? That is what normally the MLAs think. And that is the reason why if the government tries to do that, that is not going to happen. The governor is not going to accept it. And what we are hearing from the cabinet meeting, this point never came for the discussion. It was never discussed in the cabinet meeting. Whereas Uddhav Thackeray tried to explain to his cabinet colleagues that they are trying to get the situation under control. They are trying to speak to the MLAs, and he is still hopeful that many of the MLAs who are right now with Eknath Shinde will switch over as soon as they will land in Mumbai. And that is the reason why they have been kept at Guwahati, is what Uddhav Thackeray is saying at this point of time. So let's wait and watch.
That's just hope against hope. And doesn't seem like with Eknath Shinde now calling for a key huddle of his of dissidents who are with him, doesn't seem like Eknath Shinde is going to let go so easy either. He's really rolled out this plan after much thought and strategy. Clearly, he has done his bit. Uddhav Thackeray was caught off guard. Paulami Saha, we can see you. You're right outside the resort. Paulami, if you can show us those visuals there of police deployment. It seems like the BJP government there in Assam, Guwahati, are doing everything they can to protect those dissidents inside the resort, not allowing anyone to enter that hotel at this point. Like in Surat, are they also here cracking down on any leaders from the Maha Vikas Aghadi? Are they not allowing them in?
Well, Nabila, the fact that they chose Guwahati was simply because of the fact that it's really far away. The distance is a huge factor in the choice of Guwahati as to where they decided to then shift these rebel MLAs. This is the hotel behind me. Ajay will show you the security deployment right now. As you can see, it's tight security over here. They are, of course, vetting the number of people who are going in, who exactly those individuals are, checking for their credentials and identity before they let them in. In fact, we did see a gentleman over here in a moment where he was, he was arguing with the hotel staff because he had a booking in this hotel for some sort of a family function or program. But that is something that stands cancelled right now because this hotel has been shut down. So he has to just accept the compensation that they have to offer, but his booking stands cancelled. So that is the situation over here. They've literally turned this hotel into a fortress. Of course, there are other guests over here who made some pre-bookings. There are, for instance, there are some airline pilots who, of course, are part of, in Guwahati as part of the shift change, etc. So there are guests over here, but otherwise for any sort of larger gatherings or for fresh bookings, they've shut it down. So we do believe that over here, these people are here for the long haul. That is what I was telling you earlier about as well, that they have, of course, sought more room bookings in this hotel because they're expecting more MLAs and more supporters to join them over here in Guwahati. And right now what they're doing is they're biding their time. They are, of course, looking at all the developments that are happening in Mumbai, watching it extremely closely, huddling amongst themselves and trying to strategize. But like Sahil was saying earlier as well, and like all of our colleagues have been saying as well, Eknath Shinde needs 37 on paper, 37 Shiv Sena MLAs on paper in order to be able to successfully stage this coup against the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. So until he has that, we believe when he came from Surat to here, he had 33 with him. He's falling short by 4 Shiv Senics. Will that happen? 2 more were expected over here. Yogesh Kadam as well as Sanjay Rathod. We do not know for a fact whether they are in fact here as well. So that is going to take some amount of strategizing before, of course, they have that number. They have that number of 37.
A quick word, Molly, and some understanding on whether Eknath Shinde is in talks with any of the BJP leaders. Is Eknath Shinde in communication with the BJP? We know he's not talking to Uddhav Thackeray and team. Is he talking to any of the BJP leaders at this point? Any inside information on that?
Well, Nabila, that can't be discounted, that he's talking to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Very ironically, as much as BJP would want to stay away from this or publicly tell that they have nothing to do with this as to what is happening within the Shiv Sena, yesterday when that bus in fact left, those buses in fact left from the Surat hotel to the airport before they in fact embarked on that chartered flight to come to Guwahati, on that bus was Mohit Kamboj, a BJP leader. His name was bandied around a lot. If you remember, he was one of the BJP leaders who was engaging in a war of words with Nawab Malik during the Aryan Khan case. There were counter accusations and accusations that were flying thick and fast between Mohit Kamboj and Nawab Malik. So Mohit Kamboj was there in that bus yesterday at 2:30 a.m. as they proceeded from the hotel in Surat towards of course, the airport. So clearly, the BJP can say as much as it wants to that it has nothing to do with what is happening within the Shiv Sena. It's their internal affair, and it is at the end of the day Shiv Sena that's crumbling on the face of it, yes. But the BJP is also indirectly involved in it. The fact that we're here in Guwahati, a BJP-ruled state, and the establishment is provided
really
for the security.
Sign. Quite established that the BJP certainly is an integral part in this entire coup that's led by Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is a man who's literally pulled apart the Maha Vikas Aghadi government at this point. It's pushed the whole government to the brink of collapse. In fact, Eknath Shinde spoke exclusively to India Today. My colleague Preeti Chaudhary, here's what he had to say, reiterating his stance.
शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर हैं?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना। अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की। उद्धव ठाकरे हैं, कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की। शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
Well, the confidence with which Eknath Shinde is expressing his views there shows very clearly that he has the strength. He has the numbers. He's very clearly declared that he has close to 40 MLAs who are in support of him. But so far, what we've established is there are 35 rebels who are currently housed at that resort with Eknath Shinde. Now, if you look at the number game here, it clearly shows that the BJP, which is the single largest party in Maharashtra, yet lost out on power, had 113 seats. Now, with the rebel camp, possibly, if in an eventuality they join hands with the BJP, then the BJP's strength would go up to 148. And remember, we're looking at a magic number of 144. Here, Shiv Sena and their numbers all the way from 55 will come down to 29, as we see here on our channel. 29 will be a small number for the Shiv Sena to cope with and stay in power any longer without the help of their dissidents. NCP, of course, has 57. Their strength is retained, at least so far. They've shown a united front there. Congress has so far 44 members and their camp is also so long united. So if at all the rebels do join hands with the BJP, then BJP's numbers, of course, in alliance with these dissidents, could jump to 148, which is clearly above the majority mark. Let me quickly cut across to Sahil Joshi, joins us for more on that. Sahil, the number game here looks increasingly... Sahil, if you are with us...
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
The number game here looks increasingly in support of the BJP and the rebel alliance. If at all they do join hands, if they part ways from the Shiv Sena, join hands with the BJP, this is victory for BJP all the way. It could be sure that the BJP has all the power and might and could flex their muscle any point in time now in the next few days.
Well, the numbers clearly are with the BJP at this point of time, but where it is stuck is whether these rebels, if you heard, Preeti Chaudhary was continuously asking Eknath Shinde in that telephonic interview that does he have enough numbers of the Shiv Sena, MLAs from Shiv Sena, specifically from Shiv Sena, who contested 2019 elections on the Shiv Sena symbol. He did not answer it correctly. It looks like that he did not want to answer it properly, because it looks like that he does not have required 37 MLAs at this point of time who were elected on the ticket of Shiv Sena. He might get it in next few hours. The moment he will get them, that is the time when he will immediately dash off a letter to Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly, and then the Deputy Speaker will have to take a decision whether he should allow that splinter group to form a separate group or not. Till then, Uddhav Thackeray government's life is hanging on a thin balance at this point of time. The moment he gets the 37 MLA, just a while back, Kamlesh Sutar did a phono with one more MLA from Konkan region, and he's saying the same thing, that he wants that the alliance with the Congress NCP should break, and he should be joining hands with Eknath Shinde. So there will be one more MLA in Eknath Shinde's kitty. That will add up to 37. The moment he gets that 37, remember, that is the crucial number, not the number what he's claiming along with the independent MLAs. Those independent MLAs will be helpful to form the government or to make the government stable. But the MLAs who have been broken from Shiv Sena as a party will help Eknath Shinde to form the separate group, and only with the help of them the next government can be formed. So that is the reason why this number game of 37 is going to be important. Now 5 o'clock meeting, Uddhav Thackeray is saying that MLA should report to Varsha. There will be another count. That count will decide whether they have got enough numbers or not. The moment they will understand that they have enough numbers or not, that will decide the fate of Uddhav Thackeray government. Nabila.
All right, Sahil, it seems like for Uddhav Thackeray at this point, the only way to salvage the situation is to have those dissidents come back to his fold. And that clarity he'll have post the 5 p.m. meeting today, where he's called all his MLAs. A chief whip has issued a letter warning a stern direction to all the MLAs to show up at Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. today, where a possible head count could take place. And that's where possibly Uddhav Thackeray will have some clarity whether a solution can be in sight or is it doomsday for him. On that note, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be coming back on the other side with our continued coverage on the Maharashtra crisis.
Watch Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, as he addresses and awards top job and wealth creators at the Business Today Best CEO Awards, 24th June 2022, The Oberoi, New Delhi.
It takes no time to gulp up juice, milk or shakes in a Tetra Pak. But it takes up to 200 years for the plastic straws to be decomposed. So from July 1st, the government has banned...
All right, here we have some big news coming in as new political law ahead of president's polls. Shocking abusive slur on president nominee. Congress calls Draupadi Murmu a dummy. This is Congress who deletes the tweet right after the backlash. Let me cut across to Shehzad Poonawalla, BJP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, your take on the Congress calling Murmu as a mere dummy candidate, which has been selected by the BJP. How would you receive this?
You know, this is typical of the Congress party, which has made it a habit to insult SC, ST, OBC and women at leisure. They have done this even before. They insulted Ambedkar ji. They had defeated him twice. They did not give him the Bharat Ratna for decades. They insulted Prime Minister Modi, who comes from OBC community, calling him Neech and Ganguteli. They've insulted Ramnath Kovind ji. In fact, Udit Raj has also tweeted certain despicable things, and now they have insulted Murmu ji also. Murmu ji comes from the most challenging circumstances. She has risen to the top. She has served as the governor, the first female governor of a state of Jharkhand. She has served as an MLA twice, as a minister. She has served in other capacities. Her administrative skills, her education, her ability to fight circumstances is regarded by all. And in fact, she's a role model for all women and for everybody in politics. But here you have the Congress party labeling her as a dummy. This is a patriarchal, sexist and an anti-tribal, the kind of statement they have made. It shows their elitism. It shows that they hate tribals, they hate Dalits, they hate OBC, they hate women. And therefore, this kind of mindset has come to the fore. And this is from the official handle of Congress party. Now they have deleted this tweet, but deletion of the tweet does not show deletion of mindset. Will Congress party, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, Jairam Ramesh come out and apologize unequivocally for this kind of language that they have used against somebody who has served as a governor, who served on topmost constitutional positions and has made this country proud? This is the mindset of the Congress. They have not done anything for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes for 50 years. And today they have insulted Murmuji, but they have insulted the entire tribal, ST, OBC and all the subaltern communities of this country by using the word dummy. Isn't this a patriarchal, sexist and misogynist tweet as well?
Undoubtedly, it seems like the Congress party has quickly realized that this may not have come forward the way they expected. The backlash, as much as they received that on social media, they quickly pulled down that tweet as well. So they've realized that they have made a mistake and backtracked. Does this help their cause at all?
No, it does not, Nabila, because these does not delete the mindset of the Congress party. For 50, 60 years, they did nothing for scheduled castes except for try to use them as vote bank. Scheduled tribes were deprived. Please tell me, they did not give Ambedkar ji his due. They continue to suppress the legacy of Ambedkar ji even today. Today, they continue to discriminate against people from scheduled caste, scheduled tribes. They are abusing even Ramnath Kovind. Please see the tweets of Udit Raj. He has continued to insult Ramnath Kovind ji as well. So this mere deletion of tweet does not mean deletion of mindset. Look at the language they've used for somebody like the Prime Minister who comes from OBC caste. They have said he's a Neech, he's a Ganguteli. So the only thing that will suffice is if they come out and give a categorical, unequivocal apology, and it should come from Sonia Gandhi ji or from Rahul Gandhi or Priyanka Vadra, that they do not condone this, they condemn it, and they are extremely apologetic. Unless they do that, this means otherwise that this was assented by the Congress party top leadership. Because if they do not come out and apologize, mere deletion is not going to help. They must come out and apologize. This has been done by the official handle of INC Puducherry. So it is an official tweet. It means it must have gone to the social media head, who is currently Supriya Shinde. She has approved this tweet and then this has been tweeted. So she and the entire Congress party must come out and tell us why they are calling Miss Murmuji a dummy. Is somebody from a tribal community who served as governor, who is a respected lady who has done so much for this country, a dummy for the Congress party?
Why don't you, Shehzad, give us an understanding on Draupadi Murmu's journey and what was the reason for the BJP to pick her at this point for president candidate?
You see, the entire struggle of Murmuji represents the struggle of the common person of this country. She is a person who has actually risen to the top just by sheer hard work. She started off from local elections, local council. She was elected twice as the MLA in Odisha. She then served as a Minister of State in the Odisha government, in the BJP-BJD government. Then she was also elected as the governor. She was given the responsibility. She was the first tribal woman leader to lead as the governor of Jharkhand. She served there in a spotless tenure, one of the most credible tenures of a governor in this country. And thereafter, she has been continued to serve in many capacities. And all of this she has done despite her personal challenges in her own personal life, despite her humble and modest background. She has raised spectacular children. She has done everything on her own single-handedly, and she has been a committed public servant. And this is the kind of person that is being selected by the BJP, because the BJP believes that whether it is the Padma Shri recognition, whether it is the recognition via constitutional post, it should go to the people who reflect Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, and also who reflect the story of Bharat. She comes from a rural India background. We are celebrating our entire diversity through this candidature. And on the other hand, the Congress Party has no shame that it says that a lady who has done so much in her administrative career in a public service is a dummy. For the Congress Party, such a person is a dummy. Sonia Gandhi is the president of their party. Good, we respect that. Is she a dummy? No. We can never say this about people, and especially women who rise to the top only due to their hard work. This is a misogynistic and patriarchal sexist comment. It must be apologized for by Priyanka Vadra.
Heard your point. Do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Yashwant Sinha, who's the president candidate of the opposition, as he speaks.
For whatever reason, they have chosen this lady to be the candidate on their behalf. But I like to emphasize that this is not a personal fight. It's a fight on issues. It's a fight on principles. And basically, it is a fight to save the Constitution of India. So therefore, I'm again emphasizing that a rubber stamp Rashtrapati or rubber stamp person in Rashtrapati Bhavan will not be able to deliver the goods expected of the President of India. The President of India must have a mind of his own, and he must act as in terms of the constitutional responsibilities given to that post.
All right, let me cut across to Shehzad on that. Shehzad, Yashwant Sinha, who is a unanimous opposition candidate for president, says that we do not need a rubber stamp president in the country. It's important for the president to have a mind of his or her own. Does that, he's almost casting aspersions on the ability of Draupadi Murmu, your candidate.
Draupadi Murmu ji is the first major tribal female presidential candidate in India's history. She is the first major tribal presidential candidate from Odisha. She continues to break barriers. She has been, despite her background, she has risen to the top, serving as MSA, serving as minister, serving as governor. For that person to be called a rubber stamp because she happens to be a woman from the tribal community, this reflects more, I'm sorry, on the mindset of Mr. Yashwant Sinha. And in the past few days, I think Mr. Yashwant Sinha's mindset and language both have the colorful mindset and the colorful language he has is all over Twitter. I do not want to get into repeating all those statements that he has made, but to reduce somebody who has risen to the top, single-handedly fought her circumstances and has been an excellent public servant, a spotless career in public service, to be called a rubber stamp as if she has no mind of her own is to in fact denigrate the entire tribal community and the women of this country, that women are essentially rubber stamps, that tribals are essentially rubber stamps. This kind of elitist, patriarchal, sexist, misogynistic mindset to be espoused by Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, the opposition must reflect that is this the person they want to be projecting as their face? Yeah. Because this is a very sexist and misogynistic comment. I, for one, reject it. And I hope Mamata Banerjee and others, if they're hearing, would they agree and concur that a tribal lady who has been such a spectacular public servant is a rubber stamp?
Shehzad, thank you very much for joining us on that. Yashwant Sinha calls the president candidate of the BJP as a rubber stamp. Of course, not taken too well. I'm going to continue tracking those developments. For now, it's a wrap. I'm going to take you through the headlines up next. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde speaks exclusively to India Today, says that he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs as of now. Shinde claims that he is not in touch with Sena or the BJP leaders. Suspense grows over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Uddhav tests COVID positive amid this rebellion. Sources suggest that Maharashtra Chief Minister may just be ready to resign. Sharad Pawar refuses to come to Uddhav's rescue. NCP Supremo washes his hands off, tells his partymen not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantageous for the BJP. Fadnavis holds a meeting with party members in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma to survey the resort even before rebels could arrive in Guwahati, setting the stage for them. Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time on ED grilling in the National Herald case. Rahul says that he will continue to fight ED patiently with the support of Congress workers. All right, big developments coming in from the state of Maharashtra. We're looking at a big statement by the BJP Neta Narayan Rane, almost in a first of a reaction coming in from the BJP. He says in a tweet, and I quote, Sanjay Raut is happy because he must have been happy to pull Shiv Sena out of power and end Shiv Sena. These are the plots of a man of insidious cunning and wicked intellect. This is Narayan Rane, who is targeting straight at Sanjay Raut, calling him responsible for the near end of the Shiv Sena. This is what Rane says in a tweet, and I quote, he says, Sanjay Raut is happy because he must have been happy to pull Shiv Sena out of power and end Shiv Sena. These are the plots of a man of insidious cunning and wicked intellect. This is Narayan Rane's statement now, who's currently at Fadnavis's house. Remember, former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, of course, so far has not spoken. He's waiting for the situation to unfold. Clearly, a bit tactful at this point after burning his hands in 2019 itself. It seems like the BJP now working forward tactfully. BJP now issuing a statement of sorts. In fact, this is a tweet coming out as a personal tweet by prominent BJP Neta in Maharashtra, Narayan Rane, who takes a dig at Sanjay Raut. Sanjay Raut, the man who's been at the face of this firefighting attempt by the Shiv Sena. Sanjay Raut has often stood, in fact, he's the one who's addressed the media time and again, spoken strongly and stood by the Shiv Sena. This is the same man who's also taken the BJP head on time and again. Sanjay Raut is now the target of Narayan Rane's tweet, directly as he says, and I quote, Sanjay Raut is happy because he must have been happy to pull Shiv Sena out of power and end Shiv Sena. These are the plots of a man of insidious cunning and wicked intellect. This is Narayan Rane, who speaks right now as he is at Fadnavis's residence at the moment. Remember, the BJP adopting a wait-and-watch policy. They're viewing very carefully what could be developments within the two camps. One is the dissident camp led by Eknath Shinde. The other, of course, Uddhav Thackeray, who's called in for a key meet at 5 p.m. of all his MLAs, and a strict direction given out to those MLAs. Those who do not attend this meeting today at 5 p.m. will face disciplinary action. So BJP in the midst of it clearly looks like they're waiting and watching to see how situations on both ends unfold before they possibly strike. Kamlesh Sutar, who joins us, tracking those developments, giving us the most accurate details right from ground in Mumbai. Kamlesh, here we're looking at the BJP not directly commenting as yet. They've maintained a holier-than-thou image. So far, have not indulged in any rhetoric over the developments and the happenings within the Shiv Sena. Have said that this was inevitable, this was due to happen, it was unholy, unlikely alliance, etc. The same talk that they've had right from day one of this Maha Aghadi government that was formed till date. Nothing different have they spoken. They've washed their hands off this turmoil and turbulence within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. But Clearly, personal jibes are being taken time and again. Here is another BJP leader, Narayan Rane, who puts out a tweet targeting Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena, saying that this is Sanjay Raut's doing entirely. He's possibly very happy for pulling the plug. Kamlesh, can you hear me?
Yes, Nabila.
Narayan Rane, BJP leader, puts out a tweet targeting Sanjay Raut, directly saying that this is Sanjay Raut's doing. Indirectly, he says Sanjay Raut is very happy to pull down Shiv Sena from power.
Well, we've seen Shiv Sena and Narayan Rane indulging into war of words in the past as well. And in fact, we spoke to another Shiv Sena MLA who said that hadn't the BJP gone hammers and tongs against Aditya Thackeray in the Sushant Singh Rajput case, these parties would have come together. So we've seen allegations coming in from both sides. But at this juncture, we have seen several leaders targeting Sanjay Raut, saying that hadn't Sanjay Raut gone ahead to make such statements, it wouldn't have resulted in resentment among the party MLAs. Sanjay Raut, remember, has been one of the important figures in stitching together an alliance with the NCP and Congress. So some Shiv Sena leaders who at this point believe that going with the Congress and NCP was a mistake and that they are not comfortable with the alliance and they should go back. They also blame Sanjay Raut for this alliance, and now they want the BJP and Shiv Sena to tie up. So these type of personal allegations and jibes have been taken in the past as well. And now when the political scene is so hot, we will see everyone taking such personal jibes. Nabila?
Absolutely. You know, Sanjay Raut is viewed as the poster boy of the Shiv Sena. He's made some really strong statements. In fact, today itself, after Eknath Shinde addressed the media, Sanjay Raut reacted, and quite strongly so, and very likely of him. He says that we don't mind going out of power, but the party should remain intact. Anti-party activities will not be tolerated. Even if we have to go out of power, we will take strict disciplinary action. Those are the words of Sanjay Raut. Does Uddhav Thackeray echo the same sentiments?
Well, it is always believed that when a party spokesperson, that too a chief spokesperson of the party, an MP, and most importantly, the executive editor of the party, mouthpiece Samna, he said something, it obviously has to echo the sentiments of party chief Uddhav Thackeray. So if Sanjay Raut says that this is leading to the dissolution of assembly, it obviously would have come from the party chief. Sanjay Raut would not make such a big statement without a go-ahead from his party chief. But his closeness to the party chief is also not seen, not seen something as a healthy equation between the party chief and this party spokesperson. They blame Sanjay Raut for the debacle. Narayan Rane, while making that comment, has taken cue from earlier comments against Sanjay Raut by several leaders, saying that Sanjay Raut's closeness to Sharad Pawar is something that is to be blamed for. Is Sanjay Raut working for Shiv Sena or is working for the NCP? That criticism of Sanjay Raut has always been there. And today's jibe by Narayan Rane is somewhere in that direction. Sanjay Raut's closeness to Sharad Pawar, as well as his closeness to party chief Uddhav Thackeray, in bringing them together, has always invited criticism from his party colleagues, and today Narayan Rane also taking that same jibe.
Yeah, you know, Kamlesh, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sanjay Raut, who spoke. Even he put out a tweet a little earlier clarifying the same. Let's listen in.
त्याच्यामुळे या राज्यातलं सरकार हे अस्वस्थ आहे, प्रमुख नेते अस्वस्थ आहेत आणि आता उद्या परवा किंवा भविष्यामध्ये नक्की काय वळण घेईल हे आता कोणी सांगू शकत नाही. अशी जेव्हा परिस्थिती निर्माण होते अनेक राज्यामध्ये, तेव्हा साधारण तिकडले विधानसभा ही बरखास्त करून पुढील निवडणुकांना सामोरं जाण्याचा एक मार्ग स्वीकारला जातो. मी माझं मत व्यक्त केलं.
मुख्यमंत्री राजीनामा देणार आहेत का आपल्या मताचा?
मी असं म्हणालो नाही.
मी तुम्हाला विचारतो
नाही. आता मी वर्षावर जातो. महाविकास आघाडी एक संघ आहे. नक्कीच आमचे काही आमदार बाहेर आहेत. त्यातले एक आमदार नागपूरला परतले, आपण पाहिलं असेल, नितीन देशमुख. आणि त्यांनी जे सांगितलं विमानतळावर की त्यांच्या बाबतीमध्ये काय प्रसंग घडला, तो सगळा प्रकार भयंकर आहे. जोपर्यंत सगळे आमदार मुंबईला येत नाहीत तोपर्यंत कोणतंही मत व्यक्त करणं हे बरोबर नाही. एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बहुत पुराने साथी हैं। उनको भी इतना आसान नहीं है पार्टी छोड़ना और हमको भी इतना आसान नहीं है उनको छोड़ना। हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है। आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी। आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है। यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है। कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है। वापस एक बार बात हो जाएगी। उनके साथ जो विधायक है उनसे भी हमारी बातचीत चल रही है। सभी शिवसेना में है, शिवसेना में रहेंगे।
All right, I'm cutting across to Kamlesh Sutar on that. Kamlesh, she's spoken in Marathi extensively. Please do translate for us exactly what are the sticking points of what Sanjay Raut has said.
Well, Sanjay Raut basically here is speaking about Eknath Shinde. He says that Eknath Shinde has been a staunch Shiv Sena worker and it is not going to be easy for him either to quit the party. Whatever issues are, that will be resolved. But party is important. In a nutshell, that is what Sanjay Raut we've heard saying, and whatever I could gather little on the earphones, that is what Sanjay Raut has been talking about Eknath Shinde. As I said earlier, and I repeat that he said that Eknath Shinde is a close friend, has been associated with the party for a long time, and it's not going to be easy for him either to take that decision.
All right. So at this point, it seems like they're trying to cozy up to Eknath Shinde, not aggressively hitting out at him. They have taken disciplinary action in terms of just axing him as the legislative party leader. But otherwise, so far, attempts are being made to pacify Eknath Shinde extensively. They're not leaving that window closed as yet. Even though Sanjay Raut or Uddhav Thackeray is projecting a hardened stance and are showing themselves to be angry with this whole situation, they're still leaving that window of hope alive to see if at all Eknath Shinde might just feel nostalgic and return back to the party fold. Because even Eknath Shinde time and again has said he's not going to part ways from the Shiv Sena. He only wants to part ways from the NCP and the Congress. His grouse is towards the allies. The NCP and the Congress, as they have stark different ideologies, they do not reckon with Hindutva the way Shiv Sena does, and considering that Shiv Sena's bases and grounds and ideology itself is all based around Hindutva, they feel that this alliance itself is unholy, and that seems to be the primary reason. But on both ends, it appears that they're trying to send out a message through the media, but not directly talking to each other. That's also interesting to note. But communication is alive through the media, it appears.
Well, indeed, there's one group. See, the Shiv Sena strategy seems to be clear in this regard. On one hand, Shiv Sena is also threatening party MLAs with a letter issued by the chief whip saying that you have to attend that party meeting. If you don't attend, you would invite disqualification. That in a way is a message to the rebel MLAs that if you don't come back to the party fold, you might lose lose your seat as an MLA, and you will have to resign as an MLA. That disciplinary action will be taken, and disqualification will be recommended to the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. On the other hand, leaders like Sanjay Raut are trying to pacify Eknath Shinde, saying that Eknath Shinde is a staunch party loyalist. He is a worker of Balasaheb Thackeray. He follows the ideology of the party. It's not going to be it's not going to be an easy decision for him to quit the party. So on both lines, they're trying to keep the communication open. They're not trying to go all offensive. On one hand, they are also threatening party MLAs with him with disqualification threat, and also on the other hand, Sanjay Raut is trying to pacify Eknath Shinde by calling him a staunch Shiv Sena worker who's still with the party. So the doors of communications are open, but also on the other hand, also
the doors of communication is open through the media. It's not like they're speaking to each other directly. Even though Sanjay Raut says he's had a conversation with Eknath Shinde for about an hour today, that's what he claims. But yet it seems like there was no conclusion on a positive note on that front. Kamlesh Sutar, stay with us. The Maharashtra political crisis as it explodes. India Today was the first to speak to the man who's leading this rebellion against the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. In an exclusive conversation with our channel, Senior Sena Minister Eknath Shinde has claimed to have the support of over 46 MLAs, enough number to dodge the anti-defection bullet. Eknath has also told India Today that right now, he has 35 MLAs lodged with him at that Guwahati resort, and more MLAs are on their way to Assam. The majority mark in the Maharashtra Assembly right now stands at 144, with one Sena MLA who passed away recently. The number from 145 has come down to 144. If Shinde's claims are true, then he decides to go with the BJP. Then they have enough numbers to form the government in Maharashtra altogether. So in all ways and angles here, it looks like the BJP could take away the cake in due course of time. Just a few days before which we'll know. And it seems like this entire situation is hinging towards the BJP's victory at this point. Let's take a listen to this conversation exclusively with India Today, Eknath Shinde.
एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं बस।
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास?
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की, उद्धव ठाकरे हैं कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की, शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे। यही हमारा जो कहना था, मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया?
ऐसा कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया? मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही, क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं, सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ बागी विधायकों का दल इस वक्त गुवाहाटी में है, क्या रणनीति आगे की?
निर्दल नहीं है, हमारी तहार की पार्टी है, तहार, और मैं और हमारे साथ एक और विधायक है और अभी तक 40 तो हो गए और बढ़ेंगे, 10 तक और बढ़ेंगे, 50 हो जाएंगे।
तो सर आप ये बड़ा दावा कर रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कल 20 से 34 से लेकर के आज 40 का दावा एकनाथ शिंदे ने खुद किया है और आप कह रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 भी हो सकती है।
हाँ, 50 तक।
तो अब आगे की रणनीति क्या है सर, इसके बारे में भी अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकें।
अभी सत्ता प्रस्तावित करना है, सत्ता की तरफ जाना है।
तो बच्चों जी, गुवाहाटी में अब और कितने दिन?
गुवाहाटी में कितने दिन ये नहीं बता सकते हम, वो तो आज भी निकल सकते, कल भी जा सकते हैं।
लेकिन बगावत की वजह क्या है, ये भी दर्शक समझना चाहते हैं।
ठीक है, ओके, चलो और कुछ
जी, बगावत की वजह भी समझना चाहते हैं, आखिर एकनाथ शिंदे बगावत पर क्यों उतरे?
वो तो सब बताएंगे ना, अभी फोन पर क्यों इतने बताएंगे।
Right, from what we see, those dissidents who are hauled up in Guwahati's resort, it doesn't seem like they're really bothered about the numbers at all. For them, it's all about the ideology. At least so far, they're projecting the same narrative, that they are worried and upset with the fact that Uddhav Thackeray decided to ally with those parties who do not have the same ideology and the same ethics they share within the party. Well, we're looking at developments thick and fast within the state of Maharashtra. At this point, it seems like the end is closing in on Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. But it might just be crystal clear post the 5 p.m. meet this evening at Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Varsha, where the Chief Whip has issued a stern direction asking for all MLAs to show up in numbers. If not, disciplinary action will be taken. Now, let's take you through the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra on this political crisis. Major political crisis grips the state of Maharashtra. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's fate hangs in balance. He is likely to resign from his post as over 35 MLAs are set to favor Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde. After the key state cabinet meet concluded, Thackeray has said he will see what happens next, almost leaving it to fate and destiny. The Shiv Sena has now issued a whip to its MLAs asking them to attend a meeting at Varsha, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. today. A letter by the Chief Whip, Sunil Prabhu, reads that if anyone fails to attend this meet, it will be considered that MLA wants to leave the party itself and he will be facing disciplinary action. Disqualification could be on the cards for them. Eknath Shinde to convene a key meet of rebels at the Guwahati hotel this evening. Sena leader claimed that they haven't decided on the future course of action. According to reports, the rebel camp has requested additional rooms at the Guwahati hotel as they are expecting more rebels to join them. And Shinde has now claimed that he's got the support of 46 MLAs. He's now demanding Shiv Sena to join hands with the BJP. Over 35 rebels have already reached Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati, Assam this morning. Earlier, they were they were lodged at a resort in Gujarat, Surat. Before leaving for Guwahati, all rebel Shiv Sena MLAs were asked to sign a paper showing their support for Eknath Shinde, almost an assurance that they've given to Shinde that they will stick by him. Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut has dropped hints that the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly would be dissolved amid this growing political crisis within the state. He stated that the ongoing crisis in Maharashtra is heading towards dissolution of the Vidhan Sabha. Now, let me cut across to the possible scenarios right now. Even as the Shiv Sena so far has sent out hints, enough and more, that they want to dissolve this assembly, what could be the possible scenario if that could take place? Scenario number one, if at all the governor accepts a dissolution, they may just dissolve the house. Possibly fresh elections may happen soon enough post dissolution of the assembly. The BJP possibly will ally with the Sena rebels. That could be a likelihood and increasingly a situation that's now visible. And also a situation that could unfold where the Sena NCP Congress may just fight together and try to douse this rebellion within their own party. And then you have scenario number two, where if at all the governor rejects a dissolution of the assembly, then what would happen? Then the government asked to prove its majority, possibly that the government will be asked for a floor test. A floor test might just take place where the new leader will be asked to take oath after giving letters of support. It may also invite the leader to take oath who submits letters of support. The BJP may form the government with the help of Sena rebels. In fact, Sena NCP Congress may just end up sitting in the opposition. The BJP might come to power along with those rebels. So these are a couple of scenarios that could unfold if at all a dissolution is either approved or denied by the governor. And the biggest update here is that the governor himself is COVID-19 positive. Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari is currently hospitalized, is what we hear, owing to COVID-19. Even the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, amid this political crisis, has tested positive for COVID, but yet has called for a meeting at his home. It's likely that he is going to be communicating with those leaders virtually while seated at his house itself. The meeting is at his home, but he will maybe communicate to them virtually. This Maha-political pot boiler, is only getting hotter by the minute. According to sources, Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray may just resign amid this political turmoil and drama. Uddhav Thackeray has also tested positive for COVID-19, and this comes after Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut has hinted at a dismissal of the Maharashtra Assembly. They're trying to push for the dissolution. Of course, contrary reports on one hand that the Shiv Sena is very keen on dissolving the Assembly. On the other, that they may have rolled back on that decision or their thought post the cabinet meet. And one needs to remember that the NCP as well as the Congress are not on board with this decision of dissolving the Assembly at this point. Especially the NCP is not in favor of dissolving the Assembly. In fact, earlier Sanjay Raut said that he conversed with Eknath Shinde for about an hour on Wednesday. Raut has added that Sena may lose power in the state but will always keep fighting. Shiv Sena, meanwhile, has issued a whip to its MLAs to attend a 5 p.m. meeting at Varsha, the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. The whip letter mentions clearly that if MLAs fail to attend the meeting, then it will be considered that these MLAs want to leave the party and they could attract disqualification. Disqualification could be initiated against these MLAs. Early morning, senior Sena Minister Eknath Shinde and rebel MLAs landed in Guwahati. Shinde claimed to have the support of at least 46 MLAs, which is enough to dodge the bullet of the anti-defection law. Before flying off to Guwahati, rebel MLAs pledged support to Eknath Shinde, even signed papers in assurance that they will stick with him no matter what. This was a paper that was given to these MLAs by Eknath Shinde, almost in confirmation that they will be aligned with Eknath Shinde until the end to whatever decision he takes. Right now, do these MLAs not know what's awaiting them? If at all they do not return to the party's fold, they could attract disqualification. It's sure, in fact, we could fairly well safely assume that these MLAs who are currently with Eknath Shinde are very well aware that if they do not come back to the party fold, they could attract disqualification, which is why it appears Eknath Shinde has already got his numbers enough to form a camp which is where the numbers outbeat Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's camp at this moment. Uddhav Thackeray has barely 17 MLAs with him, while Eknath Shinde has 35 who are stationed with him but claims to have 45 who are in support of him. Let me cut across to some reactions on the same. Let's hear it.
शिव सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
क्या लगता है आपको अभी क्या सरकार बचेगी या नहीं बचेगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस के कारण कोई सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। कांग्रेस के विधायक सब एक हैं। 44 में से 44 में से 41 विधायक आज उपस्थित रहे। 3 रास्ते में है क्योंकि मुझे निकल जाना है। मध्य प्रदेश में चुनाव हो रहे हैं, पंचायती चुनाव, नगरपालिका, नगर निगम के चुनाव है, इसलिए मुझे निकल जाना है। पर सबने एक आवाज में कहा कि हम कांग्रेस और देश की संस्कृति के साथ खड़े रहेंगे।
सोनिया गांधी ने आपको भेजा, आप दूध बन के आए, क्या कन्वे किया आपने विधायकों?
मैंने उनका संदेश कन्वे किया कि उन्हें पूरा विश्वास है हर कांग्रेस विधायक पर।
सरकार बचेगी कि नहीं सर, क्योंकि संजय राउत ने ट्वीट किया असेंबली भंग होने वाली है।
देखिए, इसमें कोई मैं मानता नहीं हूँ, सच्चाई है।
और अगर बात करें
कोविड पॉजिटिव,
आपकी मुलाकात थी उनसे?
उनका मेरी मुलाकात थी पर उनको कोविड हो गया, कोविड पॉजिटिव निकले हैं, इसलिए मैं मुलाकात उनसे नहीं कर रहा, पर लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर हुई है।
हमारे जो 44 MLA है वो सभी हमारे साथ में है। गलत कुछ न्यूज कुछ चैनल पर आ रही है, वो गलत है।
National observer has come and we just trying to see that we all together and we want to see what we can do to save the government, because apparently large number of Shiv Sena MLAs have backed Mr. Shinde. Whether he is able to effect a 2/3 split, we'll have to see. But our role right now to make sure that we're all together. We'd also like to explore what happened in the council poll. A lot of people seem to have voted against the party whip. So that will be also an agenda.
महाराष्ट्र में जो चल रहा है कैसे देखते हैं आप? और क्योंकि वहां पर भी यही बात निकल कर आ रही है बार बार कि बीजेपी ही इसके पीछे है, सरकार को अस्थिर कर रही है।
देखिए, अभी तो कैबिनेट मीटिंग बुलाए और जब कैबिनेट मीटिंग में सभी तीनों पार्टी के लोग मिलके क्या तय करने वाले हैं, उसके बाद में हम क्या करना चाहिए वो बाद में बोलेंगे।
is likely to resign now.
No, I have not heard so far. I don't know anything about it. What Sanjay Raut? Yet I do not know. I do not. साहेबांना भेटतो आहे आणि काय ड्रामा मला काय माहिती त्यांचा अंतर्गत प्रश्न शिवसेनेचा नेतृत्वाखाली देखेंगे क्या होता है।
साहेब, ते काल जे आपल्याला पत्र दिलंय विधिमंडळ गटनेते पदाच्या बदलाचं, ते आपण स्वीकारलंय का? त्याच्यावर निर्णय घेतला? मग आता नवीन गटनेते म्हणून आपण मान्यता दिली आहे ना?
हो हो हो.
पण त्यांनी जो आक्षेप घेतला होता की 22 आमदारांच्या सह्या आहेत, त्याच्याबाबत काय साहेब?
नाही, त्याच्यात तशी तरतूद अशी आहे का गटनेता निवड ही पक्षनेत्यांनी केलेली असते.
अच्छा.
त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना बदलण्याचे अधिकार आहेत.
बरं बरं. आज आपली चर्चा झाली उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांसोबत, त्याच्याबाबत काय सांगू शकाल का?
कशाच्या?
आज आपण उपमुख्यमंत्र्यांना भेटलात, तर या परिस्थितीवर चर्चा झाली किंवा काय चर्चा झाली?
नाही, याच्या संदर्भात नाही काही चर्चा झाली.
बरं. आता पुढे काय ह्या सगळ्या आमदारांच्या बाबत काय निर्णय आपल्याकडनं तिकडच्या पक्षाकडनं काय शिवसेनेकडनं काय आपल्याकडे विनंती आली आहे?
नाही, कुठल्याच प्रकारची काही विनंती आलेली नाही. फक्त गटनेते बदली तेवढंच आलं होतं.
Power is not for us. We don't bother about that. The bother is we are concerned about the party itself. And the concern for the party is that our own people should not leave the party. Even if they have some resentment, they can come talk to the chief of the party. Let us discuss it and we'll discuss. Yesterday our emissary was there. Nadirkar was there. He spoke to him. He spoke to even Uddhavji Thackeray. He said he had not left the party. Then why he should roam around? If he has not left the party, then come talk to the party. Party chief is there right now. And then discuss and resolve the issue.
केसरकर साहब, आप इस वक्त कहाँ हैं? क्या आप शिवसेना के साथ एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ हैं?
मैं मुंबई में हूँ, अपने घर पे हूँ। देखिए, किसी के साथ होना ये बात नहीं है। ये तो बात ऐसी है कि मैं पहले से बोल रहा था उद्धव साहब को कि सेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा जाना चाहिए, और ये मेरा जो कहना था आज भी मैं उस पर ठाम हूँ कि शिवसेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा रहना चाहिए।
क्या एकनाथ शिंदे ने जो किया सही क्या मानते हैं आप?
देखिए, इन्होंने जो किया इसके लिए दो वजह है। एक तो महाराष्ट्र में तो कुछ उनके भी गलतफहमियां हैं, उनको साइड की कोशिश की गई, और ये कौन कर रहा था मुझे तो खुद को मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन कोई ऐसे कार्यकर्ता या नेता रहेंगे सेना में जिन्होंने ये करने की कोशिश की, और उसकी वजह से वो दुखी थे और वो समझ रहे थे कि साहब इसमें इंटरवीन करेंगे। और दूसरी चीज, उन्होंने भी जाके बोला था कि सेना और बीजेपी को इकट्ठा रहना चाहिए। वो डिमांड उनकी पूरी नहीं हुई, और जो राज्यसभा इलेक्शन में हुआ वो समझते थे कि उसके लिए एनसीपी कुछ हद तक जिम्मेदार है, उसके लिए भी वो काफी हर्ट थे।
All right, here's some big news coming in. Eknath Shinde's fresh attack at Shiv Sena. This is Eknath Shinde, who's now coming out with a new barb. Shinde says whip issued for 5 p.m. meet is illegal. This is exactly what Eknath Shinde has said, as he deems the whip issued by the Shiv Sena as illegal. This could possibly mean, what he possibly could mean, that he has the numbers and therefore the whip has no standing at this point, because this is a breakaway faction with at least 35 MLAs, the dissidents who are with him at this point. Clearly, with Uddhav Thackeray not having the numbers, is he in a position to issue a whip? Eknath Shinde responding to the whip issued for the 5 p.m. meeting, calling it as illegal. Remember, The Shiv Sena has issued a whip sternly warning all MLAs against disqualification if they don't appear at the residence of Uddhav Thackeray at 5 p.m. this evening. This is a direction given to those MLAs of the Shiv Sena to be present in numbers at Uddhav Thackeray's residence at 5 p.m. this evening, if not, face disqualification. To which Eknath Shinde, the man leading the rebellion, has said the whip issued against MLAs is illegal. Paulami joining us live for more on that. Paulami, with what sentiment and keeping what in mind is Eknath Shinde calling this whip issued by the Shiv Sena asking for all the MLAs to be present at 5 p.m. today as illegal?
Well, that remains to be seen, but this is of course Eknath Shinde who's being extremely defiant in the face of the whip which was issued by the party whip Sunil Prabhu just a short while ago, asking all MLAs of the Shiv Sena to be present at the CM residence Varsha in Mumbai at 5 p.m. today for a very crucial meeting in the wake of the instability and the sort of rebellion that the government is facing, and as a result of which it in fact stated that if the orders of the whip were not followed and people chose to be absent at that meeting, then strict action would be taken because it would be deemed that they do not want to remain members of the party. Now, what Eknath Shinde has just tweeted and said is that he's appointed his own whip. He's appointed Bharat Gogavle as the whip of the Shiv Sena. So he says that this is the whip of the party. He is the whip of the party. He is, of course, one of the members of the Legislative Assembly from the Shiv Sena who is inside the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati with him. He has appointed Bharat Gogavle as the chief whip and said that as a result of which the order issued by the whip Sunil Prabhu for a meeting, calling for a meeting of all party MLAs at 5 p.m. at the same residence in Mumbai is completely invalid. So that is his argument. So clearly this is a defiant Eknath Shinde. So he's of course in a way that he's actually appointing the whip of the Shiv Sena. He's clearly saying that I'm forming a party. This is the real Shiv Sena. It remains to be seen if indeed he has the numbers as far as, it is considered in order for him to successfully break away from the Shiv Sena and not attract the anti-defection law. That remains to be seen. Does he have the numbers? Of course, in that conversation with our colleague Preeti, he said, I have 46 MLAs with me. How many of those are from the Shiv Sena and how many are others? That remains to be seen. But this is him basically in a complete rebellious tone saying, I have a chief whip, Bharat Gogavle is the chief whip and not Sunil Prabhu.
How are they two chief whips at this point? Paulami, how does the Uddhav Thackeray government explain that?
Well, this is Nabila. This is a defiant tactic by by Eknath Shinde. He is obviously, he can't go around appointing his own whip. All of this comes under the part of a procedure. If indeed he is to form successfully the real Shiv Sena or the actual Shiv Sena, the breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena, which has and can in fact carry forward the Shiv Sena label and name, then he has to have the number of MLAs and he has to successfully present that number to, of course, the governor as well, to the speaker, and then, of course, he can be, of course, that sort of proposition can be looked into by the constitutional head. But at this point of time, what he's basically doing is, because obviously this whip was issued from Mumbai and it said that everyone has to be present in Mumbai at 5 p.m. at Varsha, the chief minister's residence, it was being speculated what will Eknath Shinde do, because he's sitting here with a lot of those legislators here in Guwahati. He's obviously not going to make it to Mumbai. So is he going to face action? Is he going to just watch as it happens? He's come out in a defiant tone and he said, this is the chief whip. Sunil Prabhu is in the chief whip. So it is becoming very interesting.
He says that because he has those numbers. He says that he has 46 MLAs with him. He only needs 37 to literally not attract the anti-defection law, and almost if he has 2/3 of the members with him, then it could be recognized as a whole separate party altogether within the assembly. So a defiant Eknath Shinde saying, I refuse to accept what the chief whip has issued, a direction calling that illegal, saying he has his own chief whip who's housed with him at that Guwahati resort. With political turmoil in Maharashtra only getting a lot more interesting and heated by the minute. In the latest update, we hear that Uddhav Thackeray has tested negative in his RT-PCR report. I'm going to take you through those details on the other side of a short break.
watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Karan Johar's upcoming film Jug Jug Jio has been creating a lot of buzz. A writer named Vishal A. Singh claimed that Karan Johar's Dharma Productions copied his script titled Bani Rani. In a series of tweets, the writer shared his email copy sent to Dharma Productions. One of his tweets read, and I quote, "Had registered a story Bani Rani with SwaIndia.org in January 2020. I had officially mailed Dharma Movies in February 2020 for an opportunity to co-produce with them. I even got a reply from them. And then they have taken my story and made Jug Jug Jio. Not fair, Karan Johar." The film has been sued for copyright infringement by Ranchi-based writer Vishal Singh. A court in Ranchi has now ordered the screening of the film ahead of its release. After the screening, it will be decided whether the film violates the Copyright Act or not. Karan Johar and his team have not reacted to this yet. Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is slated to release in theatres on June 24th, with film stars Varun Dhawan, Anil Kapoor, Kiara Advani and Neetu Kapoor.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
All right, looking at the political turmoil in Maharashtra, it all boils down to the number game. Are the numbers really in favor of Uddhav Thackeray at this point? If I may show you, the numbers that we have very clearly shows that this situation could possibly be hinging towards the BJP's victory here. Looking at the numbers, it's very clear, at least for the moment, that the BJP might just have an upper hand if at all the rebels join hands with them. Let me take you through a quick glimpse into what the numbers stand at. The BJP, of course, is the single largest party that it won in 2019 Assembly elections, even though they still lost out on power because of the alliance of NCP, Shiv Sena and the Congress. So BJP that stood at 113, now we see a rebel rebel faction of the Shiv Sena, which stands at 35. If the rebels join hands with the BJP, then we're looking at a number of 148, slightly above the magic mark of 144. In fact, not slightly above, it's a comfortable majority that the BJP will be boasting of then. The Shiv Sena then will come down to 29. The NCP, of course, stands at 57. The Congress also stands at 44. Very surprising that the Congress and the NCP so far has not shown any dissent. Congress, which is viewed as a weakling among the three alliance partners, so far has posed a united front. Now let me take you through enough and more of the kind of turmoil that's coming from the rebel camp and the Shiv Sena in Mumbai. Of course, Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, along with several other Maharashtra MLAs, have gone incommunicado after results of the MLC polls. In fact, Shiv Sena has claimed that there is an attempt to overthrow the Sena-led government. Let's watch this special to understand this Maha drama unfolding.
Pushed to the brink, this is a battle for survival for Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. With Uddhav's number 2 turning against him, the nightmare has just begun to unfold. But Uddhav Thackeray is leaving nothing to chance. 17 Shiv Sena MLAs were shifted to Mumbai's St. Regis Hotel late Tuesday night. Uddhav Thackeray's son and Maharashtra Minister Aditya camped at the hotel overnight. This even as Eknath Shinde and 32 other rebels were at Surat's La Meridian Hotel before being shifted to Guwahati. Earlier on Tuesday, Uddhav sent his emissary to Surat to convince Shinde and the rebels to return to the party fold. Uddhav's aide made him speak to Shinde, but there was no breakthrough. According to sources, Shinde has claimed to have support of 35 MLAs and has demanded that Uddhav ally with BJP. Shinde told Uddhav that the rebels have a problem with the Sena-NCP Congress alliance and that he was upset that some Sena workers were speaking against him. Uddhav is said to have reminded Shinde of how BJP has been harassing his party and said that the Saffron party had mistreated Sena in the past as well. Uddhav then asked Shinde to return to Mumbai and speak to him.
हमारे सब एमएलए वहाँ हैं, उसमें से बहुत से लोग जो है वापस आना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उनको वापस आना नहीं दिया जा रहा है। उनकी घेराबंदी की है। ये घेराबंदी सिर्फ गुजरात में ही हो सकती है, क्योंकि वहाँ किस प्रकार की सरकार काम करती है और केंद्र किस प्रकार से वहाँ अपना काम कर लेती है, आपको मालूम है।
In an emotional appeal to his MLAs in Mumbai, at least 17 of whom attended a meeting at his residence, Varsha, Uddhav categorically told them that alliance with BJP was not an option. He said he was trying to understand what Shinde wanted and was confident that the rebel would return. These are testing times for Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray. Will he survive? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Shiv Sena Minister Eknath Shinde, who is said to be quite upset with his party, is reported to be hauled up in a hotel currently in Guwahati, along with several similarly disaffected MLAs from Maharashtra. Let's watch this special report on the political career of this man who's leading the rebellion.
Eknath Sambaji Shinde has come a long way from driving an auto rickshaw to becoming a minister in Maharashtra's Maha Vikas Aghadi government.
Me, Shri Eknath Sambaji Shinde, Ishwar Saksh Shapath Gheto ki.
Shinde was a protege of Anand Dege, a notorious leader from Thane who was known as someone who could defy even Sena founder, the all-powerful Balasaheb Thackeray. Shinde's first political stint began after he was elected to Thane Municipal Corporation as a Sena candidate. But then, a horrific personal tragedy struck. 2 out of 3 of Shinde's children drowned while on a boat ride in their village. After the incident, he turned a recluse and quit politics. But Anand Dige brought Shinde back into politics, making him also the leader of the house in municipal corporation. After Dige's death in 2001, Shinde came into his own, his political career soaring, even as he styled his image on that of his mentor. Within the next 3 years, Shinde was elected to assembly and established his hold over the party's organization structure. After Raj Thackeray quit to form the MNS and Narayan Rane revolted, Eknath Shinde became the money and muscle man of the Shiv Sena and the crowd puller. Shinde was credited with bolstering the ranks of the Shiv Sena, thus growing even closer to Uddhav Thackeray and becoming the Chief Minister's trusted lieutenant. Overnight, the 58-year-old Eknath Shinde has gone from troubleshooter to troublemaker. With a large number of MLAs now loyal to him, Eknath Shinde has put in question the survival of the Shiv Sena and of the Maharashtra government. With inputs from Kamlesh Sutar, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Shiv Sena rebel Eknath Shinde needs at least 37 MLAs to bring down the Maha Aghadi government. Shinde says that he has the support of nearly 45 MLAs. Even though only 35 are lodged with him in that resort, he still boasts of a majority at this point. His demand is quite clear. He wants Uddhav Thackeray to dump the NCP as well as the Congress and now patch up with the BJP. Here's a listen.
A nail-biting political thriller playing out in Maharashtra after India Today's big agenda-setting political newsbreak. The man on your screen has created a huge political storm. Senior Shiv Sena cabinet minister Eknath Shinde, who has now turned rebel. Holed up with over 26 MLAs at a resort in Gujarat's Surat, India Today's scoop revealed that it may be Chief Minister Uddhav's son and Minister Aditya Thackeray who may have alienated Shinde by denying him a free political hand. According to sources, Eknath Shinde was not happy about being sidelined in the Rajya Sabha and Maharashtra MLC polls recently. In fact, he was upset even right when the Aghadi government was formed. Harboring chief ministerial ambitions after being elected leader of the Sena Legislative Party, but pipped to the post, obviously, by the Thackeray Uddhav. Shinde's close aides say, despite being seen as number 2 in the Uddhav government, there was a lot of meddling in his urban development ministry, allegedly by Uddhav's son, Aditya Thackeray, and even his aides. Eknath Shinde wields considerable influence in Thane, Kalyan and Palghar districts. It was Shinde who had wrestled back Aghadi MLAs during the Ajit Pawar rebellion in 2019. He felt cheated with what he perceived as a raw deal from Chief Minister Uddhav and his son Aditya. Shinde tried to highlight his anger in the recent Dharamveer movie on late Sena leader Anand Dige. The movie is said to have portrayed Uddhav Thackeray in bad light and angered the Sena leadership. We broke the story first, and we'll keep you posted on what this Maha potboiler is unfolding into. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, that was a brief history into how this situation has come about. Over time, we're looking at the crisis only snowballing to proportions where it's literally showing the Maharashtra government at the brink of a collapse. Will Uddhav Thackeray literally pull out a trick or two from his sleeve to save and salvage the situation at this point? Or is a solution nowhere in sight for him? India Today continues to be on top of the story. We're going to stay tuned on this. But for now, a short break. We'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
The men and women who built Indian industry and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, past meets the future on the Business Today show with Udayan Mukherjee.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Wastage is not just a social problem but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for tuning into India Today. I'm Pooja Shali, the only channel that's getting you the latest updates and from all cities which is unfolding with regard to the Maharashtra's political crisis. First, the headlines. Let's begin. Rebel Sena leader Eknath Shinde is defiant. Speaking exclusively to India Today, he says he enjoys the support of 46 MLAs now. Shinde claims he's not in touch with Sena or the BJP leaders. But suspense is clearly growing over Uddhav Thackeray's next move. Uddhav tests COVID positive amid this rebellion, and sources suggest the Maharashtra CM is all set to possibly resign. Sharad Pawar refusing to come to Uddhav Thackeray's rescue. NCP Supremo washes his hands off, tells his party men not to interfere in Sena's internal matter. Shinde's rebellion proves to be advantage BJP. Fadnavis holding a meeting with party leaders in Mumbai. BJP deploys Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma to survey the resort before rebels arrive in Guwahati. And Rahul Gandhi speaks out for the first time with regard to the questioning from the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald scam case. Rahul Gandhi says he will continue to fight the ED with patience and with the support of Congress workers. Big news coming in. It is with regard to the Maharashtra crisis. BJP chief, the BJP unit chief in Maharashtra, Chandrakanth Patil, arrives in Surat in Gujarat on a chartered aircraft. He will be also reaching Guwahati, Assam, along with 4 MLAs. So what's exactly happening now? Is BJP making its intention very clear? Because Chandrakanth Patil, remember, yesterday also in his press conference, looking absolutely confident, but also a casual speech there, stating they do not know much about what's happening. But this time it appears 4 MLAs with Maharashtra BJP chief Chandrakanth Patil, the aircraft landing in Surat. These are the latest visuals coming in on your screen. So this aircraft has Maharashtra BJP unit chief Chandrakanth Patil lands in Surat in Gujarat, where some of the rebel MLAs were at a resort, remember. But now this same aircraft will include 4 other MLAs of Maharashtra and will be then heading to Assam. So very interesting. The BJP waiting for that single opportunity right now, as in when it becomes clear if Uddhav Thackeray has been able to resolve this crisis or the Maha Vikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra is set to fall. All right, so these are the latest visuals on your screen. A chartered aircraft for the Maharashtra BJP unit chief Chandrakanth Patil. The aircraft, while touches down in Gujarat, he will be accompanied by 4 MLAs with him that will then be heading to Assam. So making it very clear, if at all, that confidence, remember, coming in of Eknath Shinde and 46 MLAs, remember, is a whopping number. Because even yesterday, when Sanjay Raut was speaking to our executive editor, Sahil Joshi, he tried to play it down and say maybe Shinde has 17, 18 MLAs. But by the night, it was already touching to about 30, 35. Now he's claiming, there's no clarity yet, but his claim is very confident that I have 46 MLAs. So why does that number important? That number is important because with 46 MLAs and any number beyond 37, anti-defection law is not needed. And therefore, the BJP can quickly jump in, claim that this Maha Vikas Aghadi government is now in minority and they have the numbers to form the government, and numbers way beyond expectations. My colleague Paulami Saha has been in Guwahati. Paulami, very interesting because till now it was only the rebel MLAs going from one city to another. But if the Maharashtra BJP unit chief Chandrakanth Patil says, I'm also coming with 4 more MLAs, that's as clear as it gets. What's next to happen, Paulami?
That's right. That just basically goes to show that there's a possibility that BJP has now moved full throttle into this entire situation. Earlier, the BJP, as we were speaking to our sources within the party, of course, maintained that they were in a wait-and-watch mode because they didn't want to jump into a situation which was half-baked. They wanted to be absolutely sure that Eknath Shinde had the numbers indeed to bring down the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, to break the Shiv Sena. So unless that was to happen, the BJP was not going to move into the picture quite directly and quite upfront. And now if Chandrakanth Patil is saying that he's also going to move to Guwahati with, of course, 4 other MLAs, that just goes to show that the BJP is now lending support to this entire rebellion, which has been orchestrated by Eknath Shinde. And the BJP has now sensed that they have a real opportunity over here to bring down the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. And this is no half-baked situation. This is serious, and this is a gambit which has the possibility of being successful.
Paulami, before I come across to you for the second question, I want to tell our viewers watching right now that Paulami is right outside a resort in Guwahati, where now those rebel MLAs who had flown from Surat landed in Assam. And now they are holed up there. So Paulami, what about these 4 MLAs? Because do help us understand here. If all the MLAs of the Shiv Sena, the rebel MLAs, had been flown now to Assam, who are these 4 MLAs? Why would Chandrakanth Patil be first touching down Gujarat and then going across to Assam? So what is happening here, if you can explain?
Well, we of course have to wait for those details to emerge right now. Remember, there are a lot of figures which are being bandied about since yesterday as to how many MLAs there are. Like For instance, when Mr. Eknath Shinde was having a conversation with our colleague Preeti, he said, I have 46 MLAs. How many of these are from the Shiv Sena and how many are others? That is extremely crucial, because while of course eventually in the formation of a government, it is important to have as many numbers as possible, get the smaller parties in, get whatever support you can get in order to form government. But when you want to defect away from the Shiv Sena and successfully without attracting the anti-defection law, then you need 2/3 of the party's current strength in the House, which is 55. So you need 37. Out of these 46, how many are Shiv Senics? That is going to be extremely crucial. So who are these 4 that are going to come with Chandrakant Patil? And this entire route which is being followed, Maharashtra to Gujarat, Gujarat to Assam, we have been asking some of our sources about this as well. What they believe is they take the road route into Surat and then of course fly out of Surat, and that is much easier for them to of course work things out. That is how the planning is at the moment. But again, let's see how it pans out, because eventually, like I said, everyone's banding about numbers, but when it comes down to the final picture, it will be all about the signatures on that piece of paper, Pooja.
All right, Paulami, thank you so much for tracking all the latest. And I just want to tell our viewers how Paulami also had touched down Mumbai. But within hours, as the situation changed, has then now flown to Assam, so that you get the latest coming in from this mega crisis that's unfolding. Paulami, thank you very much for tracking that latest. We have some more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. It's a big claim coming in from Team Rahul. Now, Team Rahul Gandhi says that top aide KC Venugopal says that the Bharatiya Janata Party is offering a bribe to the rebel MLAs, and that bribe is a bombshell number of about 25 to 50 crore rupees if they decide to switch camps. So are these rebel MLAs, according to KC Venugopal, who's a senior Congress Neta, is a close aide of Rahul Gandhi, he's saying that the reason these rebel MLAs are switching because they are being offered 25 to 50 crore rupees if they decide to switch the camp from the Maha Vikas Aghadi government as it stands now, to then either join the BJP, as Shinde is demanding and asking for, or perhaps at least ensure that the government also falls at this point. 25 to 50 crore rupees to switch camps politically here. That's all it takes, according to KC Venugopal, for the rebel MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde right now. We'll wait and see some Shiv Sena Netas if they want to react on that as well. But first, listen in to the reactions coming in.
They are giving 50 crores to MLAs. Today also Maharashtra, that is the discussion. They are offering 50 crores, 25 crores. They are making this Enforcement Directorate department as an election department of BJP. Only one thing in these things I have to tell. I'm really proud of our workers.
Constant updates coming here on India Today, because after what Rahul Gandhi camp said, now the Eknath Shinde camp MLAs have released a resolution letter. 34 MLAs. I repeat the number here. 34 members of the Legislative Assembly have signed this letter that says, and I quote it here, the MLAs are dissatisfied by the prevailing corruption in the Maha Aghadi government, and that's specifically referring to Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh. The party cadre is facing harassment and distress on personal grounds from the opposition's ideological parties. So which are the ideological parties in opposition within the government? The Congress Party and the NCP. They're also stating in that resolution letter that the discontent among the cadre, among the Shiv Sena cadre, is primarily against Congress and NCP. For the last 2.5 years, our party Shiv Sena leadership are compromising on party principles. Very strong words there in the resolution letter that the Shiv Sena leadership has ignored people's mandate of 2019 and tied up with the Congress and NCP. So is this about old grudges coming forth eventually now that they have the strength to speak up about it? Or is there something more brewing behind? But for now, the resolution letter that we are breaking first here on India Today from the Shinde camp, very important. MLAs, 34 in number, which is the official number as of now it appears. So definitely 34 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. They are saying Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, both of them are behind bars. They are saying because of their prevailing corruption, because of harassment and distress on personal grounds from the Congress and the NCP, indirectly, but clearly stating that ideologically in opposition parties, among the cadre is against the Congress and the NCP. For the last 2 years, Sena leadership has compromised party principles and tied up with Congress and NCP. This again the reference coming in as Eknath Shinde had quoted Anand Dige and Bala Saheb Thackeray and said Hindutva ideology matches and will stay with it. It matches with the BJP, not with the Congress and NCP. Very interesting. We'll try and get you details if Uddhav Thackeray's name was directly mentioned here or not. But the Shiv Sena leadership eventually, of course, again reflects back to the Thackeray's. And therefore, this has become, in many ways, a defined 7-page letter of Shinde's Sena, as we can say right now, with this new group that is emerging. You're looking, of course, at old visuals where Uddhav Thackeray and Shinde were at such a platform where Shinde would touch feet and take the blessings of Uddhav Thackeray. Today, he's a defiant Neta standing against Uddhav Thackeray, where the question is in survival of politics, of the party and of Uddhav Thackeray. Vidya joins me from Mumbai. Vidya, do give us details about this resolution letter of Eknath Shinde. 34 MLAs stating, we are done with the Congress and NCP. We face harassment and distress.
The letter that has been put forth certainly bears quite a lot of signatures than the Shiv Sena probably expected. But the Shiv Sena here is still going ahead with the whip that they have issued, and they are very clear that they have the numbers. Whether the letter with and if you see Eknath Shinde has been claiming that he does have most of the MLAs with him. They clearly in this over the last many weeks, months that they have faced is written in the letter, and that is what it really conveys, the reasons why they have left the party and are right now earlier in Surat and right now in Guwahati.
So what time are we expecting this meeting that is also set to begin? How is the Shiv Sena ensuring that, with just few hours to go now before a final decision will come from what is expected of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government? When is the huddle expected of the Shiv Sena? How are you looking at who will attend? Because Eknath Shinde said this is illegal. The whip, the senior whip, is actually in Guwahati right now with us. So how is that really happening at this point?
After the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena actually put out a letter and for changing the Legislative Assembly's leader, they actually had 22 signatures on that letter as well. So that certainly meant that Eknath Shinde did not have what he was claiming, and that's one of the reasons why it is being claimed by the Shiv Senics also that at this moment it is Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena which still has the numbers with it, and that is one of the reasons why this whip was issued. One, as a threat to Eknath Shinde and others who are still in Guwahati, to tell them that in case you do not really come back in time, which is by 5 o'clock this evening, 7 o'clock this evening, this entire action would be taken. Whether or not the party will go ahead with the action is a different matter, that will really happen later. But to get things moving, this entire whip has been issued. Also, what we have learned is that Chandrakant Patil has also, who was earlier in Surat, has also gone there. So things might change, look a little different a little later, with a lot of happenings around, especially around the time when the entire whip that has been issued, that really
Vidya, do tell me this at this point, because you must be trying to reach out to the Shiv Sena MLAs. I also liked how you said Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, because clearly there's another Shinde Shiv Sena that is emerging. Do you think that the morale of the cadre of the Shiv Sena, are they taken aback? Are they waiting for Uddhav Thackeray to find a solution? How is the cadre? How are the other MLAs looking at what's brewing? Do they think they can keep the government intact, or perhaps they would want eventually to go with the BJP?
Since the time this MVA government had really formed, a lot of Shiv Senics had been saying that this was not right, and that is exactly what Eknath Shinde has really, used, if I can say, to get this entire coup working, and has taken, where all the MLAs, where most of the people who have actually gone with Eknath Shinde are aware of the view that the MVA government should not have formed, the Shiv Sena should not have gone with the Congress and the NCP, and at this juncture as well, even now, Uddhav Thackeray actually stands by his decision that he had taken in 2019 to go with Congress and NCP. He claims, Uddhav Thackeray claims that this entire government will still work. Well, it depends first, after the sheer fact that the numbers in the party itself can be are actually right. Apart from that, after the parties really prove their numbers, it will now have to be taken a step further, where all these three parties together will have to prove their majority. That will take certainly time.
Vidya, stay on with me, because as Vidya is tracking all the latest from Mumbai and how Uddhav Thackeray and his cadre and his MLAs with him right now are trying to save the government for now, because otherwise he'll have to resign. Poulomi Saha is presently in Guwahati, right outside the hotel, where the rebel MLAs, the Shinde Sena group, is currently holed up. Poulomi, how are you looking at this Shinde resolution letter that has come? You know, it's very strongly worded. It is by 34 MLAs. It says we are done with the Congress and NCP's harassment. But, you know, it doesn't directly name Uddhav Thackeray, but does as much mention that the leadership has failed and compromised.
Well, this is what has been stated by Eknath Shinde and company for, of course, the past couple of days, that they are quite unhappy with the way the Maha Vikas Aghadi is functioning, with the way that the Shiv Sena seems to be a pushover in this alliance, and it is the NCP that is calling the shots. And they, of course, do not believe that, given the stated ideology of the Shiv Sena and Bal Thackre's ideology and his part in formation of the Shiv Sena, the Hindutva ideology, NCP and Congress are natural allies. It is the BJP which is a natural ally, and hence they would want the Shiv Sena to go back into the NDA force. So these are, of course, statements which have been made in the past. But what is interesting is what, like I was discussing with you just a short while ago, Pooja, it is about putting those signatures down on paper. You can keep banding about numbers, you can keep claiming numbers, but where are those numbers? Do you have enough of those numbers? And you have to prove it on paper. So here, of course, the Shiv Sena putting down 34 names and saying that these are the individuals who are with Eknath Shinde. And that is a huge chunk. I mean, it possibly isn't all the way up to the 37 mark that he needs in order to successfully defect away and form a breakaway faction of the Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena, quote unquote. But it is a sizable chunk. If Shiv Sena stands at 55 and 34 are with Eknath Shinde as we speak right now, we do know where the majority strength of the party lies and where it is right now, and that's right behind me, inside this Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. So clearly, this is muscle flexing by the Eknath Shinde camp. First, of course, saying we do not accept your whip, we do not accept your diktat, we believe that that is completely invalid, and here is our whip because we have the numbers. Our whip is the one that stands, and our whip is Bharat Gogavle. And then, of course, now putting out that piece of paper and saying this is what we want and this is what we believe, and look at the numbers that we have, and clearly the numbers are in our favor.
Poulomi, stay on with me. Also, Vidya is with us. I want the viewers to look at that image closely. That is the signature of the MLAs of the Shinde resolution, the Shinde Sena, as we can call it right now. Vidya is in Mumbai. Poulomi is in Guwahati. Vidya, first to you here, because at this point, Uddhav Thackeray will be hopeful that as and when they decide to have a meeting of the MLAs, it is also a show of strength, isn't it? Because, of course, the cameras are rolling. Everyone will be tracking how many MLAs arrive to meet Uddhav Thackeray, who himself will likely be virtually because he is COVID positive. So do you think in many ways today's evening's meeting is very crucial? Because Shinde is not revealing his MLAs directly today, but Uddhav Thackeray may just have to.
Well, actually, if I can correct you, Pooja, Uddhav Thackeray has tested negative. His earlier report was positive, but his RT-PCR report compared to the antigen was different. It was negative, and that's the reason why the meetings are being held at Varsha, where a lot of Shiv Sena leaders are right there waiting to meet him. And certainly the meetings will probably progress to something that would really lead to a positive output, is what they are also expecting. But at this juncture, yes, it's not just the Shiv Sena which is holding meetings. There are various rounds of meetings that have been held by the Congress yesterday, today, as well as the NCP, and right now even the BJP. Narayan Rane, where I'm actually at the BJP office, and Narayan Rane was expected to be here. However, Devendra Fadnavis called him over to his residence, and many rounds of meeting are actually happening there as well. So just about every party is in the huddle, looking at the entire, turmoil that is happening in Maharashtra and wondering what exactly will be the right thing to do so that they can be either, for the Shiv Sena to keep the government or for the BJP to form a government. But certainly at this juncture, with the governor also testing positive, being in the hospital, there are a lot of ifs and buts. But certainly things will probably clear out in the next couple of hours or so after that whip that has been issued by Shiv Sena and the meeting that is held there.
Vidya is tracking all the latest in Mumbai. So Uddhav Thackeray, who's tested negative, will be there in the meeting. He's chairing that meeting. Paulomi Saha in Guwahati. Paulomi, because you've also closely covered the Maharashtra politics, the question that everyone's been asking is, how can Shinde possibly have over 35-40 MLAs on his side, and Uddhav Thackeray or anyone senior did not even get a whiff about it? So, of course, there are all sorts of conspiracy theories. If it is a fixed match also, what is happening? What do you think possibly happened here? Was Uddhav Thackeray caught off guard? Was he aware but underestimated Eknath Shinde?
Well, he, Pooja, in order to answer your question, it appears that Uddhav Thackeray did not exactly pick up on the signs.
Yes.
While Eknath Shinde was expressing his rebellion for a while right now. In fact, from the start of this coalition of government, the formation of this Maha Vikas Aghadi, Eknath Shinde was one of those who was not very happy with this coalition of the Shiv Sena breaking ties with the BJP and joining hands with the Congress and the NCP. And he made it known and he made it quite apparent as well. Now, he's a strongman of the party. We've been showing our viewers pictures of Eknath Shinde standing right next to Uddhav Thackeray and, others at various functions and, on various dioceses as well. So he's a strongman of the party. He, in fact, wields a lot of influence in areas like Kalyan, like Thane, like Dombivli, like Palghar. So he is extremely influential. In fact, today when Sanjay Rao this morning was speaking about Eknath Shinde, he categorically stated that those are municipality elections which will be fought under the influence and the leadership of Eknath Shinde. There's absolutely no two ways about it. So when such a, a prominent leader of the party is expressing these views, why weren't those signs being picked up upon? He, of course, eventually went on to he wanted to, of course, he harbored chief ministerial ambitions when, of course, he was appointed leader of the legislature party. But then, of course, Uddhav Thackeray took on the mantle himself. The deputy chief minister's post then, of course, went to the NCP. After that, he was given the urban development ministry. In the urban development ministry, his anguish was that there was a lot of interference from others who were part of the Shiv Sena, specifically Aditya Thackeray. So he was not very happy with, the way things were functioning. And it appears now that Uddhav Thackeray did not pick up on the signs within the party that, there was a growing sense of angst, a growing sense of resentment and anguish. And this is not the first time the Shiv Senics have come out and expressed their anguish over this alliance and the fact that this is not a workable alliance for the future, for the long term. Also, Pooja, just to make a little update, because we were in fact talking about that list of 34 earlier. Now I'm looking at that list very carefully, and obviously it's the handwriting is because the signatures and handwriting is not very legible on most of it, but it's a list of 34 of all. So it's not just Shiv Sena, just the final name, if Ajay could point out over here. This is 34, constituency Shirol. And the name is Rajendra Patil. This is Rajendra Patil Yedgaonkar. He's basically, in fact, right now, I'm going to try and, again, if he can see, Ajay, if you can now, number 34, Shirol, Rajendra Patil, and its signature. Rajendra Patil is an MOS in the Uddhav cabinet. He's currently inside over here, inside Radisson Blue. He's an independent MLA. So this is not a list of 34 of only Shiv Senics. So he's still falling short in terms of reaching that number. So 34 Shiv Senics, no. It's 34 of all. The total is 34 that is signed over here. So we still have to get a final number of Shiv Senics that Eknath Shinde has with him. And like we've been discussing, 37 is the mark that he needs to reach. Pooja.
Very interesting. He's claiming 40, but at least on paper we see 34, which includes the Shinde, Shiv Sena rebel MLAs and independent MLAs as well. Paulomi breaking that us for basically to understand, remember, 37 is the magic mark if at all Shinde wants to align with BJP right away. Otherwise, it's not as easy as Shinde is trying to claim out to be. Thank you so much, Paulomi Saha and Vidya, for all the latest. I'll come back to you shortly, because the Maharashtra political crisis continues to explode and unfold with new twists and turns. India Today spoke to the man in question, the one who's organized this coup, is leading the rebellion against Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Senior Sena Minister Eknath Shinde claims to have the support of over 46 MLAs. That's a big number and enough to dodge the anti-defection bullet. Eknath Shinde told India Today very clearly that he has at least 35 MLAs with him at the Guwahati resort. More MLAs are on their way to the state of Assam. The majority mark is 144 in total for any coalition or a party to form the government in Maharashtra in the 288 Assembly. If Shinde's claims are correct and he decides to go with the Bharatiya Janata parties as he is demanding to, they do appear to have enough numbers to at least form a government in Maharashtra. Listen in now to what Eknath Shinde told India Today. Listen in.
एक ही सवाल सब पूछना चाह रहे हैं शिंदे साहब, कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
अभी फिलहाल 46 है, उसमें और बढ़ोतरी हो सकती है।
सर 46 एमएलए की आप बात कर रहे हैं, इसमें से शिवसेना के कितने एमएलए हैं आपके पास?
टोटल शिवसेना के और सहयोगी दल के हैं।
और अगर हम शिवसेना की बात करें कि आपके पास 37 है शिवसेना के?
हाँ, उससे ज्यादा है।
तो सर फिर आपको क्या रोक रहा है गवर्नर के पास जाने के और बोलने के लिए कि आप अपना गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म कर सकते हैं बीजेपी के साथ? फिर गवर्नर को कब मूव कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, अभी ये तो बात है हमारी सब लोगों से बैठक होने के बाद ही जो भी तय किया जाएगा।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सर आपके पास 37 के ऊपर है?
अभी हम लोग बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं और हिंदुत्व की जो उनकी आइडियोलॉजी है वही हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं। बस
नहीं सर, वो तो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, पर आपके पास 37 अगर सेना के एमएलए
46 प्लस है हमारे पास।
सर 46 तो और हो गए ना, अगर एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ आता है आपको 37 चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं वो है आपके पास।
बिल्कुल।
तो दूसरा सवाल करूंगी सर, गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा कि आप जो आप कह रहे हैं बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी का हिंदुत्व आगे लेके जाएंगे, तो भाजपा के साथ गवर्नर के पास कब जाया जाएगा?
देखिए, ये बात हमारी बैठक में तय होगी क्या करना है। अभी तक हमारी जो भी निर्णय हुआ नहीं है।
सर अभी उद्धव ठाकरे अगर रिजाइन कर देते हैं और वो चले जाते हैं डिसोल्यूशन ऑफ द हाउस के लिए, तो फिर आपके पास ऑप्शन कम बचेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो अभी आगे की जो बातें हैं, रणनीति है, स्ट्रैटेजी है, हम लोग सब लोग साथ में बैठकर मिलकर तय करेंगे और जब तय करेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा।
सर देखिए, जैसे संजय राउत जी कह रहे हैं उन्होंने आपसे 1 घंटे के लिए बात की, उद्धव ठाकरे हैं कल उन्होंने आपसे बहुत लंबी बातचीत की, शिवसेना से तो एक ही बयान निकल के आ रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे उन्हीं के हैं, बहुत रिस्पेक्टेड हैं और चाह रहे हैं कि आप वापस आ जाएं। तो आपकी उद्धव जी से क्या बात हुई थी?
नहीं, मेरी बात जो हुई, जो हमारे एमएलए जो विधायक है उनकी जो बड़ी समस्या थी उसके बारे में मैंने उनसे बात की थी और सभी लोगों का एक ही कहना था कि हमारी पार्टी जो है, हमारी पार्टी जो बाला साहब के जो हिंदुत्व के विचार वाली पार्टी है, विचारधारा वाली पार्टी है और हम उसी लाइन को फॉलो करेंगे, यही हमारा जो कहना था। मैंने उनको बताया, ये सभी विधायकों का कहना है और फिर उसके बाद बाकी ठीक है, बाकी तो आगे की जो रणनीति है हम लोग बैठकर तय करेंगे।
सर देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी हैं, उनसे टच में हैं?
मैं किसी के टच में नहीं हूँ, मैं सिर्फ हमारे विधायकों के साथ हूँ जो 46 है।
सर फिर गुवाहाटी में क्यों बैठे हैं? वो तो बीजेपी स्टेट है।
ऐसी जरूरत थोड़ी है, बीजेपी के स्टेट में हम लोग नहीं जा सकते।
तो कौन लेके गया सर?
कोई जरूरी कौन लेके गया मतलब हम लोग खुद आए, हमको लेके जाने की जरूरत क्या है?
सर एक बात कहा जा रहा है जो शिवसेना तो नहीं कह रही क्योंकि वो कह रही है कि आप उन्हीं के लोग हैं, पर जो कांग्रेस है, जो एनसीपी है, वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि देखिए आप जबरन लेके गए हैं, फोर्स का इस्तेमाल हुआ है जो बाकी एमएलएज हैं।
नहीं सुनिए, हम लोग तो मतलब हमको जबरन लेके जाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं।
एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ गुवाहाटी में है, क्या रणनीति आगे की?
निर्दल नहीं है, हमारी तहार की पार्टी है, तहार, और मैं और हमारे साथ एक और विधायक है और अभी तक 40 तो हो गए और बढ़ेंगे, 10 तक और बढ़ेंगे, 50 हो जाएंगे।
तो सर आप ये बड़ा दावा कर रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कल 20 से 34 से लेकर के आज 40 का दावा एकनाथ शिंदे ने खुद किया है और आप कह रहे हैं कि ये संख्या 50 भी हो सकती है।
हाँ, 50 तक हो जाए।
तो अब आगे की रणनीति क्या है सर, इसके बारे में भी अगर आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकें।
अभी सत्ता प्रस्तावित करना है, सत्ता की तरफ जाना है।
तो बच्चू जी, गुवाहाटी में अब और कितने दिन?
गुवाहाटी में कितने दिन ये नहीं बता सकते हम, वो तो आज भी निकल सकते, कल भी जा